It's the greatest spectacle in racing, played this time by potentially the greatest show in sim racing. The NORC iRacing series is made up of so many well-versed sim racers, but tonight we'll test their brawn versus 500 miles at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The 2021 NORC iRacing Series Indianapolis 500 is next on Pit Stop TV.
All right, boys, here we are here for the 2021 Daytona Norctona 500. Can I get a good old Norctona? Yeah!
The field will now come up onto the main straightaway, and the first green flag of 2021 Season 1 for the Pacific Challenge GT3 Series is underway from Donington.
It is Jack B. Ryan for the back, but Merrick Watchworth misses the corner, and Jack B. Ryan through to the race lead lap pass in the last lap crash for Merrick Watchworth.
Photo finish, possibly. Here comes Travis Brown behind Michael Cozy. Cozy up the block.
Oh, here comes Brown.
Travis Brown at the line. It's going to be Cozy winning the Star Common Invitational at Talladega.
They're not carrying enough
3 wide. Oh, no! Mike saw him!
Oh, he
How
saved it.
about it?
He said at the top of the, he didn't care about getting up to the front. He didn't care about leading this race. They did exactly that from the start of the show. Out of turn number 4, Rick Raybon is finally going to do it. Rick Raybon wins the Indianapolis 500.
iRacing.com Porsche safety car will pull into the safety of pit lane. D'Alessandro on the left-hand side of your screen is going to lead us to the green here at Sonoma.
Side by side, the last couple of corners, it's going to be a drag race. Shades of Bobby Labonte and Dale Earnhardt. No! Oh, they hit to make more contact! They touch more! Is Tyler Johnson across
And
the
out of
line.
turn number 4, it's going to be the 20 or the 21 drag race of the stripe. They touch! They touch! It's McGill!
Okay, they're 4 wide in the middle of 3 and 4. Doggo in the middle. Oh, contact, and there's cars all over the place. It's going to be a carnage fest on the front stretch. Yellow flag down. Who is that flying?
But Miller down to the inside. The Thriller takes the lead. Jackson crosses him back stretch. Earl Jackson's got the lead. Is going to win at Lima. Maybe not. It's a drag race. Who gets it? Can Dave Corso go back-to-back? Jean-Philippe Bergeron on the inside. Going to send it in deep. And out of turn 4 across the line. Too close to call. Welcome to the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Eric Brennan and JP Costa alongside this evening. Trey Shuttlesworth helping behind the scenes. Thanks for tuning in this evening live to our many platforms. We're ready to take you flag to flag in the latest and certainly greatest edition of this epic sim race. NORC is of course known for wild, crazy stock car racing like we were witness to last week at Homestead, Miami, but we're changing gears, literally up to 5th and 6th in fact, to take to the Yard of Bricks in America's most extreme circuit racing machines. Eric, JP, thanks for joining me this evening to present this one from the best, one of the best racing venues on earth. It's the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It needs no introduction, yet we're always tasked with giving it such. It is the mecca for open wheel racing.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. And I got to admit, it's any race fan's favorite week or favorite race week, or in this case, I guess, couple of race weeks. Because if you like Formula One, they had Monaco last week. Obviously, we have the 600 stock car race in our backyards coming up this Sunday. But the Indianapolis 500, that has been running now for 105 years, or in fact, it'll be the 105th edition of that famed race. I feel like everybody gets the itch to try to do what they can to put themselves to the test and up to the task to be able to handle this massive facility visibility, as you see here from some of the overhead depictions that we have from our virtual layout of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I myself, somebody who hasn't had that much time on the sim over the last few years, gets the urge to kind of see what it's like to survive 500 miles on this racetrack that, of course, it's big, of course, it's fast, but it's tough, it's tricky, it's treacherous. And for the NORC guys, they've proven that they've been able to handle some of the most toughest and sketchy tracks that you could put together on a stock car form. In fact, we've had a couple of races that were pretty limited on caution flags, but the question is, what is going to happen tonight? Now, we have an opportunity here, even though this event is a non-points race, we're going to take a look at how the points stand after the first 8 races of Season 13 in the NORC iRacing Series. And this is just to give you viewers an idea of who the heavy hitters have been so far this season. And as you can see, Daniel Falkingham, by virtue of 3 wins on the points-paying tour, has been one of the most versatile and successful drivers on the season. But Andrew, there's a lot of guys who we got to keep an eye on here tonight with this now new little bit of a variable and mix into the NORC slate with this Indy 500.
And of course, this evening will not pay points. It's entirely a separate event, but it's cool to at least check in on these point standings and get an idea of how certain drivers are trending as well. We have our power rankings that have recently been started up, thanks in part, well, mostly in part to Joe Donahue, and we'll talk more about those next week at the iRacing Super Speedway, but this is still a good way to check in on the progress, especially after last week at Homestead, and see how things change up with Chad Oxendine getting that second race win. He's getting really close to David Shutt, who we'll talk more about later this evening. In fact, he's getting very close to knocking on that door for a podium in the point standings, so still a lot going on. And it's not going to change this evening, of course, in Indianapolis, but it is worth keeping our eye on, keeping abreast of, and, well, just being ready for next week at the iRacing Super Speedway. But, of course, we are at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We take a look, of course, from the overhead, the track map of Indianapolis, 9.2 degrees of banking in all 4 corners. But, JP, none of these 4 corners really feel alike. There's a bump, of course, down the entry to turn number 2. Turns 1 and 3, they're way faster than turns 2 and 4. It's just, even though it literally is a rectangle, a rounded rectangle, with what look to be identical corners, no 2 corners, I suppose, of the 4 on this racetrack drive perfectly alike.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it's a very simple racetrack, it is extremely kind of difficult to get it perfectly right, to extract that extra 1/10 of a mile per hour that you need sometimes to get the pole, to get that extra position. And well, tonight, all the drivers here tonight are going to have an absolutely mountain of a challenge to nail 500 miles of this, as you mentioned, of this rectangle. It's relatively simple in shape and size, but you know, when you come to the core to try and extract as many 1/10 of a second as possible, it becomes a big challenge.
It is definitely a big challenge anytime you take any car to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But these Dallara IR18s are a bit special. They, of course, they're still capable of getting up to about 230 miles an hour or faster. We take a look down during practice here as this practice session wraps up. There's Aaron Smith, and it looks like Sean Williams. It's going to be interesting getting used to these different paint schemes. John Barry's in the mix right here. He's in that McLaren Chevrolet down bottom side of turn number 2 as we watch on. So a lot to get used to this evening. It's going to be a little bit different, and I think this is a great preview for what we could see the next couple of evenings. Of course, this begins our Indianapolis 1000 that we've been talking about for a couple of weeks. Tomorrow night, we've got the IORL Indianapolis 500. We'll come back and talk more about these upcoming broadcasts later on, but you see it right there, slotted in tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. This isn't the only Indy 500 happening on the channel this week. IORL is going to be interesting tomorrow, and this is a nice little preview, especially for some of these drivers, Spencer Ray, for example, as well as Cole Freilich, that are in that race as well. I don't know that we're going to have any other crossing over between the two, but it is cool to get that kind of sneak peek, I do suppose.
And I mean, track time is track time, and you talked about how this particular car handles on this racetrack. And, you know, we saw in practice, these guys have got to get a little bit used to the fact that these things, the steering input that you got to put in them, nowhere near comparable to that of a stock car. So the moves are going to be a little bit quicker. Things are going to be a little bit more complicated. And the consequences to getting out of shape or making contact with another competitor is also going to be a lot more catastrophic than what these guys are accustomed to on the stock car NASCAR side, but I'm still pretty confident everybody's going to put on a pretty good show here as we get a good look inside the cockpit of one of these cars. But Sean Williams, that's John Berry just in front of him, and I'm with you, Andrew. We're going to be going to school just a little bit here to kind of figure out who's in what car, what they look like, but it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm really excited that NORC was able to put this event on for us.
Yeah, it's certainly, again, a great preview, a good way to just have some fun, I think, on a Tuesday as well. Of course, these guys, they run the NASCAR Xfinity Series cars on Tuesdays in the normal NORC iRacing Series. So if you're brand new to the series, well, we're happy to have you here this evening on Pit Stop TV. Make sure to tune in on Tuesdays for more of these NORC iRacing Series events as we see a little bit of pit practice there from Sean Williams and Aaron Smith. And that's something that's actually very, very important. Good to see some drivers practicing that. We are a little bit light on entries. Let's just talk about it up front. We've got a few less entries than we might have expected this evening. You can see, looking at 16 so far. That might still go up here. 3 minutes left in practice and still 10 minutes of qualifying. But we are slightly lighter on car entries, JP, and that is going to change things up. We're looking at about half of what you'd see in the real Indianapolis 500 and what we'll see tomorrow night in the IORL Indianapolis 500. That is going to change strategy drastically. We expect a lot more green flag racing, but we might not actually get it.
Yeah, exactly. When you reduce the amount of cars, you reduce the amount of possibilities of, I guess, a wreck between two drivers, but also these guys running so close to the leader that obviously increases, you know, the aggressiveness of the driver. Let's say you're running last, but you're in 16th place. So you're kind of closer to first place that, let's say, you were in 40th. So definitely kind of increases the stakes for each and every single driver, increases the chance of every single driver possibly leading at least one lap in this race. But as you mentioned, it could, let's say, tone down the number of cautions, but it could also increase a tiny bit. But I'm pretty sure these guys are going to try to run green as long as possible, and this should quite get interesting with fewer cars.
And again, we're still looking to get another couple of drivers in here. We'd expect around 20 or so, I think, as the time clicks off as we get closer to qualifying and therefore to the race. Let's talk about the rest of the schedule coming up. Eric and I, we already talked about some point standings. This is the NORC iRacing Series Season 13 schedule. And obviously on here, you're not seeing Indianapolis this evening slotted into race number 9 because, again, this is a non-points event, completely different race cars and all. But we have to talk about the rest of the season coming up. We're starting to get to crunch time. In fact, we are almost as close to the chase as we were, or as we are to the start of the season. We're at that point in this season. So the top 8 races are completed. Daytona, Kansas, Michigan, North Wilkesboro, Kentucky, Road Atlanta, Dover, Homestead. They are done and dusted. iRacing Super Speedway next week. The 3-mile high-banked Super Speedway. That we have no notes on that one, Eric. No stats, no nothing. We're going to have to dig up some Daytona, Talladega stats. That's all we can go off of. It's a complete unknown.
And I mean, for those of you who may be watching a bit around sim racing for a while, the iRacing Super Speedway was dubbed off of a track that was in the old NASCAR Racing 2003 series. That was a fan favorite. We can't tell you what the name was because that was the original plan, but they dubbed it the iRacing Super Speedway, and it is wild. The level of banking that track has and the level of consequence involved with dipping the left sides on the apron creates some massive accidents, and the slipstream effect, especially in the Xfinity car that we're running in the Season 13 schedule. I'm excited to see how that all pans out. Then we go from that monster of a racetrack to the short track at Iowa, the short track at Nashville. That's not the concrete super speedway in which we'll see NASCAR on in about a month's time. That is the Nashville Fairgrounds, which I think we all want to see on the NASCAR slate in the not too distant future. Luckily for you, NORC's got it as race number 11, the wide, fast, and ranging Auto Club Speedway. Then we have dual races at Talladega, which is a NORC favorite for all the fan bases and competitors. They love the fact they get those 2 30-lap sprint races. Another short track at Martinsville, and then we get another road course on the slate at Road America, Atlanta, Legacy, Daytona. I love the blend of this track because as we try to set that group for what's going to be that chase for the championship rounds 19 to 25, I think this is the most versatile test you could put some of these stock car drivers through on the sim to truly figure out and filter out who the best 12 are going to be.
Yeah, we've had a lot of speedways so far this season. We've got a lot of short tracks coming up. That's what I noticed. That's what I like. Of course, the Super Speedway next week, 67 laps there, but then Iowa, Nashville, Martinsville. Those are 3 really rough and tumble short tracks. I can't wait to see how they go. Of course, you do have Auto Club in there. The Super Speedway races between iRacing and Talladega. But then you have the road course, Road America, as mentioned. So as you said, I'm just going to keep echoing what you said. A lot of variety. Can't wait to see how it all pans out. But we are moving into our qualifying session. Let's take a look at some of these drivers getting onto the Speedway for the first time on their own, I suppose. Of course, they've had this practice session to get used to one another. But this is where the marbles start to matter. This is where you've got to go out there, you've got to execute if you want to start towards the field. And just knowing how these fixed setups handle, we know that this is going to matter a lot this evening. Now, there's still 200 laps, 500 miles to sort this all out, and to change up this starting order to the finishing order, but qualifying is going to matter if you want to start up front and miss the first few incidents.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, with fixed setups, the stakes are higher. Obviously, everybody's going to be on the same exact machinery, so it's just going to be about precision, just about smoothing your inputs, just your throttle, obviously your turn-in point, your turn-out point, just keeping it as smooth as possible to extract as many miles per hour, and obviously the tenths of a second to obviously increase your chance to starting not on pole, but as high as you can to increase that chance of winning the race. So these guys, they only have a few laps, but you know, I'm pretty sure their hearts are absolutely racing right now because the stakes are very, very high right now.
First time in is Cody Miller in that 28 car. Cole Freilich quickly goes faster. We were taking a look momentarily at Justin Gable's number 13 machine. Here he is again. And it's worth looking at him because he is the sole pole sitter here in NORC iRacing Series Indianapolis 500 history. Last time out, last year in 2020, he ran a time of 39.646, and so far, we're not even close to it. We're a half second off, and it is worth mentioning, John Barry put some work into the setup. He put a little bit of downforce on these cars, and that is going to back these guys up off of that lap record. So I think that will stand for Justin Gable. Cole Freilich's pole time so far, a 40.101. Gable goes fourth at a 40.155. We are running, I believe, still... no, we're running 4-lap qualifying, but I don't think it's averaging. And that is the difference between this evening's qualifying and the Indianapolis 500 qualifying of usual.
And I will tell you right off the jump, based on some of the practice speeds that we saw and the way that qualifying is shaped up, one, look at the fact that the top 5 are covered by less than a tenth of a second. But number 2, Spencer Ray is somebody who already jumps out at me in a big way. He looked really good in the draft. As you mentioned, he's one of the drivers running in the IORL 500 tomorrow. This is somebody who has a lot of track time in these cars on this track. And I love the livery that he's running tonight. It takes me back to the car in which Justin Wilson won with Dale Coyne Racing back in Texas, and I think it was 2012. So this is someone who really loves running this car on the sim, and although he's not the fastest in qualifying right now, that honor goes to Cole Freilich. Spencer Ray is someone who I'm penciling in as a driver that we could end up having to keep our eye on tonight, and we may be talking about him a lot, trying to get some good luck on his side. But another driver who's known to be pretty well, especially on some of the tracks that are high speed, high risk, it's this man, TCB, who is on the clock here.
Terrell Baker works down the backstretch at a turn number 2, and we'll right on board with him. What do you say for his qualifying lap? Now into turn 3, it looks like. And this is where things get tricky. I honestly feel like this is the first time you're properly at speed. Turns 1 and 2, sure, you're full throttle usually, but it takes a while to get the motor to spool up, get the turbos going, and by the time you get to 3 and 4, that is properly terminal velocity, and that's the first time that you're a little bit sketchy on your own. These qualifying setups tend to be a little more loose, a little more free, move around a little bit, and he goes 7th quick on his lap. You do see Emerson Arden on the list. Now, Emerson is usually calling these races with us, or on production or on social media, somewhere with us, but he is actually out there in the field this evening, adding to our car count. That makes it 17 now. We were trying to get Corey Rexford in the field. We'll see if he joins up as well, but Emerson Arden currently 9th quick as we watch Terrell Baker complete lap number 2 this time out of turn 4. JP, he is the fan favorite in the series. I'd like to see him get up there too.
I'm pretty sure everybody wants to see him get up, and it's just amazing to see, even though it's flat out, just the smallest, just as we mentioned. Well, someone else, sorry, Gable goes fast as 40.0, but yet again, just slower than all-time record that we saw last year at 39.6. So it's just interesting to see, even though it's a flat-out course, 4 corners, just those inputs, just they make the whole difference. We see Emerson Arden currently 0.2 of a second slower than our provisional pole sitter. So it's just amazing to see how close these cars are and just how precise you have to be to extract the the best of the cars. Just as you mentioned, how loose the setups get, we do have an incident here in qualifying.
So Terrell Baker bends the car there at the end of his qualifying run, but his time should stand. Currently 7th quick. John Barry now on the speedway in his McLaren Chevrolet looking livery. Nice little nod to them, although I think they... See, do they have entries in this year's 500? I think so. They don't look quite like that, but I do love that orange and blue, Eric. It looks fantastic. He will look to get, hopefully better than 10th. That's the open position there, the top half of the standings. Hopefully he goes a little higher up on that list, though. We'll see where he goes across the line this time by to complete lap number 1 for John Barry. And the 74 goes 5th quickest. Not that bad.
Again, we mentioned this earlier, but look at how tight the times are. I mean, we're talking about less than 1/10 of a second between the driver who holds the old track record here, who is quickest, up against the driver who won the last race, or the last Indy 500 that was held here in 2020, in David Shutt, who sits 7th. So we're talking about the top 7 all being covered up in such close proximity as we continue to ride on board with Berry coming through turn 4. And this brings me back to a video that I watched in preparation to last year's Indy 500, where Alexander Rossi was talking about, and you guys were alluding to this when you were looking at the track map earlier, the feel of the corners is so different. You see here as you go into turn number 1, the grandstands on the right-hand side, especially when they're packed with fans. You also have grandstands on the inside of the front straightaway, so that makes turn 1 seem so narrow, and it impacts the way in which you approach the corner. Now look at the backstretch. You're coming up to turn 3, which you would think would be 100% similar to turn 1, but it just feels wider. They say that because of the fact there's so much space down the driver's left on the infield, that you have this perception you have a little bit more room to send it off in there than you do in turn 1. The reality is the track width is the same, but it changes the way psychologically you approach the corner, and that's something that these drivers have to keep in mind as well. And once you start setting them down in there side by side or in a big group like we're going to have when we hit the green flag, that's going to make that feeling, that little bit of virtual claustrophobia, even more noticeable as you get down in the corner in turn 1 specifically. And I think that's why turn 3 is going to be the premier potential passing point when we get down to race time.
Hayes Booth now on the speedway. He will go, it looks like, 8th quickest on his first lap around. Scottless Rambler has also joined in. Here he is, working around in his pole-winning chariot for the IORL Indianapolis 500 tomorrow night. Can't wait to see how that goes for him, but we'll see if he can grab pole in this one. It's going to be tough. He's got some fast times out there. In his first lap through, he goes 9th quick, 1/10 off.
It's just amazing, as you know, Eric alluded before, and I'm pretty sure you did as well, Andrew, just how close the times are. You know, the top 7 with less than 1/10 of a second is just amazing to see how close these are, and that just prepares us for the race. But you know, this is just amazing. Look at this, as Eric mentioned as well, the turn 3 field just feels kind of different to turn 1. I'm not really 100% confident with these cars to run it flat out like these guys do, but it just feels different looking on the onboard, and seeing them flat out is just so much fun all day long. And let's see if he can improve. Looks like he cannot at the time being, but still top 7 within 1/10. I'm pretty happy with that.
Looking forward to seeing how Rambler can do as he works on his qualifying attempt. Oh, he pops the wall out of turn 2 as well. But I like what Eric was talking about there, of course. Psychologically, each corner on this racetrack looks different, and I think that goes into why they drive different a little bit. Something about it, even if it is just purely psychological, something about each and every corner on this facility just feels a little bit different, drives a little bit different, and the car seems to react a little bit differently as well. Of course, the wind is a big part of that. We can take a look at our weather as qualifying winds down. There we go. 80 degrees in the air. That's 114 on the racetrack. Now, that's not as hot as I've seen it as of late in the sim, but it is still relatively toasty. But I see southwest winds. It was sustained for a moment at 14 miles an hour, dropping now to 11 maybe. That's big time different from last year's race, Eric. Last year, the temps were cooler. Well, the temps actually were relatively consistent, but only 4 mile an hour winds out of the west. That is a big, big difference.
And those gusts of wind could really end up hurting or disabling or upsetting the way in which the car is set when they get in the corner. So that's something we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on here as qualifying now draws to a close. So very interesting track conditions that we have here tonight for this event. But I think that we've got a pretty decent field of cars. I'm happy we were able to add a couple of names into the mix, and we're going to get an opportunity here to see how they're going to line up for what will be a 500-mile event here, a non-points event for this Indianapolis 500 with the NORC guys. And I believe they're starting the stage on the front straightaway. So in just a few moments, we will be able to deliver the starting lineup to all of you who may be watching. And I agree with something that Andrew said earlier. What better way to celebrate the Tuesday before the Indianapolis 500 than to have an event like this with a group and a cast of characters who have kept us entertained all season long.
And rolling off first this evening for this fun race is going to be Justin Gable. Look at that, 2 years in a row taking pole in the NORC Indy 500. Now a bit slower than last year. I think that comes down to the downforce more than anything. But half a second off, doesn't matter. He gets the pole this evening. He will roll off in the first position. Starting to his outside, though, on the outside of row number 1 is Cole Freilich, who's actually sponsoring tomorrow night's IORL Indianapolis 500 and racing in it. So this is actually a big test session for Cole to get a good grasp on how the car is going to drive. Granted, the downforce is a bit different, but it's still worth running. Starting third this evening, Cody Miller, Daytona winner, will roll off from the third position inside of row number 2, with Spencer Ray, another driver pulling that double to his outside. Starting fifth this evening in the NORC Indy 500, you've got John Barry, Revan Lateralis himself, with Zach Lindgren to his outside. Starting on the inside of row number 4, David Shutt with Hayes Booth to his outside. David Shutt won this race last year. We'll see what he can do from the 7th spot. Rolling off in the back end of your top 10, though, Scottless Rambler pulling the double between tonight and IORL tomorrow, and Terrell Baker, TCB, to his outside.
Flip it back now to 11th position with Sean Williams, who won the pole at Daytona. He's good on fast tracks, going to be starting at 11th spot. And Emerson Arden, our very own Emerson Arden, usually on the mic or production duties, tonight in the cockpit in that number 57, will be starting outside of row 6 in 12th. Take it back now to row 7. Inside, Daniel Falkingham, the points leader on the NORC slate. Again, this no points race, so he's got nothing to lose by coming from 13th spot. He'll be fun to watch at car 20. Outside, Aaron Smith in a 70 in 14th position. 15th spot is where you'll find Tom Mercier in the 68. Outside, Sheldon Lockie in car 69 in 16th spot. And the last couple of cars that I believe we have in the grid here, Elijah Grazia in the 42. In 17th, 18th is going to be that of Scott Shire. Field now working their way on the back straightaway. 18 cars scheduled to go for 200 laps, 500 miles at the one of the most greatest spectacle of motorsports. JP, half a lap away from green. What do you expect to see here on this start?
Just as you mentioned, I expect to see the greatest spectacle of racing. I don't think the amount of cars is going to make a difference, because this is just going to be so much fun seeing all these cars, this amount of horsepower just going flat out on this amazing speedway. It's just going to be a sight for sore eyes, and I cannot wait for these guys to go under green flag racing.
Working through turns 3 and 4 for the final time before releasing these hungry hounds down to turn number 1 to see who can win the Indianapolis 500 of the NORC iRacing Series. Can't wait to get it all started. Thanks for tuning in this evening on Pit Stop TV. We're glad to have you along for the ride. Pace car going to take the hard left turn down pit lane. We'll turn things over to the one, the only Terrell Baker. TCB, get this race started.
All right, boys, here we are here at the NORC Indy 500. Gonna get a good old milk drink.
Out of turn number 2, the lead goes the way of Cole Freilich on the outside line. They're bobbing and weaving, snaking down the backstretch. It's a side-by-side battle to turn number 3. Freilich inside, Gable outside.
We're trying to work the top side of turn number 3. You don't see that often in these cars. Usually the outside is the first slow lane on the racetrack. And on the bottom side, Freilich is going to be able to move out in front. Trouble. Got a car in trouble in turn number 3. That might have been Spencer Ray. A couple of cars involved. And that's some pretty significant damage there to Emerson Arden, who was a late add to this race. Caught up in an incident here on the first lap as they came through the short chute between turn number 3.
So it looks like a battle for position ended quite early with this incident. We do have two cars that seem to be, as you mentioned, Eric, taking heavy damage. We're going to check out what happened in the replay, and looks like it was on the exit of turn 4, as we're going to see drivers battling side by side. Obviously, turn 1 being the main lap for overtaking. Emerson goes around the outside on the 57. Oh, this is turn 2, so as you can see, going 3 wide. Andrew, you call it, because this is just going to be crazy.
Emerson Arden, relatively center screen, is on the outside. He's letting Sean Williams, it looks like, go by on the inside, but this happens up ahead. And I think that might have been Hayes Booth in the wall in turn number 3. And in fact, that's where this all starts. And it's mostly those two involved. Looks like maybe some damage for those two cars that stop, but I think they get by unscathed. We'll take this back and we will watch what happens to Hayes Booth. The number 11, boy, he had a great run at Homestead, Miami, didn't he, Eric? He was absolutely one of the drivers we talked about most of the evening, maybe. He was certainly in the conversation the back half of the race. Had a pretty good finish. Maybe not what he was looking for, but much better than the rest of the season. This is a heartbreaker this early.
He's somebody who has been truly coming into his own after flash of brilliance. Oh, he bounced off a TCB there. That was the contact. Boy, Tyrell Baker was really lucky he didn't get right hooked into the wall there, but a lot of damage, as you could see, to the left side of Hayes' Booth car, and unfortunately Emerson Arden, who, again, really scrapped to get himself in this race for an opportunity here, especially looking at the level of entries that we had, and he wanted to get up in it and mix it up and be a part of it. We're on board with him here as he's going to arrive on the scene of this crash pretty quickly, and this is going to be a good indication of how fast things happen in Indy. Off the wall goes Booth, and bang! There goes Arden right into the left side of Booth's car. Fortunately, he didn't get speared. He spun back up the racetrack, but he's got significant suspension damage to the right front. And Arden is already starting this race behind the 8 ball here after a crash in lap 1.
Yeah, exactly. Extremely sad to see Emerson going out so early. And yeah, it's just that quickly things can happen. There was absolutely nothing he could do at that time. And unfortunately, he got caught up in the incident. And well, that luckily for him, looks like that might not be race over, but as you mentioned, he's going to be starting with a foot in the back, and he'll definitely have some catch up to do.
Those drivers involved in this first incident, Hayes Booth is in the pit lane. He's actually on the jacks. He must have towed and will now be released from his box. He'll rejoin the race, albeit 1 lap behind. There's Elijah Gracia, who did stop but was not involved. Scott Shire also stopped, not involved. There he is in the pit lane. Emerson Arden rejoins the field now with 1 fast fix now used up.
And I got to say, the strategy by Scott Shire and Elijah Grazia to stop in that moment, I mean, especially when you know there's nobody else behind you. We mentioned the car count, the fact that we got 18 cars for this race here tonight. They knew that they were running towards the back of the pack. And once that crash ensued, and with everything happening so quickly and with cars going in all sorts of different directions, that sometimes is the best move to make. And, hopefully you don't see that come into play when the real race hits the track on Sunday, but we have seen it before, and I think they executed the best wreck avoidance strategy that we may see tonight. Get it wound down, get it stopped, let the carnage finish materializing there in the corner, and then gingerly work your way by. And fortunately, that's what kept not only Shire but Grazia also, it appears, still on the lead lap and still in contention without burning through some of their fast repairs perhaps. And that also puts them in a unique perspective with fuel strategy. Being that this is a 200-lap race, we're going to be talking a little bit about pit strategy. If we do get strung out, if we do have long green flag runs, they may have come down here, top off the fuel. They're at the back of the pack anyway. I know it's only 3 laps of caution, but it may put them in a different position when it comes down to pit strategy later in this race.
Yeah, exactly. Every single lap matters. Sometimes the difference between winning and losing the race comes down to that just extra milliliter of fuel that you have in your tank. So this could play out very well in the end. We saw some other cars coming into the pit lane, looks like on lap 3. So some other drivers may have taken that strategy as well to top up the fuel, maybe get the tires switched up. So this could play off in the end of the race. Only time will tell. But yeah, this will be interesting to see who pitted and where they finish off in the race.
I'd mentioned earlier David Schutt, previous race winner here in the NORC iRacing Series, Indianapolis 500. He led 56 laps en route to victory last year. He's now in the 5th position. Looked pretty quick in qualifying, qualified pretty well, and in fact, I think he's the owner currently of the fastest lap. Granted, that was set under caution flag period, and no, that has since been beat, but at one point his name was purple, even though it was under yellow. Can't wait to see what that pink machine can do from the 5th position on this restart. We're coming around to take lap number 5, interestingly and conveniently enough for him, as Cole Freilich will lead us back down to the green flag, leading us to the restart. The first restart of the evening. You see single file restarts. It's a staple of IndyCar racing. Just like that, we're back green flag racing down to turn number 1. Out of turn 2, Freilich still with the race lead. Rather predictable there, but here comes Justin Gable. A big run down the backstretch. He looks to the inside, takes that spot, and he is your new race leader to turn 3.
It's first time. Whoa, Freilich's got to be careful there. He got way up into the loose stuff that time, about a lane and a half off the outside groove. Was that of Freilich as Gable goes to the lead? That was the first opportunity, I think, though. We talked about these cars having a little bit more downforce. The slipstream is in full effect, and Freilich is going to take the lead back at the line. I believe he had the lead there by inches that time at the stripe, and the top 5 are trying to drive out to a league of their own, with Schuck turning the fastest lap there, 5th car in line, and we're starting to see how impactful that draft is, as Gable will try to mount another charge on the backstretch.
Exactly, the top 5 are on a league of their own, only the second lap of green flag racing, but look at the run that Gable is trying to line up as they exit turn 3 into turn 4. These guys are trying to shoot off one another. He takes a tighter line. Looks like Freilich goes for more of a cutback line. That's going to line himself up. Looks like he's going to be going to the middle of the racetrack, allowing that car to kind of drift off, but look on the inside line. Here he comes, and looks like he takes the position right before the flag, and well, he's going to lead that lap.
Justin Gable takes lap number 6. Freilich sits back in behind now. We're going to see this swap at the race lead quite a bit, I'd say. Here comes the Slothy Racing number 15, right back down to the bottom side. Takes that lead back away from Justin Gable as we work down to turn 3. Although not so fast. Gable hung on the outside for a moment, and now accepts that he's got to slide into that second position, but he's going to have a run out of turn 4. Oh, you know what? He goes to the outside. He surprises me. Look at that. Justin Gable going to take it a drag race down the front stretch, down to the line, and leads lap 7 from the outside line.
That's going to give a huge run to Spencer Ray, who was the 3rd car in line, while Freilich inches up a little bit off the bottom on corner exit of turn 1. That's going to propel him out in front. I'm really impressed by Justin Gable's ability to hang tough on the outside. Normally, you wouldn't be able to see cars run side by side for that long at Indianapolis. Usually, once you get the car up off the bottom, it's game over. You got to slot back in line and try to find a way back around, but Gable has been willing and able to hang tough up top. He'll lose the lead here off of 4, then dart back to the bottom. He's got the bottom lane here as they hit the stripe for what would have been another photo finish. That one was nearly too close to call. I think Gable had him at the line.
Exactly, Gable is pushing to the absolute limit. Looks like we do have a battle for P4 as well right in the back end, but these two, the 2-leader Freilich and Gable, looks like they're pushing to the limits. Everybody wants to lead the Indianapolis 500. Looks like they kind of settle, but look at this top 5, just how close they are. Will Freilich look on the inside of turn 3? Yes, he will. Will Gable try to fight around the outside? Looks like he doesn't have the run, but he'll definitely be lining himself up into turn 4 and into the main straight for yet another, as you mentioned, Eric, photo finish.
I like what we're seeing out of 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Ray, Lindgren, and Schutt. As another drag race to the line goes the way of Justin Gable. He leads lap number 9. And now on lap number 10, they swap positions once more. But I like what I'm seeing out of these guys a little further back. They're just riding around, staying in this lead draft, and I think preserving their tires, certainly compared to Cole Freilich and Justin Gable currently. We go back up on board with Justin Gable, who blocks Freilich down to the grass. That's dangerous for lap 10, guys. Gable certainly wanted to defend. He left the door open at one point, and then he closed it as soon as Cole put his foot in.
And that's something that gets a little bit dodgy, especially considering the fact that we're working lap 10 of this 200-lap race as the battle behind them begins to intensify. That Schutt trying to make the move. Now Freilich outside for the lead on Gable at the end of the front straightaway. I'm really surprised to see this outside lane working, but you've hit on a good point there, Andrew, as Frelick cements the lead in 2. As these tires start to build up a little bit of heat on them, as the fuel load starts to burn off a little bit, the handle of these cars is going to change dramatically, and you might start to see a little bit more slipping and sliding, and these cars are not going to be so willing to stay in their respective racing lanes, and this battle is going to get a little bit more dodgy as the run clicks off, as they continue to trade the top spot lap after lap after lap.
Exactly, these guys are not caring about their tires whatsoever. They're going side by side all throughout the speedway. Look at it, once again going side by side into turn 1. Look at them both. Frelick on the outside, and he looks confident, and he'll be sticking. Looks like they're still side by side as they exit into turn 2. And well, still track racing, but those 3 behind him are also thinking, because they might also be fuel saving and saving their tires, as we do look like we do have a wreck on the exit of turn 2.
Boys, I don't want to be the one to break the news, but TCB is the source of this caution flag, and looks like Sheldon Lockey was there with them. We'll take a replay, of course, and check out what happens to Terrell Baker in turn 1. It looks like he was racing in the 6th spot. He was just in front of Scott List Rambler, who's pulling the double between this evening and tomorrow. So pulling the Indianapolis 1000 along with us, and he just gets loose.
That's very similar to what we saw happen to him in qualifying, where the back end of the car just steps out. You see Sheldon Lockey going for a slide, and I'll tell you, not that often can you spin and not hit something at Indy, let alone see 2 cars do it off the same corner. That was very impressive for both of them to not sustain major damage, as in this incident. You see the smoke up ahead, and Lockey looks like he did, at first I thought maybe he was getting on the brakes and that upset the car. It looks like he lost it in similar fashion that TCB did. We mentioned the fact the handling is going to start to change, and that's pretty evident right there that those 2 drivers were caught off guard by how light the back end got coming out of 1.
I'm not pretty sure if those tires overheated, but that was extremely odd seeing an Indy car essentially just lose the back end like that. And well, I'm pretty sure that caught out Sheldon just as much as it caught us, because that car looked planted up until the moment it didn't. And well, luckily for him, no wall was hit, but those tires after that massive lockup in order to save the car might hurt him. And well, we might be seeing him dive into the pit lane to get those changed. But well, that was scary for both drivers, but extremely lucky not to hit a wall and not carry off any damage whatsoever on their car.
These drivers have to be careful. They've only got 8 sets of tires in the pit lane. Do we see some use some this time? We do. Scott List Rambler on back. He brings the entire parade down the pit lane. Sans Hayes Booth, who is our 1 driver, 1 lap down. You see everybody coming in, and I can't say I'm entirely surprised, but this is going to force their hands down the road for sure.
And when we, anytime you have a 500-mile race, pit strategy is going to be huge, and I'm a little bit curious. And I have to admit, I haven't done the math on my end. In fact, I'm not necessarily sure how long these guys could go on a full tank of fuel. And let's remember, we were talking about this pre-race when Emerson Arden, who's in this event, as John Berry looks as though he's going to get the launch here off the pit lane and kind of beat everybody out. There's different fuel mixture settings with this car, with the Dallara IR18. So you could dial back the amount of fuel that you burn on a particular run. Many drivers will elect to do that depending on how quickly they are off the restart or where they are in traffic. But of course, the trade-off is you don't have as much power. You're basically kind of neutering the amount of fuel that you could burn in exchange to hopefully go a little bit longer in the stints. So fuel knowledge is going to be a moving target here all night, especially as we throw in some cautions and some positioning and where guys are choosing to run on the racetrack. And that could be just some of the early strategy we're seeing out of some of these guys. But now the question is, can they stay out of trouble? Because the midfield has been a little bit wild early in this race, with 2 cautions coming from drivers battling about in that position that John Berry let him off the pit lane, as I believe it's going to be 6 on back will be cars that came down for service.
Lyric, I got to jump in for a second. You talk about math here. As far as tires go, dividing a 200-lap race by 9 gets you 22.22222222. Need I go on? You want to go around 20 laps at the very least, and of course, well, 200 divided by 10 would be 20. So you want to go at least 20 laps, I would imagine. But what these drivers that just pitted are banking on is that they'll have at least one run that goes maybe 25 or 30 laps, or a couple of runs that go that long, and they can stretch the tires that distance. What's interesting is we're seeing a lot of cars back down the pit lane. I would have to imagine this is a top off on fuel. John Barry is in. We've got, it looks like, Aaron Smith in the pit lane, Daniel Falkingham. I see Elijah Gracia back there. There's one more I'm trying to make out. That's Tom Mercier in the back end. So these guys all coming in, not for tires this time, but to top off on racing fuel.
Exactly. Looks like the main strategy is going to be fuel, because even though we're only on lap 15, I'm not pretty sure, as you mentioned, 22 is the ideal number to go on laps, but everybody but the top 5 came in, so these guys probably have their strategies dialed in the lap they have to come in, so they're probably winning and out, and I'm interested to see when that will happen, because that's just going to provide a whole different spectacle, because seeing the top 6 on back, everybody pitting, I'm pretty sure only one car took tires, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Everybody topping up on fuel should keep this race interesting, not only on racing, but also on strategy.
So lap 15 under caution. We'll come around and take our restart. 5 cars stay out on the Speedway. They were our top 5 under that quick run to this yellow flag, and they've made their bed. They're going to lie in it now. We expect them to go around maybe 18 more laps thereabouts if we go green flag from this point. Somewhere between lap 30 and 35. It depends on how much fuel they're saving. Now, I heard our 2 leaders that were switching the lead on and off every single lap, I heard them dropping into 5th gear, and that turns 1 and 3. Would have heard that on the broadcast as well. You know, when you're watching along, and maybe they are, and of course they probably put it up into map 8 under this yellow, but they have got to figure out their pit strategy from here on out. Lap 16 coming at you, much like the field we race back down to turn number 1 under green flag conditions. Justin Gable maintains that race lead down the back stretch. Here comes Cole Freilich, though, quickly down to the bottom side, and we've got a race for the lead once more.
Didn't take long for these two to get side by side yet again. Red and black car on the bottom. Cole Freilich to the point. The blue car with the Red Bull stickers on the sides. That is the driver who has the fastest qualifying lap here on record for NORC in the Indy 500. And Justin Gable, who also started on pole today. These two led the field down for the green on the front row, just like that, with Gable inside, Freilich outside. And they run that way to turn 1 with Spencer Ray riding in the catbird seat, patiently waiting to see when these two are going to stop fighting so hard for the race lead so early in this race. I don't see that coming to an end as the battle continues off too.
Exactly. These two guys are definitely not thinking about long-term strategy. They all want to lead as many laps as possible. Freilich goes around the outside into turn 3. Can he hold it? They go also close. They nearly touch wheels. Freilich is still going to be looking on the outside of turn 4 as Gable sticks in again on the inside. And that's yet another drag race, yet another photo lap essentially for these two, because these two are not slowing down whatsoever. Looks like we do have a battle for P3 as well. Looks like Ray's going down the inside of Schutt, and he gets the move done.
DCB purple on lap 17 on those new tires. You see positions switching for 3rd and 4th. David Schutt up to 3rd. That moves Spencer Ray into 4th spot. Zach Lindgren in behind. But these top 2, we can't quite leave them just yet, because at some point the room's going to run out, right? At some point this has got to give. It can't go like this for 200 laps.
We have to remember these two drivers as Freilich barely clears the front wing of Gable's car there to cement the lead off 4 as Gable gets a good run. But remember, they did not pit. So, you know, they're dealing with a little bit more iller handling conditions, a little lighter fuel loads. So there's no guarantee they're going to be able to run those slot car style patterns that they've been through the corners side by side. It's going to start to slip. It's going to start to slide. We saw a couple of cars already have problems off the corner. And it is not stopping these two, though, from duking it out for the top spot as we start to see some of the drivers who did stop for service, like that of a Scottless Rambler, make his way up into the picture here. He's the 6th car in line.
Yeah, exactly. Those guys, they have the advantage of having a lighter car, but at the same time, the top 5, all of them have older tires. But look at him, as you mentioned, Rambler with a full fuel tank, is keeping up with the top 5, and these guys are still going at it. We're gonna have to wait and see how long they can keep this up, because looks like they're not slowing down. They have no intention of slowing down as they get all so close from one another. Looks like the aero wash is not doing anything. If it is, they don't care, as Frelick goes again on the inside line into the back straight.
We're finally 1/10 of the way into this one. At least we will be out of turn number 4 this time by Frelick and Gable. Still side by side for this race lead. They just keep mixing it around. But cue the Jaws music for Scott Rambler and Emerson Arden as they continue to chip away at this top 5. You see the top 2 swap sides once more time. And Gable drag race leads lap number 20. Here comes David Shutt. Oh, he looked to the inside. He thought about going 3 wide. And the one thing that I know about David Shutt in an IndyCar is he is aggressive.
That's why he led 56 laps en route to his win here 1 year ago in the NORC Indy 500. And right now, I wanted to harpen back to the point that you brought up earlier, Andrew, and the fact of we know that these leaders appear to be burning at a full mix. Oh, and another crash. We got a car in trouble on what looks to be the back straightaway. That's Sheldon Lockie, who has had a problem here. Not seen a lot of obvious damage to that car. This could be about the second time that he's gone around today without suffering a significant impact. But, boy, that's going to slow the field for the third time and burn out that fire that was burning at the front of the pack amongst those 3 cars. Let's see what happened to Sheldon.
So it looks like Sheldon is all said and done into turn 1. The car looks absolutely plenty. Could see a replay of what happened in the last caution as the car just gets loose by itself. Yes, it does. Looks like just a bit too much steering input, and that was enough to get the car spinning. Well, luckily for him, he just completely avoided the wall, and, well, just a quick 180, and he's back on the racetrack.
Yeah, that's an interesting one to have twice in a row for Sheldon. I don't think he had any incidents prior to the previous, and I mean, he was racing a blinking Elijah Gracia. I wonder if maybe there was a little bit of contact to the rear of the car just from that blinking that maybe set him around, but it looks like he's got enough of a gap and is away from that 42 car. As we roll through turn number 2, he just gets loose. Now, these drivers, they do have some adjustments at their hands, at their fingertips, those being anti-roll bar adjustments, fuel map adjustments, and weight jacker adjustments. And what those do is change the handling of the race car mostly, if you're talking about roll bars and weight jackers. The weight jacker will move weight from the right rear of the race car over onto the left front, so it changes the cross weight effectively and will certainly loosen up or tighten the race car. The roll bars, they handle, obviously, how stiff or soft rather, the anti-roll bars are in the front and rear. Generally, you go higher on the front to help loosen the car, you go lower on the rear to help loosen the car, vice versa. The weight jacker, though, you want to put that thing through the roof if you're tight, and you want to drop anchor if you're loose. I think these drivers are realizing that they're going to have to come back off of those adjustments a little bit and lift. And I was talking to Emerson and Corey a little while earlier about that idea. And Corey, I think, was the one that mentioned this most loudly, that you really have to just lift, except that you're going to have to get off the gas, and you can't adjust the car too aggressively, or you have that happen as soon as you hit clean air. You get so tight that you want to try and run full throttle as much as you can, but you're going to burn the right rear, and as soon as you have front downforce again, whoop, the car is spinning just like that.
And that's a great analysis that we're able to tap into from Corey Rexford, Emerson Arden, even you guys who compete on the sim with that car. And if anybody went back and watched Indy 500 qualifying this past weekend, you would notice that even in those 4 laps, just 4 laps that those guys were doing to try to get their averages in to see A, if they would make the field, and B, where they would end up starting, they were utilizing a lot of the tools and components they have at their disposal inside the cockpit of their race cars. And with iRacing being so good at mirroring those conditions in the sim platform as well, that translates, and it does so even when you have a bit of an open setup opportunity and option here, like what these drivers have been handed here tonight. So that's why it's a lot more than just flat foot. The old school ideology about IndyCar racing, especially when they ran mostly on ovals, was that it's just flat out 100% of the time, best car that can draft its way to the front wins. Fortunately, we've got a car and a system and a formula now that truly does promote drivability and feel. And that's why I've been super excited for tonight's race as well as tomorrow's IORL 500, because this truly does, let the best of the best flex their muscle and show themselves over the duration of a 500-mile run. And that's just one huge element of it, Andrew. You brought it up. And JP, I'm sure that you can attest to this too with your experience on the sim, that it's not just about being able to be fast. It's about being able to adapt to continuous changes throughout the duration of a run and race.
Exactly. You do have, in the moment of a race, you do have to adapt and obviously know what to change in order to keep your car the way that you want. Obviously, some drivers want their car a bit more understeery, a bit more tight. Some other drivers like their cars a little bit more loose. So you just have to be on top of your game to keep changing that. Obviously, whenever you're lapping someone, whether you're in clean air, dirty air, all this sort of stuff, you do have to keep making continuous changes. And obviously, on a flat out circuit like this and on these cars, it's all those changes at the same time that you have to do. And once you hit clean air, once you hit that odd scenario that you're not usually adjust, otherwise you see what happens. The car just completely spins out on you without even a moment's notice and without nothing you can do. So it's just amazing to see how much detail these guys go into in trying to get as much time as possible. And well, sometimes it reflects on great racing, sometimes unfortunately it reflects on some small mistakes.
We'll reset, we'll re-rack and restack them, as we often say. Get ready to go back green flag racing, this time by. It's lap 24 of 200. If you're just joining us, this is the NORC iRacing Series, Indianapolis 200, Indianapolis 500, here on May 25th. This race was held in 2020 on the May 24th, so yesterday. The interesting thing I noticed about that is the IORL running of the Indianapolis 500 that will be witnessed to tomorrow night was also run yesterday, 1 year ago, on May 24th. I'm so glad these two series inadvertently scheduled them these 1 day apart so that we can be part of both of them. Green flag this time by Justin Gable leads us back to the green on lap 24, now lap 25 of 200. Already, your top three starting to walk away from the field. You saw Gable go low, Freilich go high. Here comes David Schutt. We are going 3 wide this time, boys. How's it going to work out? Schutt to the bottom side. He takes the race lead narrowly over Justin Gable. There was no room to be spared that time into the corner.
I don't know how he completed that pass, and props to him for getting it done. First time all day that somebody other than Freilich or Gable has led at the line. Had to wait to make it official because Freilich had a huge run up top. He's trying to get that lead back in turn 1, and he's got the pass made. Move Schutt back to second, Gable third.
From a 2-car battle, it looks like we're going to have a 3-car battle right now. Looks like Gable is kind of getting a little bit tight on that car. Looks like those tires are giving in, but look at Schutt. His tires are definitely failing better than Freilich, and he's going to be going on the inside of turn 3. Freilich looks like he's leaving the door open, trying to get a bit of a clean air and try and get that run into 3 out of 4. Looks like at this moment in time, he's going to be getting a good run. He's probably going to be looking on the inside. Ooh, at the last moment, he switches back, and he's going to have the run. But look at Gable. Can he make it 3 wide once again? Looks like he will. Straight in the middle. Will he back off? Yes, he will. So out of room is still Freilich, Schutt, and Gable.
Cue the Jaws theme, boys. Scottless Ramblers cracked the top 5. Here he is, riding in behind Spencer Ray and just working his way up methodically. He was so close to winning the IRL installment of this race last year before Rick Ray Vaughn got that one away from him. Scottless Rambler had some other issues, I believe some internet issues throughout that race, mirroring pretty much a mechanical difficulty, but he is here and he wants to win, and he is moving up on those fresh tires. Your top 4 have not pitted. 6th place hasn't pitted yet. That's Zach Lindgren. Another drag race to the line. That one won by Cole Freilich. Schutt hangs the inside, though, and puts the 15 on the defense. And through turn 2, Schutt's got the lead back.
Well, all that we could hope is that this is a window of opportunity to see what we could expect to see tomorrow night in the IORL 500 and on Sunday's Indy 500, because this is phenomenal. Freilich now back down low on Schutt. Whoa! Gable thought about going 3 wide. You saw the car slow there abruptly. He decided to back out of it there, as that could have been a massive accident in turn 3. That checked him up enough. Here comes Spencer Ray, who's 4th in line. Gable's going to defend the bottom all the way to the pit wall to try to prevent Ray from getting along alongside. Ray's going to take the high road while Schutt goes down low for the lead on Freilich and takes it in 1.
Schutt got an absolutely amazing run at the exit of turn 4. Got that move done on the start-finish line, but look at the slipstream. It's already making an effect, and Freilich is going to be looking on the inside off the back straight. He's going to get the move done. So far, so good. Look at Gable trying to get the run on Schutt, trying to go back to second place. Schutt is going to be going on a little bit of a wider cutback line to try and get that run, but he's going to be settling still on second. But look at his tires. His tires looks like they're much better, in much better condition than Freilich. He almost runs out of road essentially and almost into the back of Freilich, as once again they have a drag race. Look at Gable. He might make it 3 wide. No, he's just backing off. They don't care about saving tires. All they want to do is race side by side, and I'm not complaining.
We're approaching that pit window, boys. Lap 30 of 200. They've only got maybe 5 to 10, somewhere in that range. Laps, it's hard to say with the caution flags, and I'm sure dialing back the fuel map on the straightaways. Gable up the inside, 3 wide for the race lead. The other 2 lift, and boy, that was smart to do so. Freilich slots himself into second and Schutt back into third. It's like the previous 5 laps never happened, and now Freilich back to the inside. We'll wash, rinse, repeat.
And we saw Gable try to make that move stick a couple laps ago. He thought better of it. This time he knew he had enough of a run to go for it, but he's under fire from Freilich, who almost washes up and catches the left front tire of Gable's car off too. He's able to hang in there. Now the big run's going to be to David Schutt, who's the 3rd car in line, while the top 2 remain side by side. Here comes Schutt. Where's he going to go? He dives to the bottom 3 wide. And we're 3 wide for the lead in 3 yet again, and they make it with Schutt going to P1.
Schutt learned his lesson from last lap, did exactly what Gable did, and it worked out for him, but look at how close they are. Once again, Gable's going to be looking on the inside, but the big run is going to be going to 3rd place. Freilich, he's probably going to make it 3 wide.
Wow!
Close to that concrete wall, and he's going to be getting that position in the inside. Gable has to kind of back off of it, let his foot loose, and well, they're still also close. Looks like Schutt lost a bit of connection with those 2, but wow. That was brave, that was bold, and that was beautiful.
I wish we could leave this battle for the race lead, but it's still such a close battle for the race lead as Gable's going to take it down to the bottom side once more. We can't cover the other 18 cars or whatever in the field. This top 3 has been going at it since lap number 1. Now Schutt, he kind of fell back in the earlier laps, but with the help of these caution flags and just sitting back, saving some tire, boy, this is a fantastic 3-cat battle. Gable, I think, had it that time. Schutt thought about the middle into 1. It's still side by side for the race lead, though. Spencer Ray sits 4th, Scott Rambler 5th, Zach Lindgren 6th, and the rest of your top 10 on the left side of your screen. This is insane.
We go back and look at the stat sheet and see how David Schutt led 56 laps en route to his victory here in 2020. I'm not sure that anybody's going to be able to lead that much laps in succession, because I'll tell you what, the lead change metrics have been off the charts. It's been between these 3 drivers, though, and they've been keeping them honest here. 11 lead changes so far. Freilich.
Oh, no!
No, he does get stuffed in the attenuator.
You're kidding me.
I was just going to mention that was so close to being what Helio Castroneves did a few years ago, taking inches off the wall, but unfortunately that all went wrong, and that's big damage to his front wing, and that's definitely going to be making him come back to pit road. But we're going to take a look at that replay as disaster struck for, I guess, 11 times a race leader.
He's lucky that wasn't worse. He is so lucky this wasn't worse. Wow. I don't know how you get away with that. I really don't know how you get away with that one. I mean, the car's destroyed on the left side, but he absolutely could be lodged in that attenuator, flying through the air, and he's not. Now, he is going to have to come in and take a pit. I'm sure he's got suspension damage, and when we come back to this live picture, you'll see how far right that steering wheel is cocked, but I don't know. I don't know how he just did that and got away with it in that way.
I'm with you. I mean, he could have been pirouetted back out in front of traffic, and that could have been a major accident. Unfortunately for Freilich, it's going to possibly cost him the use of his fast repair, which you see there. The suspension pieces automatically there quickly right themselves. And this does come in a bit of a fuel window. The problem is he had to limp back to the pit area for a full lap. Here comes Gable. Andrew talked about the pit window opening for the 4 drivers who had not stopped. So the timing of this for Freilich pretty convenient. However, all the time that he lost in circling back to the pit area is not something he's going to be able to make up quickly here, as now Gable is on the pit lane. Schutt leads Spencer Ray and Scott Rambler as the leaders are on the backside of the track here.
Exactly. All eyes are going to be on the top 3 right now who haven't pitted. Definitely is going to be on Schutt eye, because he definitely will be coming to the pits at the end of this lap, maybe trying to stretch out, because remember, on the first few laps he was only on the slipstream, so he might have some extra fuel on that tank. And yes, all the top 3, they keep on going, so they have an extra fuel, and well, that could change a bit of the race, because who knows what will happen in the next few laps. But looks like Ray right now will have the run on Schutt as they exit turn 2 into turn 3.
You saw Gable leaving the pit lane right there, right in front of race leader David Schutt. Now, you see Cole Freilich there as well. Let's quickly show the gap from Cole Freilich to Justin Gable, show how much he truly lost. It's looking about 4 seconds. That's actually not that bad. All things considered, that is a gap that he can make back up over the course of this race. What I'm concerned about for Cole Freilich is that view, the race leaders, but there we go. David Schutt comes down the pit lane.
While Schutt elects to pit, Freilich is in danger here of going a lap down. He's going to be hoping for a quick caution. I mean, granted, he could get the free pass if he was to be the one and only car 1 lap down at some point in this race, but the strategy would come back to him.
Caution!
Full swing, and there's the caution. So Freilich is going to be able to stay on the lead lap, and the caution comes out while these two are on the pit lane, and oh no, it's Baker for the second time tonight, this time with clear damage to the right front, and the nose cone knocked askew on that car.
Definitely this time looks like Baker had some big damage, so I'm guessing that's going to be in contact with the concrete wall. And well, that's Freilich's luck, because in clear air, I'm pretty sure there was going to be an immense gap to pull back, but luckily for him, he's going to be on the back of the field in no time, and with a full tank and fresh tires, he could be a danger. Now we're going to be taking a look at the replay to see what happened to Baker. And once again, it looks like that car was just lost. I'm not pretty sure if he hit the inside curb, but he just kind of overcorrected at one point, and unfortunately that just shot his car right into the concrete barrier, and unfortunately brought out the yellow and big damage to his car.
I think you're a TCB here. You've got to accept that you're spinning and just loop the car around. You just got to steer into the spin, I suppose, or steer out. I don't know. You just got to let the car go around like you did at a turn 1 previously, because that is what you cannot allow to have happen. And that is going to cost TCB his fast repair, if he even still has it 30-some laps into this race. It's lap 39 of 200. He's rejoining the pacing field, which is good to see. He's able to keep that car on the racetrack in some shape or form. But, yeah, that's a problem. You can't quite race at 230 miles an hour with your right front looking like a floppy disk.
Yeah, but I do think that after that first spin that we saw, I don't believe he sustained enough damage there to use a fast repair, because I'm not sure he hit anything, but I do remember he wrecked in qualifying, so I'm trying to assure in my head that I didn't confuse the two, but we'll know here quickly. Nevertheless, if he did use that fast repair, this is going to be a long time repair on that number 25 car, if they can get the job done at all. But we'll know here momentarily, as this is probably going to play right into the hand of the two drivers who were battling for the lead when things got a little bit hairy, in the tune of Justin Gable as well as Cole Freilich, as well as the two cars that were on the pit lane. Everybody else is coming down for service. It appears that all but the 4 cars that stayed out the first time round are going to be on this strategy, at least at this point in the race, with Spencer Ray being the first one to lead them down to their stalls for service.
This just gives me flashbacks from the first yellow, where we saw everybody coming down into pit lane but the top 4, and that's exactly what happens. It looks like Baker missed his pit window essentially by a few meters. As they get also close into the pit exit, but looks like everybody kept it clean, no damage. But that was some nice drifting action and avoiding action from some drivers.
That was John Barry and Daniel Falkingham who got pretty close in the pit lane, and that could have been race ending for several drivers if that had been a big-time collision in the pits. That's something you never want to have happen. Boy, that could have gone awry, but that's a fantastic read by Eric Brennan. Justin Gable, Cole Freilich, David Schutt, and Zach Lindgren, they all stay out because they had just pitted, and Schutt and Lindgren had just pitted as that caution came out. So it all works out for those 4 drivers. Oddly enough, Cole Freilich, who just hit the pit attenuator, is back in second place, not even 10 laps later. I can't wait to hear from this driver. I'm going to hand him your way here, Eric. This should be interesting.
Yeah, indeed. Cole Freilich, who is somebody who has been putting on quite the show, and we get to see it happen all over again. Cole, you guys have been duking it out for the lead, but you had the closest of close calls. I mean, I guess it wasn't a close call because you had to use the fast repair to get it fixed. What happened right here when you were battling for the lead, when you caught that pit road attenuator?
This 13 car in front of me is an idiot. Nothing really nice I could say about that, but yeah. Just a little brush, nothing I can't handle, but yeah, we can go get the lead back from him, and hopefully he stays back there this time.
We admire and appreciate the honesty. Now, the question is that you find yourself back up in P2. Are you guys going to continue battling for the lead like that for as long as you can, or are you going to try to ride it out a little bit here?
Yeah, well, we got two options. We could gap the field, or we could race like idiots, and he's chose race like an idiot. So I guess that's probably what we're going to see about 50 more laps of until he probably wrecks.
Well, we wish you the best, Cole. Thank you for making this race as entertaining as it has been. You've been a lot of fun to watch here, and we'll be watching you from P2 here on this restart. Good luck, buddy.
All right, 10-4, guys.
And again, that is Cole Freilich, who somehow is back up in the runner-up position here as we are a half lap away from going green. And I will tell you, JP, tension's running high here. Do we expect that to carry over for the remaining 158 or so laps we have left here?
Well, looks like the driver of the number 15 doesn't sound too happy, and I'm pretty sure that's going to push him to try and stay ahead of us, like whatever it costs. And well, that could provide us with some interesting challenges, with some interesting racing between those two. And I can't wait to see, the talking is going to be done on the track, and I cannot wait to see how this is going to pan out, because if this 41 laps are what it counts, well, I cannot wait for the remaining 159 laps.
That was certainly an interview with Cole Freilich, and I think we'll let his words speak for himself, and I can't wait to see how this one restarts. We're about, 1/5 of the way into this race now. We've made some good progress, I'd say. That little run to that caution flag was pretty sizable. Got a few laps out of the way. We've got to get, I think, a fuel run or two in here to get this race really moving. We're working on lap 41. We'll come around and complete this 41st lap this time by waiting on the green flag signal from our starter. And we are back green from Indianapolis. Lap 42 coming at you. Single file, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Caution flag flies. Tom Mercier, Terrell Baker, Scott Shire. This is not good.
And unfortunately, wow, that's a lot of damage there to Mercier, who is missing the whole front wing assembly on that car. Trying to drive it back. Looks like he's not going to have a choice. He may have to tow it back in here. Here's Shire, who doesn't appear too worse for the wear. The car that I'm worried about is that of TCB. Remember, he just used the fast repair after the last caution that was brought out by car 25. So we're on board with him here. We're going to see how much damage he sustained. Trying to work the outside here in turn 1. And as they come through the first corner, oh no! Oh man, that is so unfortunate. It looked as though it was Shire who lost it first, right off the restart. TCB went wide to avoid and slammed not only the outside wall, but the inside wall as well.
Well, that's just one more time. I guess that's the 4th time we saw an IndyCar losing again. It looks like at the exit of turn 2. And well, that's on turn 1. That's even worse. That's just so weird to see those cars drop. I'm not pretty sure if due to the setup, but that's just so unfortunate. For the first time, we do see a massive hit into the concrete barrier. And well, that was a massive hit. And unfortunately for Baker, there was nothing he could have done. He tried to avoid, but at those speeds, that is absolutely nothing you can do. And unfortunately, he again finds the concrete barrier, but this time with much, much bigger consequences.
It was Tom Mercier that goes for the spin cycle in turn number 1. Let's ride on board and see how this all starts. at least for his spin. I mean, he just goes into turn one. I wouldn't be surprised if he had made adjustments during that last green flag run to adjust for the tightness in dirty air and forgot to take them out going into turn one. That's the only thing I can think of to immediately turn a car around like that. He must have had some kind of weight jacker, roll bar, something, some kind of adjustment in that race car to prompt that spin. An Indy car doesn't quite just spin out like that on brand new tires in turn one in Indianapolis. I've got to imagine he had some kind of adjustment in that car and forgot to take it out.
Yeah, now we just have to play the waiting game and see who's able to rejoin this race here and who still has fast repairs left, as we're not even a quarter of the way through this 200-lap event. Now, what we did see on that half lap of green racing action, if we even want to call it that, it was probably about a third that we got in. We did see a change for position in second spot with David Shutt moving up as Scott Shire remains on the pit lane in that unique Mobil 1 livery that he has on car 4. Looks like they're trying to repair whatever damage may be on that car for the time being. Also, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to see TCB back out as Shire rolls from the pit lane because, like we mentioned, they did do a quick repair on his car earlier, and Tom Mercier remains in the pit lane for now, possibly in danger of going a lap down after he was the first car to go around. And boy, we saw 2 cars spin off the exit of the corner earlier tonight and avoid contact with the retaining wall. Mercier killed the inside armco that separates the short chute between turns 1 and 2, and that did a number on his race car for sure. And we'll see how long it takes to perhaps get that thing repaired and get him back out.
Precisely. We saw the first 3 incidents with absolutely no casualties, let's say no damage to the drivers, and unfortunately the 4th one was the biggest one and definitely the one that carried out the most damage to each and every single driver involved. And unfortunately for him, that might be a long job in the pits, and well, he might be stationary for a few laps. Only time will tell at this moment, and hopefully he can quickly come back into the racetrack and come back racing. But yeah, that's just, for me, I'm still surprised, as Andrew mentioned, could be a different set of changes that he made on his steering wheel, and unfortunately caught him out on the first lap of green flag racing. And well, hopefully that's a wake-up call for some other drivers to not forget to switch back the settings for the restart.
So TCB done for the day in the 2021 NORC iRacing Series Indianapolis 500. As we get prepped to go back green flag racing, we're going to take one quick step aside. We'll be right back to you with green flag action from Indianapolis. There we go.
Have you found yourself trying to hide your joy because you're unhappy with your teeth? Your smile is the first feature noticed in an interview, on a date, or in family photos. We want you to be able to shine bright as your best self, and our teeth whitening system is the perfect step toward restoring your confidence.
Sound Art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it Sound Art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound Art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's
We welcome you back for a green flag restart. You see Justin Gable stay on the racetrack because the pace car takes to pit lane. Back green flag racing, lap 46 coming at you this time. We'll see if we can get a nice little green flag run in right here. Green flag back out in the NORC Indy 500. David Shutt quickly to the outside of Justin Gable. A drag race down the backstretch, and Shutt's got the help for now of Freilich. Now Freilich goes to the top side, 3 wide down to turn 3, and Freilich is going to maybe come out on top. Oh, he cleared himself.
He's talking about a man on a mission. We heard from him just a couple of cautions ago. Cole Freilich wants to move, and he's gone to the lead, while Schutt has kind of checked up. Schutt's coming to the pit lane. David Schutt is coming down pit road here right after the restart. So I'm not sure if this is a planned move or perhaps this is a bit of a strategy play here. Let's go back and kind of see what happened.
I'm wondering if he might have passed to the inside before the line. We'll take a look at it. He could have a penalty. Now, I don't think there's any way for him to have done so, right? I can't imagine why he would be pitting right here. Obviously, nothing happened there on the restart. He doesn't even take service. He had some kind of penalty somewhere. It must have happened multiple restarts ago, and he just couldn't serve it until that moment out of turn 4. Something's gone wrong. He's gotten a penalty somewhere, a pass through for the 5 car.
That's unfortunately gonna rob us from a 3-car battle that we're kind of used to seeing a few cautions ago, but we're gonna rejoin like we never left. Like nothing ever happened between Gable and Freilich. Look like these two are gonna go at it, but looks like we do have a new 3rd player in the party. Lindgren is gonna definitely be wanting to join. He seems a bit too far away at the moment, but those two ahead, they are on a mission. Remember Freilich on the interview, he's definitely not happy with some of the driving that has been happening, but looks like right now he's putting all of that behind and increasing the gap between him and Gable slowly but surely.
Out of turn number 4, Zach Lindgren just kind of stalking. I said earlier, cue the Jaws theme. Might want to have that one on repeat as he sits in the 3rd position. Into turns 1 and 2, you see Spencer Ray in the 4th position. And how about Sean Williams sitting back here in 5th? Finally, a dull moment at the front. We can look through some of the field and take a look at Sean Williams in that 5th position, the number 89. Let's see. He started in the 11th position, riding down the top 5. He's got to have something for these guys ahead. He likes to sit back, be patient, and just take a calculated crack at things. I think he could have a nice little car for the long run.
And he's somebody who's had a really good season. He started things off by winning the first pole award of the year at Daytona. Again, granted the fact this is a non-points event, but the points are a good barometer as far as who's got momentum on their side. And Sean Williams is 10th in NORC points. Now, he'll try to improve on that next week at the iRacing Super Speedway, but he's somebody who's proven to be a good racer overall, and the Super Speedways tends to fit his driving style a little bit better, and he's doing just that, and he looks to be pacing himself here, currently holding off what is the NORC point leader, 3-time winner on the season, Daniel Falkingham, who is filling up the mirror, now looking inside in that U.S. Air Force livery number 20, and he will make the pass there on Williams to move up in the 6th spot.
Looks like Falkingham just made a move on the inside, but looks like the battle is still heating up. Looks like on the back, those guys are running a train. Look at that. Looks like a 6-7 car train as they're running. That slipstream is going to be helping wonders as we're probably going to be looking on the move down the inside. No, looks like only the top 2 were as aggressive as these guys are, but looks like these guys are thinking about the long term as we do see. Looks like a small kiss on the wall. I'm not pretty sure if that's going to carry over any damage. The number 11 right there, Hayes Booth, kissing the wall essentially, but looks like no damage is done as he's chasing down number 18 of Ramler as they head into turn 3.
Ramler stays high into 3. Look at that run on the top side. He stayed high to get the clean air and just drove by John Barry like he was standing still. I've never seen that move in an IndyCar Indianapolis before, but if it works, it's not stupid, and it works that time for Scott List. Ramler just drove absolutely by that 74, and Hayes Booth sticks right in behind the gearbox of John Barry. I saw Hayes maybe tag the wall out of turn 1, the last lap through. It looks like the car is okay. He continues on with no problems, it looks like. He's in 10th. He looks to the inside of John Barry. Does he take it for turn 3? He tries, but that top side with the clean air because everybody else is on the bottom, that clean air up top might work out for these guys back here.
And one of the things we have to keep in mind as we watch a pit stop wrap up here for, I believe, who is that? Cody Miller, perhaps,
yes,
coming off the pit lane? Yes, indeed it is. So Cody Miller is coming out of the pit lane for service. He is going to go a lap down as you watch the leaders come by here on the outside of turn 2. And boy, things got really close there with Emerson Arden and company off the corner. A Scottless Ramsler with a big slide. That's your evidence right there as to how loose these cars can get. That is one of the drivers we have penciled in to be a favorite tonight and tomorrow night. And you saw how happy the back end got as he came out of 2. Real quick, the point I was going to make on Hayes Booth, remember, he already used his fast repair. He's got to be very careful trying to pick his way up through the rest of this top 10. He rides 10 for now, but as everybody starts to sort out here single file, I don't think it's going to last that way for long as things start to get a little bit wild with the bobbing and weaving on the front stretch.
Looks like Frelick is keeping up that gap within 2.5 tenths, not allowing Gable to get close, but look at this battle behind. That looks like Rambler is going to be going on the outside of turn 2, as you mentioned, Andrew. Looks like the outside lane is working not only on turns 3 and 4, but also on turns 1 and 2, as he makes that move clean, and he's already gaining a run, as we do have, looks like, is that Hayes?
That's Hayes Booth. That car is destroyed.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, the front end of that car is completely gone, so are we expecting to see yet another copy and paste incident that we're kind of used to seeing tonight?
It's in turn 2. He's going to get tight and slap the wall. He had tagged it earlier on, and this, unfortunately for Hayes, isn't going to spring a yellow. Now, it looks like he might be able to continue on with relatively light damage, given the fact that he just nosed that car hard into the inside safer barrier. Only time will tell if he can get back in this race, but we rejoin him now in the pit lane, and you see, I mean, this car is rather destroyed. No nose cone, well, it's hanging on, I guess, by a thread, but that car is hurting.
Oftentimes, any version of the Indianapolis 500 is a war. I mean, it's a battle of attrition. It's a battle of people who make mistakes. For Booth, he's going to stop in the pit box here. It looks as though that at least as of now, he is going to entertain the notion of trying to get that car repaired as the leaders flash by through turn number 1. Now down one combatant who was running up in the top 10. We already saw TCB retire by virtue of his crash earlier tonight. Tom Mercier remains in the running of this race. Make that 2 laps down. Booth is now 1 lap off the pace, may fall another one here if he can't get that car fixed in time. And Cody Miller, by virtue of that pit stop, he was running up in the mix with the lead lap drivers, while Scottless Rambler and Daniel Falkingham are having a go of it here for 5th, with Liz Rambler starting to make some noise here, back up in the top 5 and still charging.
Rambler is absolutely loving that outside line. Once again, he passed Falkingham. Absolutely no trouble in the outside lane, so he's figuring that car out. He's figuring the track out, and well, I'm pretty sure he's going to be trying to do at least on the top 4 at this moment in time as he approaches Ray in this moment, but looks like he's getting closer and closer at times goes by. Looks like Hayes Booth feeds back on the racetrack, so he got that car fixed, but well, all eyes looks like right now are on the number 18 as he tries to get it close to the top 4 and maybe challenge them for possibly a podium or a race victory.
It's good to see Hayes get back on the racetrack in some capacity. He's lost an extra lap, so he'll be racing on the same lap as Tom Mercier now, 2 laps down. You're watching your race leaders billow through turns 1 and 2. Cole Fralick leading the show on lap 58 now. The earlier antics have calmed down quite a bit, Eric. We're hitting that mid-race kind of stride. We talk about mid-season strides a lot. We're in a mid-race stride right now as you see some battling coming off of turn number 2. John Barry blocks down to the inside, brings Elijah Gracia with him to the inside of Emerson Arden.
Now Arden in that second orange and black car. We're on board with him now here as we come out of turn number 3. And Arden is someone who also uses quick repair very early in this race after getting caught up in a crash with Hayes Booth early on. So he too knows he's walking on a thin tightrope as far as for the remainder of this event. If he wants to try to walk away here with a clean finish, he's got to keep it on the straight and narrow because he's already used his one available lifeline, and another incident could be catastrophic. Doing a great job, though, rounding out the top 10 for the time being. But as we can see, things have started to calm just a little bit as we're going to be getting closer to what could be another pit window opportunity. Still a lot of bobbing and weaving happening as far as drivers trying to stay in the draft with one another. But so far, the top 5 have checked out. Falkingham leading the next group. And in that mix is Cody Miller, who is 1 lap down. That's the car that's right behind Falkingham right now on the racetrack as leaders come back to the line.
Look at Rambler in the number 18. He's already up in 4th place, so he got past Ray, and he'll definitely be looking at the top 3. It looks like he has the pace. Looks like he's the fastest car in the moment. He's still running that outside lane, but look at this. Look at, we do have 2 battles. Looks like 4 cars running side by side, essentially on turns 3. Looks, no, that's turn 2. That's the back straight. Looks like number 14 got the move done. So the battles are non-stop. Looks like the battle for the lead has calmed down, but the battles further back are still very much on.
John Barry goes quickly by Sean Williams, who now starts to fall. Now, John Barry, Sean Williams, they last pitted on the same lap. What's interesting, though, is Aaron Smith just drove by Emerson Arden like he was standing still, and Aaron has pitted a little bit more recently. In fact, to the tune of 4 laps more recently than Emerson Arden. He pitted along with Sheldon Lockie, Scott Shire on our most recent caution flag, or maybe the caution flag, I think it was the caution flag before, actually, because we had those 2 back-to-back. But Aaron Smith, on the newest tires in the field, starting to work his way up into 10th position. He's got Elijah Gracia to work on next, and Emerson Arden is starting to slide. So we're starting to see some differences in tires take over, and who knows, some of those pits may not have even been for tires. It looks like they're relatively consistent timing across the board, but we could have seen some of these guys on older tires as we see it, possibly just on older runs of fuel.
Yeah, that's differing strategies are really going to start to pan out, and some may be running on a different fuel number. I mean, some may be electing to try to conserve as long as they can, thinking it may put them in a better position. Wow, I'll tell you, Scottless Rambler is flirting with disaster off turn 2 every single lap. Completely derailed my train of thought there by how sideways he got out of 2 yet again, and I'm also surprised with that high sweeping entry that he has through turn 1 and turn 3. In fact, he does it again there through turn 4. So perhaps Scottless Rambler has found something, but boy, is that car getting loose on him off the corner. And he's trying to draw even with Zach Lindgren, who holds 3rd, while the top 2 continue to play nice with one another after the early fireworks. And we're still kind of waiting and seeing how the rest of this stint is going to unfold, and when some of these front runners may have to come back down the pit lane, and how some of the drivers are facing their pit strategy here on the bottom portion of the top 10.
Look at the top 2. Looks like Gable has enough of Frelic's rear end as Frelic closes the door on the entry of turn 3. So he's definitely having none of that on the outside. Maybe he's looking in the mirror and noticing what Rambler in the 18 is doing, but he's absolutely having none of it as Gable looks like turns up the engine a notch, and right now look at him. He's on the slipstream. He's gonna be looking on the outside of turn 1. Can he get close enough before they get to the corner? Not quite. So looks like we do have a battle for the lead once again, but just as Eric mentioned, looks like Rambler has found a way to kind of close up to everybody, use less tires, and maybe save up a bit for the end, but looks like a high risk, high reward strategy as that car is getting awfully loose on some corners. So we just got to keep an eye out and see how much he closes and how much that car is getting loose, as right now looks like he settles back into the proper racing line.
And Scott is on slightly newer tires. We're talking about a 9-lap difference up to leader Cole Freilich, 8 to Gable, 6 to Zach Lindgren, and you can see the top 2 starting to go at it again. Are they going to sort that out in turn 1? Looks like no. Justin Gable takes over the race lead, maybe on the outside lane. He's trying side by side through turn number 2. It's lap 65 of 200, and a battle for the race lead starts back up. We've seen these guys tame themselves in a caution flag. Oh, so fitting. Right as things got interesting. No. Emerson Arden is destroyed. Cars with him going to include Scott Shire, and it looks like Tom Mercier.
Yeah, depending on what Mercier and Shire did on the last stop, that could be it for them. I'm pretty sure this is the end of the road for Arden, who hats off to him for trying to get that thing back to the pit area. We mentioned Emerson jumped into this field late. As a matter of fact, got the nod that he could join this field and see what he has against some of these guys here, as he also is someone who loves the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indianapolis 500. He also loves NORC, and he thought that by putting it all together would be a good chance for him to come out here and flex his muscle. However, the night is not gone the way in which he had planned. Just made it past the quarterway distance mark, was involved in an opening lap crash. And let's see what happened here as Arden comes off of turn, what is that here, turn 4. We'll try to see where this wreck is going to take place. Unfortunately for Emerson, he appears to be the highest running of the cars that were involved. So we'll see how this incident happens here off of turn 1. And it looks as though maybe it's on the far side of the racetrack where Emerson has some trouble here. And we'll see how oh no, Emerson got up wide and got into the wall there on the exit of turn number 2. Slammed the wall hard and then came down and caught the inside wall. And this crash between Shire and Mercier is going to happen after the initial contact. This is going to 3 here.
So yeah, just as you mentioned, Emerson unfortunately ran out of road, but it's going to be interesting to see what happened between these two, because we thought it was the same crash, but looks like they're all said and done. Oh, did they both slow down? Oh, that was awfully close between them and the start-finish line. I'm not pretty sure if the yellow has been called off at this point in time, but looks like Tom gets on the inside. Will he get loose? Yes, once again, and unfortunately, he collects the driver right alongside him, and unfortunately for those two, I'm pretty sure that's just before the yellow flag has been called out, those two get involved into a massive crash. That's big damage for both of them.
Well, we saw the turn 2 incident previously with Hayes Booth. From that, we can deduce that there was no caution flag for Emerson Arden's incident, but there was the caution flag for the incident with Tom Mercier and Scott Shire. We'll take a look back one more time. This is Emerson Arden in turns 1 and 2. You can see he's pushing right there. The nose started to just wash out to the wall, and it's going to happen down here in turn 2. He entered a little bit too low, and just as the tires started to fall off, so did his speed, and you see the result of it. Smashes into that inside wall, parked right across from that American flag, oddly enough. But then things go awry for Scott Shire as well. And I'm not even going to say awry necessarily for Tom Mercier. Of course, it's his mistake that ends up collecting this innocent number 4 car. Scott was running back here all on his own, just minding his own business. Tom Mercier is going to come up on the inside right here, down the front stretch and pass, and then just loses it in turn 1. And the last time we saw Tom do that, it was off of a restart. This time, much more excusable, but just such unfortunate timing for Scott Shire.
Yeah, and Shire was swept up the first time that Mercier lost the back end of the car on that restart. So it's not been a good night for these two to be around one another. And again, I'm not necessarily too sure as far as fast repair status or if these guys are even going to give it a shot to try to get these cars back in here. Shire obviously had to tow back to the pit area. He had no front suspension left on that car after not only hitting Mercier but the outside retaining wall. And attrition is really starting to take its toll in this race. As you see here, Cole Freilich, though, is going to elect to come down the pit lane here under this caution. So the driver who was leading, essentially, at the time of that yellow is a lonely soul on the pit lane here. Also, we got a car backwards in the pit area here. So this has been a very interesting turn of events so far under this yellow.
That was Emerson Arden turned around. Got to add some context here. Everybody has pitted under this caution flag. Every single driver on the racetrack came in. Justin Gable led the field out. Cole Freilich came back down, assumingly so, for fuel, I would imagine. Lap 68 of 200. I think we're going green either this time or the next time through. But Cole Freilich just wanted to top off.
Yeah, maybe that has been a strategy, but unfortunately for him, that's going to put him all the way in the back, so we might see a comeback drive for him. He was comfortably in the lead and defending well. The position is going to be interesting to see how he pans off behind a lot of cars. That's definitely going to change up some of his settings on his car, and definitely his driving style is going to change a lot. But, well, I'm definitely going to keep an eye on that score sheet to see how he comes back into the racetrack and how he climbs those positions up to hopefully find himself back up leading in a few laps' time.
Well, we'll go back green flag this time on lap 69 of 200. Justin Gable is our race leader. Zach Lindgren lines up second place. Scott List Rambler. Now, everybody's on the same tires. I can't wait to see how he does, pitted up against equal machinery versus Zach Lindgren and Justin Gable. He'll line up third. Spencer Ray will line up fourth for this restart. Daniel Falkingham fifth. Sean Williams sixth. David Shutt seventh. Then John Barry, Aaron Smith, Elijah Gracia complete our top 10. You see the yellow flag. Barney will quickly exchange that for green, and we're going to wait on the restart here from Justin Gable. Pace car in. You see Gable picks up the throttle, and we're back. Green flag racing in the 2021 NORC Indianapolis 500. A very nice restart that time for Zach Lindgren. He drives right up to the gearbox. He'll go for the race lead down the back stretch. He's trying to take that lead away from Justin Gable. For the first time all night long, Zach Lindgren gets aggressive, possibly for the first time all season long in the NORC iRacing Series here in Season 13. He takes the race lead, but Gable going to draft back up. Does he take the race lead back? No, he sits in behind, and Zach Lindgren leads lap 69.
Yeah, it looks like Gable had an opportunity there to try to pull the trigger and get up alongside of Lindgren for the top spot. Elected to lift momentarily. That's going to allow Scottless Rambler to close. That's going to allow Spencer Ray a chance to close as the field comes off at turn number 2. But Zach Lindgren, one of the new drivers to lead this race, as Andrew mentioned, it comes here as we're about 30 laps shy of halfway, so still a long way to go. But Lindgren has worked his way to the front. And we talk about drivers who have been riding a wave of momentum. Zach Lindgren is one of them on the NORC slate. He's been running very well the last few weeks, and you wonder what this NORC Indianapolis 500 win could do to him for the rest of his NORC season when the points start getting tabulated 1 week from tonight. And so far, he's doing a great job pacing the field as he continues to lead him down to turn 2.
This could be a huge morale boost for him, could be a change of fortune for him, but it looks like Gable is not being as aggressive as we thought he was. As you mentioned, he got a great run on the exit of turn 4, but elected to stay behind Lindgren, and it looks like he might just be fuel saving for the moment, might be trying to time his run to perfection, but looks like he's comfortably in P2 right now. It looks like Rambler also is dropping back just a slight bit as he's coming, looks like under pressure from Scott Ray. But yeah, so we're just gonna have to wait and see if Gable can get a run on Lindgren. He's getting close, but looks like not close enough, just running out of road and getting to the turbulent air behind our race leader.
Now, as we get up into the 70s as far as lap count, Eric mentioned earlier on about lead changes and the metric that we have from last year's race. Now, they hit 77 lead changes last year, if you can believe it or not. So far, we're only at 17, but with the way these guys raced earlier on, Eric, I think we could expect to see them at least get close to 50. I know that's pretty high given what we're seeing right now, but as soon as Justin decides to, he's got a chance to go up there and race the lead again. I think these guys right now are sitting back. They're content to ride around. It's only lap 73 of 200. We've proven how easily it is to destroy race cars this evening. They've got to sit back right now. They're doing that, but as soon as they decide to race, they will, they can, and it's going to get exciting.
Yeah, this truly just feels like the calm before the storm for the most part. It just seems like guys are trying to hit their fuel number and respect one another on the racetrack, because that may or may not have been happening earlier on in the going in this race. And there's also a lot of good drivers that are kind of waiting in the wings and biding their time. I mean, pretty much the whole top 10 is in close proximity with one another. You got to go back to 11th to find Cole Freilich, who led a number of laps in this race already. But I'm with you. I think that once these drivers deem it to be go time, and that may not be the final 20 laps or so. That may be much sooner, because you also have to start to get to a point where you have to rehearse your winning move. If these drivers find themselves in a shootout late in the going, you're going to have to start timing where exactly you want to be on the white flag, and that takes practice, and that practice is not something you can necessarily rehearse through practice for this event per se. You kind of have to wait and see once you get race conditions under the race temperature and race weather and where you're at in the pit strategy. And I think that time will come relatively soon. And just I say that, Gable's going to pull out and go to the lead here in turn 1. But I don't expect these drivers to ride around all too long, because they're going to want to start rehearsing what they're going to have to do to win this race.
Yeah, exactly. These guys are definitely going to be practicing that race-winning move, but looks like Gable is already practicing. He was just short on the start-finish straight. Looks like Cole Freilich is going to make a move, and he's going to move into P9. Looks like he just...
Ooh!
He's gonna wash out wide, just nearly missing out. And that was almost a bad wreck. That arrow wash, that's just how close you have to be to lose essentially all front end grip. And that was extremely close, but looks like the 85 is not happy with that move, and he's going to be trying to get back on the lead. He's going to be looking on the outside, but just as he does that, Gable closes the door. So looks like we do have yet another battle for P1, but with two different drivers this time.
Cole Freilich with a great example of arrow push in these IndyCar machines, and boy, And he almost took out the left rear of that 74 car of John Barry. Zach is sitting in behind Justin Gable. And again, this is where these drivers are starting to get content as Scottless Rambler is looking to run the Larson line here in Indianapolis. That's a line I never thought I would ever say, but you can see how much higher up the racetrack he is running, and it's working. And I think anybody that is running this race and tomorrow's IRL 500, or they're racing this evening or watching this evening, anything, they've got to take notes from that right there. Scottless Rambler is up the racetrack. He's using the front downforce that he gets from being in clean air up top to keep that car planted and run, well, in the throttle and just pick up speed. It's insane how it's working out for him, but it's working fantastically. Lindgren took the lead back that time in 1 and 2. Gable looked to the inside for 3, but thought better of it.
And the race for the lead continues to intensify. I'll add on something that you were just talking about there, Andrew. You ever see, some of those stunt videos where they say, kids, don't try this at home? I'm borderline saying that to people about the line that Scottless Rambler has been running. I agree with you, though. People got to take note. It's fast. But boy, when we get to the end of the run, he is hanging on off the corner. But it's obviously paying dividends to him in some respect. He's worked his way to the front. He's made passes on the outside. He's lost ground to the leaders and been able to use that high lane to catch them yet again. And it must be that clean air that you were referencing on the front wing. As JP talked about earlier in the night, it might be a little bit easier on the tires as well because he's not holding it so tight on the bottom to keep pace with the drivers up front. He's certainly on to something, but he's also had a couple of moments that have been death-defying off the corner. And I'm curious if Liz Rambler could keep that up here, not only tonight, but tomorrow night as well.
Well, he's definitely taking practice, but that's a high risk, high reward because that car looks like it could snap at any time. Is he looking on the outside of P2? Looks like not quite, but he's getting close. And we saw him doing this move, going on the outside and just passing like no one was there plenty of times here tonight. And well, don't be surprised if he does it again several times. He still has 2 cars in front of him, so he still has 2 targets on his heads-up display because I'm sure he wants to get into the P1 position. And once he does get on clean air, it's going to be interesting to see if he's still going to be running that top line or is he going to be going on the traditional racing line that we're kind of used to seeing here in Indianapolis.
I'm noticing one driver starting to work his way through the field, much like Scottless Rambler earlier on. It's the guy who just passed this guy, actually. Aaron Smith just passed Daniel Falkingham out of turn number 4, and we're used to seeing Aaron adorned in that signature yellow. I forget exactly what the hex code is, but he's got it down to a science. He's not fully in yellow this evening. There is his number 70. He's got some red, white, and blue colors. I think some black on the side pods as well. But that VRS number 70 is quick, and it's starting to become more and more apparent. Now, he passed Emerson Arden back in that long run before Emerson's issues a little while later on, and did so very easily. Aaron's got speed. He's just got to wait for this race to come his way. And I think as we work and complete lap number 80, it's going further and further his way.
And Aaron is somebody who was a very versatile racer. We talk about how good he was on the super speedways this year, was running very well at Daytona. We also see him run an asphalt modified tour where he does very well there as well and got one of his only wins on that BRP asphalt modified tour on a road course, have you. Also runs very well on the ovals. Now he's in his Indy car, and you're right. That's how we identify Aaron Smith. The big, bright yellows. Thank goodness, though, he helped us out with that yellow trim, not only on the mirrors, but also atop the windscreen and also the front and rear wings. So we're able to identify Aaron Smith pretty well, but he's also running that higher line that sometimes through the corners, and he doesn't appear too much in a hurry to try to get up there and mix it up in the top 5 just yet. So I think we should put him down as quietly, just like he did in Daytona opener this year with NORC, quietly emerging as one of the drivers to keep an eye on as the caution is out for a crash.
Oh, looks like our previous race leader, looks like Frelick, unfortunately got collected there, so we just got a glimpse of his name on his, essentially his cockpit, so we're just going to have to wait and see what happened to him, but not something we kind of expected to see. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure he already taken his fast repair. Did he get loose again on the apex? No, not quite. He also didn't hit the outside wall. Look at the 42 making a run on the inside. Looks like on the run down into turn 1. Yes, it is. Is that 42 going to make a small mistake and collect? Oh, they essentially just, I'm not pretty sure whose fault. Oh, and as soon as he comes back on the track, it looks like the 69 had absolutely nowhere to go and completely shunted into his car.
So Cole Frelick, who started this race off so well, and Keep in mind, he led us to the green flag. He took pole position in the Nortona 500 way back in February. He's got a knack for these 500-mile races in the NORC iRacing series, but he's also had a knack lately for finding some way out of them early, and it's not necessarily anything he did wrong. Certainly this time, nothing he did wrong. But if you're Cole Freilich now, you've got to look back to hitting the attenuator. Could he have lifted and stayed behind Gable? I think so. And now, because of this incident, he has, well, and the incident with Gable, he's got no way back into this race. That car is destroyed. Elijah Gracia just got up into that 15 car and turns him around. Sheldon Lockie was that driver that came in a little bit later and got a piece of it. Let's watch this from first Elijah's on board and then Sheldon's.
Yeah, that arrow wash is something that we've been talking about the last few laps, and here it is on full display. And also, it looked like Freilich was starting to come down a little bit, and oh man, Sheldon Lockie narrowly got through there, ripped the right front off the car. Significant damage for Lockie, who now had no way to try to stop that thing down in turn number 2. And just an unfortunate series of events here for a driver who's a favorite. And, you know, JP, I got to wonder, and you hate to go back and play the what-if game, but remember, Freilich elected to come down a second time to top off the fuel on that last caution. It put him back there against drivers he hadn't been racing with all throughout the night. And I know the night hasn't unfolded the way in which he wanted, but I'm wondering if that is one of the decisions that he may be second-guessing here tonight.
Definitely could be. That's definitely something that's going to be on top of his head. At this moment, it looks like everybody now comes into pit road, and we might have a new provisional leader at this moment. But yeah, definitely, you know, he was used to running at the front. He was used to running in relatively clear air, and once you drop back, you get all that turbulent air. He just got a perfect run on the outside, and unfortunately, just a bit too much grip costed him. And well, unfortunately, that's going to see him out of the race. And yes, as you mentioned, that what-if game comes into play. But unfortunately for everybody, I guess, we see one last driver in contention for the race win.
Cole Freilich, we heard from him earlier on, certainly, I think I could say PO'd. I think that's a fair way to put it. Justin Gable, not happy with the way his race had gone and the way he had been raced by that 13 car. Now out of this one, Justin Gable sits in the 4th position. You have to wonder, I think I'm right there with you, Eric. You have to wonder what would have happened if he had kept racing. And I also feel like that move could have been to just, you know, we're going into that mid part of the race. You got to get through that mid-race hump, and you got to get to the back end. You got to start going down the mountain in order to win the race back down. I wonder if that was a move to try and take himself out of that high-pressure scenario with guys like Justin Gable, Scott List-Rambler, Spencer Ray, and others. Unfortunately, oddly enough, the trying to stay out of all that mess gets him into a mess. Elijah Gracia tags the left rear of Cole Freilich, sends him around.
That's a unique perspective on it. You know, you're up there, you're mixing it up with the guys for the lead all race long, get you in trouble once, you live to fight another day, and then you're like, all right, I'm going to take myself out of this madness and maybe put myself in a better position late in the going. And it put him back in a position where, and honestly, you know, in Freilich's defense, he was kind of in a position where he was the car being passed. It looked as though he was trying to keep his momentum up a little bit, and the 42 just washed up and caught him. I mean, it was, you know, just an unfortunate way for things to wind down, and I hope that Freilich is in a position where he could shrug this off in time for tomorrow's race, because I think he's going to be a threat there as well in the IORL 500 that will take place. But boy, attrition, it's something that you have to keep in mind when you come to Indy and any form of motorsports and racing, and it's starting to ruin ugly head here in this NORC Indianapolis 500, as we've started to see now contenders from both sides of the field get kicked out due to crashes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure Freilich is going to be taking this as a practice run for tomorrow. Obviously, it's not the way I'm pretty sure he ended. He has 117 laps less than probably one of his few competitors for tomorrow. But yeah, it's an unfortunate incident. Unfortunately, that's something that happens in Indy, and hopefully we'll not see more of it, as we do now kind of stack up the casualties from this racetrack. But we still have plenty of cars on the racing track and plenty of drivers hungry for that victory, because we do now have a new race leader, and it looks like an all-new top 3. So this could spice things up a little, and hopefully it does, because I do see some familiar cars making their way quietly but surely to the back of the scoring sheets.
Scott List-Ramley, a race leader, now on lap 85, coming to lap 86 of 200. We're nearing halfway, and tomorrow's International Online Racing League Indianapolis 500 pole sitter is now leading the NORC Indianapolis 500. What can he do from that first position? We'll find out. Green flag flies. It's lap 86. Rocketing down the backstretch now. You see everybody single file for now. There's the move. Spencer Ray, he's in that race tomorrow as well. He dives to the inside. He takes the race lead to turn number 3.
Spencer Ray to the point. Scott List-Ramler back to second. Daniel Falkingham has quietly worked his way to third, and we're on board with Justin Gable, who has led a number of laps in this race. We've seen him be aggressive when he absolutely has to. He rides fourth in line, got a big run on the front stretch. He'll pedal it, downshift to fifth gear in turn 1. Looks like he's safe to ride, at least for now, in the 4th spot.
Yeah, that dirty air, that arrow wash is definitely playing a major.
Oh!
It's tight. It looks like he clipped the outside wall, and that might be big damage. Looks like his car on the outside, it looks clear, but that was a big hit at well over 200 miles an hour, and now he's going to be losing 2 places, looks like it, as he's going to be trying to hold around the outside. So it looks like no damage whatsoever, as he's still brave on the outside, as we do have 2 cars battling behind him, and well, that kind of nearly came into tears, but just didn't.
Justin Gable's got to be careful after that one. You hit the wall once, it's very easy to hit it again. Aaron Smith goes straight by the yellow car of Zach Lindgren, and now he's on the gearbox of John Barry. He fights to the outside for a moment, can't do anything there, and Cody Miller passes Zach Lindgren. That yellow 85 is just falling further and further and further and further back. It was actually Williams that got by the 85 car. Look at these two, though. Barry on the outside, Aaron Smith follows in suit that time through their 6th and 7th.
Almost like Aaron Smith decided, I'm going to test this out here a little bit. Let me drive as aggressively as I absolutely have to do what I can to get closer to the front. And this time he's going to lift on John Barry just out in front of him. But that was after he made a beautiful overtake just a couple of laps ago to get around Lindgren. And now he tags the wall to Smith with the right side on the short chute.
Looks like another driver clipped the wall. Luckily for him, looks like it's the same story as Gable. Not a lot of damage, but definitely that will... his heart will definitely keep a beat after that one. That's just the power of the dirty air. Sometimes you're perfectly fine, and sometimes you just understeer into the wall, but luckily for him, that seems to just be a slight kiss on the wall, so it looks like no big damage. As well, it looks like we do have a massive train battling for essentially P3 as the top 2 star. They slowly start to check out from the rest of the grid.
Well, this is exactly what we should expect, I think, for tomorrow night. Spencer Ray, Scott List-Ramler, they are up front. Now, of course, in that race tomorrow night, you've got to interject guys like Rick Ray Vaughn. I think you could even consider possibly Trey Patton, Trey Shuttlesworth, Corey Vexford, some favorites to get up there as well. But John Barry and Aaron Smith mix things up into turn 3. You've got to watch out for Spencer Ray and Scott List-Ramler tomorrow night in the IRL Indianapolis 500. And here in the NORC Indianapolis 500, they're showing why you've got to watch out for them. Spencer Ray leads. This is lap 90 now complete. And Scott, I think, has got something for him. We've seen that 18 car be so fast on the long run. He's just waiting in the wings currently. He can absolutely get up there and draft up to the back end of the 6 car if he wants. You see him take a wider arc, a wider entry, keep some nose on the keep some air on the nose of the car rather, for a moment longer and help him turn in.
I'm still infatuated by this line that Scott List-Ramler has elected to run, albeit not all the time. It appears that he has the moments that he is prepared to take that wide entry that you were just talking about there, Andrew, as far as trying to maybe maintain distance but keep up momentum. Not really sure what his agenda is, and if he finishes top 3, we may have a chance to talk to him a little bit later on tonight. But he's making it work, and they're doing a good job at maintaining about a half-second gap back to Falkingham, who is 3rd. But that gap is closing. And when you look at Spencer Ray and how his season has kind of panned out throughout the year, not just in NORC competition, but also in IORL competition, the few times that we've had a chance to cover races, it's been upfront starts, upfront runnings, and then oftentimes collected in precarious accidents. On the NORC slate, as we got problems here for Gable, who is looking like he is on the access road and potentially coming to the pit lane. Did he tag the wall again?
I'm not really sure what happens, but he's feeding back into the race. No, he's coming into the pit lane. So something happened with his car with the number 13, and we're not really sure what happened. This could be a result of that contact with the wall, but he's coming in slowly, and he's going to be losing a lot of time once our race leader looks like he's going to be feeding off into the last driver in the lead lap, and that's just unfortunate to see for the number 13.
32 laps led this evening, and that might stop here. Started first. He's been as high as first, obviously, with the race lead. Misses his box ever so slightly. And in the pit lane, I'd imagine this is likely for some repairs, if not a fast repair. Let's take a look back and see if there was anything that prompted this pit. I can't imagine. I didn't see him stop on the racetrack or anything. I know he was racing with a couple of these other drivers, but we'll go back, we'll find out. So this is Justin Gable, just in behind Daniel Falkingham. That's out of turn number 4. This is down the front stretch. You see they'll snake. David Schutz behind, John Barry back there as well. The issue, I think, is going to come in turn number 2. So he fights to the inside of Daniel Falkingham for 1. Side by side, that's always close. Does he possibly just get tight in behind somebody? I mean, it's, I think, the most obvious reason, and yeah, he just got tight, slaps the outside wall, and that, I think, is a fair reason to prompt a pit, and Daniel Falkingham has just had a problem. We've got a caution flag live.
Falkingham, the points leader, who was running as high as about 3rd in this race, now evidently has had problems in that U.S. Air Force livery, and that car appears to be badly damaged over in one of the short chutes here on lap number 95, and not sure what may have happened here to Falkingham. Remember, he was holding down that about 3rd or 4th spot around Justin Gable at the time that Gable got up the racetrack and in the wall, and here's Gable now. Falkingham trying to go around Gable, who just came off the pit lane, and whoa!
Oh my!
Gable runs him up into the wall.
That was extremely odd to see, and unfortunately for the U.S. Air Force livery, unfortunately, that was a big contact. I'm pretty sure that completely broke his steering, at least on one side of the car. We're going to take a look at another replay, probably to check out once again what happened, because we're not really used to seeing, as you're going to see on the, he just makes a move on the outside, as you can see. That Toro Rosso livery car is just coming into the access road. He's going to be feeding off just ahead of him. He gets into the slipstream to try and extract as much time as possible. That 13 car stays on the inside, and is he just going to be tied? He just, as you can see, stays on the inside, and just, wow, just completely goes wide, and unfortunately he completely runs out of road, and Lindgren just avoids it coming into the access road. That was an amazing reflex and an amazing save from his car.
So big problems there between Justin Gable and Daniel Falkingham. I don't want to speculate too much, but, well, that looked ugly.
Yeah, I was thinking, first look, as we see a number of the leaders coming down pit road, including Scottless Rambler, who was kind of biding his time in the 2nd spot at the time of that yellow. Aaron Smith is also down there. John Berry is in the pit lane. A number of cars going to take advantage of this caution a few laps shy of halfway, but at first glance, I got to tell you, I really thought that, perhaps that was a little bit of frustration. Whoa, this Rambler nearly gets into the pit wall while trying to get out to get around one of the cars. Was that Sean Williams he was trying to get by there?
That was Cody Miller that had swung wide out of his box, and that would be an unsafe release in F1. I'm not so sure here in NORC. I don't think that'll be a penalty, of course, but that was scary. Thankfully, the 57, I'm used to him being in the 57. The 18 car this evening does not get the wall, but we saw that incident, Eric, with Daniel Falkingham, Justin Gable. Giving you a moment to prepare here, but I gotta hear what Daniel Falkingham thinks of this. He's still in the pit lane. I don't know that car is going to get back rolling with, he takes a fast repair. I don't think that car would get rolling without a fast repair. He uses it there. Let's get his thoughts.
We're going to get a chance to talk to the drivers who won 3 races on the NORC slate. Daniel, we saw the incident down in turn number 3. Looked like Abel was coming out of the pit lane. You two were awfully close a couple laps prior when he got up into the wall. What do you think happened down there in the 3rd corner?
Gable not knowing what he's doing, which he pretty much doesn't know what he's doing most of the time anyway. So that's unfortunate. So we lost the fast pair. I guess he just forgot how to drive on cold tires and just threw us into the wall. I mean, I don't know what else to say, but yeah, unfortunate. And we unfortunately lost the lap and all that because I had to tow because my car got stuck down in turn 4 or whatever it was. So yeah, thankfully we still got half the race left to hopefully make this lap up, which, with considering how this race has been going so far, I think shouldn't have a problem hopefully getting a lap back.
You have been very patient tonight, and it's been noticeable, but also very fast. You mentioned you got half the race left to go. Do you think you still got a shot at this thing?
I think we got a good shot as anybody who's still got a clean car and is still in the lead lap. So hopefully we can just ride this out because I don't think this will be the end of the yellow because we're all going to get all bunched back up again. So we'll see what happens here, but we're definitely not out of this thing yet. We just got to stay out of trouble, and hopefully you can get a lucky dog.
All right, Daniel, we appreciate you taking the time and chat with us, and hopefully we'll be talking a little bit later on tonight. Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate it, bud.
And again, that's Daniel Falkingham, who was just involved in that most recent caution, the driver who comes into the night. When we look at the NORC points-paying portion of the season, again, this race, a non-points event for the NORC Indianapolis 500. 3 wins on the season. He's been in command of the championship point lead for a very long time. And you got to look at him here. 23 markers over the reigning champion, Zoltan Herczeg, who is not in tonight's field. David Schutt, 3rd. Chad Oxendine, the most recent winner, 2-time winner on the season, 4th. And John Berry in the top 5. And we expect this championship battle to continue to rage on once we get to the iRacing Super Speedway 1 week from tonight. But when you got that level of momentum on your side and you're running that well, there's a look at our schedule for the rest of the year. Race number 9, 1 week from tonight at the iRacing Super Speedway, then some short tracks, an intermediate, more Super Speedway action. This NORC slate is out of this world incredible, and so far Falkingham has been the guy to beat, and with a little more than half the distance in this race left to go, he thinks he's still got a shot to come back from this bit of adversity. As we get set for the restart, it sounds like he'll be getting back going 1 lap down, but he will have a chance at a bit of redemption here as Andrew, we're getting set to get this race back underway.
You see the field come through turn number 4. Barney exchanges flags, and the pace car will head down to the safety of pit lane once more. Spencer Ray, now your race leader for the first time on a restart. Lap 97 quickly becomes lap 98, and we're back green from Indianapolis. Whoa, John Berry sideways in the short chute. The 74 car, does he save it? He doesn't hit the inside wall. That is incredible.
Well, that's the second time we've seen a car get super light off turn 1 on a restart. This time it's Sean Berry. We just talked about him, 5th in points, runner-up in the championship standings last year for NORC, and here he's been having a great race, but off of turn number 1, he gets sideways, locks it down, slid those tires for a very long time, avoids hitting the wall, avoids bringing out the caution, but his race has just taken a significant turn here.
Exactly. Unfortunately for him, he's going to be losing all contact, but I guess on the plus side, absolutely no damage done whatsoever on his race car, and that's going to be a huge upside for him, as we do have this, the field looks like a bit spread out after that incident. The top 2 with a healthy gap back into P3, who actually has a bigger, even bigger gap into the top 4, so looks like everybody is settling back in. For it looks like we're about to enter the halfway point in this race. So much has happened, and we're barely halfway into the race.
Out of turn number 4 to complete lap number 99, you see Spencer Ray leading. Schutt led the last time through to complete lap 98, and Ray takes that lead back. Schutt lays off into turn 1. I've noticed a lot more cloud cover building around the speedway, Eric. Now, we don't have to worry about the threat of rain here on the iRacing.com sim, but you can see track temp dropping significantly. Winds are still pretty significant. Look at that. Almost 17 miles an hour. Can we get it here? 16.8 is the best we've got. That is dangerous, and I think that could be impacting possibly the issues down to turns 1 and 2.
It would make sense because that's been an area that has been a trouble spot for sure, where the car gets ultra light, and a gust of wind is enough to upset these race cars. We've seen it many a times before, but having the track temperature come down, that's just going to be more conducive to what we expect to see. And as we now enter the second half of this race, as far as passing, and in some cases we've seen the outside lane work. The hotter, the slicker this track gets, if we go the adverse direction, it's going to be a little bit more grippy, a little bit more forgiving, longer in the run. So if that track temperature continues continues to dip a little bit lower than what we saw it as the day started out with this extended cloud cover. That's going to be a little bit more of an added ingredient to seeing more side-by-side racing as we get closer to the pay window.
Exactly, that track temperature is already down 12 degrees from when we started broadcasting, so it's definitely another change that these drivers are going to have to be settling in their dials, but it's just yet again another challenge for these drivers getting adapted to that lower track temperature. Might help some of these drivers that have overheating tires, but might hinder some others as the battle for the lead still keeps on going as Ray leads Schutt with just over 3.5 tenths. But look at Rambler, he's getting quite closer in the top 4. Miller and Smith also getting closer to that lead, so looks like the top 2 might be just saving a bit more, but allowing those cars behind just to get closer. And we saw what happens when Rambler gets close. He just outside and just gets the move done.
Now, the Speedway runs north-south, with turns 3 and 4 located to the north end of the Speedway, turns 1 and 2 located the south end of the Speedway. That would mean we have a crosswind pushing towards the infield through that corner, turn 1. I don't know that that would get these cars loose, but it could certainly upset the race car, just the aero balance in general. iRacing, we know Indy cars are very sensitive to wind. I don't know exactly all the science behind what that wind is going to do as it comes across the cars, now pushing towards the outside wall in turns 3, and, now pushing a headwind through turn 4, but it's messing with these cars for sure, I think. That's the only thing I can think of with how unruly these cars have been down on the south end of the Speedway. I think when those winds gust, things get treacherous, but 103 laps complete, just over 250 miles of our Indianapolis 1000er in the books, Eric, and a lot has gone on. If we take this ticker down, we can look at the current unofficial race results, and if this race were to end now, Spencer Ray would have it, of course, but this race is far from over. I think you just got to look at who's high as far as guys being aggressive currently in this mid-portion of the race. Guys down to 7th on back, maybe a little more conservative. It's really this screen where we start to get a picture of what's gone on so far. Emerson Arden out of this race. Sheldon Lockie out of this race. Cole Freilich, Tom Mercier, Hayes Booth, Terrell Baker, they're all done.
Yeah, we've got Daniel Falkingham and Scott Shire still on the racetrack, hoping to get their lap back and be in contention as we've only got 10 cars on the lead lap. However, this race has been electric, and we've had a number of cautions as well to get this thing underway, and it has slowed the field a number of times. We've also had some great battles for the lead. There you see it, 8 cautions for 21 laps. In the 2020 running of this race, we had 13 cautions for 52 laps. So we hope that we don't get close to that number, but the possibility is there. Lead changes 23. It's been a competitive race, but as Andrew mentioned 1 year ago, about 77 lead changes in a race that saw David Schutt go on and take the victory after leading 56 laps en route to his 2020 NORC Indianapolis 500 win. Schutt now finds himself at the runner-up position, but there's a couple of drivers in the top 5 who have not been as noisy, we'll say. Cody Miller is one of them. In fact, Miller went a lap down at one point in this late race after getting off of pit strategy. He finds himself, as we're on board with him here in turn 3, quietly running in 4th position, also taking a bit of an unconventional approach to the entry of some of these corners, and he may be biding his time. He proved that he knows how to get the job done. He won the season opening race at Daytona with the NASCAR Xfinity Series cars in season 13 of NORC, and he is showing that he knows and understands the way in which the aerodynamic effects in draft works, and he is quietly riding in 4th as they run.
Cody Miller is just showing an excellent show of patience at this moment in time. He's just biding his time, saving his tires, and I'm pretty sure he's saving just a tiny bit of fuel that might help him out in the long run, as he's just observing the top 3 essentially battle for position, as Schutt looks like he just kind of gets close to our race leader Ray, but cannot get the move quite done, cannot get the run, and Rambler just behind him exactly the same. So it looks like the top 3 might be sticking for position right now. We're just gonna have to wait and see if Schutt can get a nice run. He looks like he's closer. Will he dial down the engine? No, looks like he's going to be going the outside of turn 1. He just kind of backs off of it and it saves a bit of fuel. So once again, rinse and repeat. Ray's going to be leading yet another lap, but that lay down from Schutt might give Rambler a shot as they head into the back straight.
In the last year in the IRL Indianapolis 500, we saw Spencer Ray lead lap after lap after lap. He led tons of laps in the early goings and showed his strength keyboard early in that race. Things went on. I'll be honest, I don't have that good of a memory to remember back to May 24th of 2020 perfectly. A whole lot's gone on, but I know he was good early. Trouble came his way, and he just couldn't quite ever recover. I know there were a couple of incidents that came his way, and he just wasn't able to capitalize on the speed, the clear speed that he showed 1 year ago. Fast forward now, 2021, a lot's gone on. As I just mentioned, we've all slept a whole lot since then, and he's fast again. I think that's pretty, I'd say, extraordinary from Spencer Ray. Scottless Rambler fits right in that category as well. And you got to talk about David Schutt, last year's NORC 500 winner here in second. These guys clearly are all speedy once again. They've let those aggressive guys, Justin Gable, Cole Freilich, and others, work their way out of this one. They're all sitting back. They are sitting back now. Hold on. They're not sitting back anymore. There we go. They've moved up to the front. That's where I was trying to take that point. They have waited for this opportunity. Now they're showing their speed. Now they're showing why they've won these races before, run well in these races before. And I don't know how you argue against 1, 2, 3 currently, Ray, Schutt, Rambler. Cody Miller, you make a great point, Eric. He's been fast lately. He hasn't really shown that lead kind of, I guess, I don't even know what the word is. Just what it takes to go up there and lead the Indianapolis 500. We've seen it out of these front three, though, and you can watch the time start to gap now on lap 110 of 200. The top three are starting to walk back away.
And I want to go back to a conversation that we were having about Spencer Ray earlier before one of the cautions threw off my train of thought as the battle for second starts to tighten up here. You look at Spencer Ray and his 2021 season, not just in Newark, but we covered Long Beach for IORL, and he was somebody who was top 2 on the charts pretty much all race long. Got caught up in an accident relatively early, ruined his day. Remember North Wilkesboro, he started on the outside of row 2, I believe. Spun in turn number 1 about 3 or 5 laps into the event. Go back to Dover. He was one of the fastest cars there when we ran there on the stock car side with the NORC Series. Huge crash on the back straightaway, puts him out of contention. If you want to talk about somebody who has proven time and time again that he's got the pace to be quick and he wants to have the results to back it up, it's Spencer Ray, by far. And with this serving as a bit of an appetizer to tomorrow night's IORL 500, I think this would be a huge confidence booster that Ray really needs, not just for that race, but for the rest of his sim racing season in 2021, wherever he may take his talents. And it's certainly been fun to watch him here as this race unfolds. Now, to add to your second point, I agree with you. It's one thing to just hang with the leaders. It's another thing to prove pace as what the leaders have. As you see Ray have a slight slip off for, that's going to allow David Schutt a chance to close up, and he wants to be the leader here. Outside move for the top spot. Ray's going to lift big time. No, he's going to actually keep his foot in it that time as Schutt runs wide. And just like that, top three, they did start to build a little bit of a gap there on Miller, but they're starting to duke it out for the top spot here yet again.
Looks like Schutt is not having that P1 position. Looks like he doesn't want it as much as some other drivers. Looks like Rambler is going to be looking on the outside. He wants the outside lane, but Schutt does the right thing and cuts him right off and keeps that P2 position. And, well, this battle for second place looks like right now it's heating up as we see. Looks like that Smith running the outside lane again into turn 4. And look at the run that he got to pass Cody Miller. Looks like he finds himself into P4, so that outside lane working a treat and allowing him to get the slingshot and move himself up into P4. Right now, he's definitely going to be chasing that top 3.
So as we now work lap 114, look at Aaron Smith way out of the groove. I would say he's pushing the cushion up there, except we don't have that dirt track in turn 3. But I got to harken back to my point that this top 3, I think, has separated themselves. And look at Scottless Rambler now work the top side of turn 3. It's insane the way he's able to do it. Even Aaron Smith starting to do so as well. As we come around to complete lap 114, I do look over, and we're working lap 30 now, lap 31, as we cross the stripe for Spencer Ray and David Schutt in this fuel stint, or at least this tire stint. That's getting awfully close. They stayed out on our most recent yellow flag, and we've had a nice little run since then. Hold on, let me knock on wood, as I so often do. These top 2 are going to pit, and Eric, I wonder, are we going to have a caution flag immediately thereafter, just like we had earlier in this race, where we saw Spencer and Schutt pit together, I think it was. Maybe it was Schutt and Lindgren. Regardless, we saw the leaders come in earlier, and then literally moments later, caution flag.
Yeah, and we've seen a little bit of everything tonight, huh? We've seen, oh, just as we say that, here he comes. Spencer Ray on the pit lane. And to just put a period on that statement there, we've seen drivers lose it on cold tires coming out of the pits. We've seen drivers wreck on older tires while trying to maintain their position. So this could have a huge impact here if the yellow flag was to fly. And Spencer Ray is hoping that if it does, that he gets out before the lead pack comes back around. But the driver who had the lead at the moment that he elected to come down here in that Sonny's Barbecue livery and Spencer Ray, looks as though he's going to be getting himself a new fresh set of tires. They'll top off the fuel and send him back out. One other element that I happen to notice here is that Daniel Falkingham, who was the first car 1 lap down, is now shown 3 laps down on the pylon. Not sure what happened there to put him back 2 more, but Scott Shire would be the recipient of getting the free pass if that yellow flag would happen to fly at this point in the race. So Falkingham's bad night got a little bit worse, but as he mentioned, the way that caution seemed to fly here, he's not out of it just yet as the top 3 accordion back together would shut the leader.
Looks like the top 3 might have saved a bit of fuel running in that slipstream, running that dirty air. Looks like Remmler got a bad run out of turn 2, and he might lose even 3rd place at this moment in time as Miller goes down the inside. Now the question is, can Remmler hold him off? And the answer is yes for the time being. So it looks like Remmler losing a bit of ground as Smith right now finds himself in P2, and the whole grid continues not to stop. So that main disadvantage of running in the lead is you're punching the hole through the air, you're running at 100% pace, and that's just gonna, your car is just gonna drink more fuel. And unfortunately for Ray, looks like he's not only 1 but 2, maybe 3 laps down on the strategy in comparison to these guys.
Spencer led a lot of laps in that most recent run, and we see him pit earlier, I think, for 2 reasons. He could be working this race in reverse, and he could have this calculated out in case this race goes green from this point on, and that's an endurance racing technique, where you work the race backwards as far as stint scheduling and when you come in for fuel and everything else. I learned that one from David Levine, big shout out to him, but he could either be working this race in reverse, or we're seeing Schutt run longer because Schutt was in the draft of that 6 car for so long in that run to these impending pit stops. As wow, Rambler gets right up to the back end of Smith, and he was looking for a hole to the top side. There's no way that's going to happen. Smith shuts the door and stays in 2nd place, but I would expect Schutt in the next couple of laps regardless, and then we'll see everybody else come in probably 10 to 15 laps later.
And, you know, just again, everybody kind of crossing their fingers and hoping that we do not see a yellow flag. And here's the move for Schutt. He's going to elect to peel off here. He has to get it down to pit road speed before they can get the pit road speed limiter on. And I believe for the first time tonight, Aaron Smith will inherit the race lead. As you can see, though, Schutt is not alone. Elijah Gracia comes down behind him from 7. Justin Gable, who led a lot of laps early in the going in this race, he has come down as well. So this is going to be a pivotal point here right at about lap 120. Where we see 3 of the top 10 come down, and the caution is out for Miller.
Just as you mentioned before, Eric, looks like the caution comes as the leader pits, and unfortunately that's going to cut off 3 drivers. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of this is going to pan out as we're going to check out what happened to Miller on the replay. He was running so well up in 4th position, so it's just going to be interesting to see if it was just old tires. As you can see, making his run down into turn number 1, looks all said and done. Oh, and just once again that car is just get lost. Does he avoid contact? He just kisses the wall. So I think his car might be fine. But Andrew, once again, these Indy cars IR18s just getting loose on turn 1.
And I think this was part of the goal when Zalara and IndyCar got together to design this IR18 chassis a few years back, was to give a Speedway package that, sure, there's tons of downforce in this car just inherently, but is more difficult to drive. And Eric talked about it earlier on. This is a big, stark difference from the DW12 chassis that we saw for multiple years. And you know what? Even Trey Shuttlesworth in our social media coverage this afternoon talked about how it was DW12-esque earlier on in this race. But as the race has gone on, as these drivers have calmed down a little bit, and as we've seen them start to calculate fuel savings and everything else and just start to wait on this race to come their way, we're starting to see the handling aspect come back the way of the IR18 being tougher to drive than Indy cars past, and I like that.
I agree, and we're going to see the rest of the field now come down the pit lane, but to further extend that conversation, I agree. And there's been some changes made this year. They haven't come onto the sim just yet, but IndyCar worked to try to improve some of their oval packages after it was deemed hard to pass in the midfield. Hard to tell what we're going to see this coming Sunday for the 105th running of the 500, but if they do work, we can expect those adjustments to be built into the sim as well. Remember, the aero screen, as Aaron Smith comes to the pit lane, actually debuted on the sim before it did in real life. Developers worked really hard to get it built into the program. That way, when we were all kind of sitting at home with the COVID-19 pandemic, they actually got the aero screen built onto the sim version of the Dallara IR18, as we got a great race coming off the pit lane here with Smith and Liz Rambler side by side on pit exit. It looks like Liz Rambler is going to be able to take over the top spot here from Smith, who led it at the time of the caution. That'll shuffle up the running order for sure, but you got to love this type of product that we have here on the sim, where it's not just, for lack of a better term, running all out, all day, all night, wide open, and just hoping that the cards fall your way. It's no longer Russian roulette for sim racing, as we see Smith move back up around Liz Rambler here. So it looks like he got the nod there on pit exit. But this product here, and we've seen proof of it throughout all 122 laps so far tonight, it puts on a good show, and it forces these drivers to, no pun intended, drive their race cars.
Yeah, exactly. It's a complete different scenario, and it kind of sometimes pays off, sometimes it doesn't, but it's really interesting to see how it pans off just like in real life. Unfortunately for some, it's just a case of bad luck, but fortunately for others, it isn't. But yeah, and when we come back to this race, it's just going to be a reshuffle of the positions. As you mentioned, Eric, looks like Rambler kind of got the position on the exit of the pit lane, but unfortunately he had to give that away. But that's just how important it is to nail your pit entry and pit exit. But just for the tiniest of margins, he nearly got that place, Andrew. But unfortunately for him, just maybe millisecond too short.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes out on our latest restart. This will be about lap 124, it looks like, of 200. But under this caution flag, we'll take a quick moment to talk with a driver currently running in the 5th position and getting ready to restart in that number 89. Sean, first thing I notice is that is not a Taylor Swift livery.
Nah, man, we got the Rich Energy Haas out for this one.
Well, it's worked pretty good for you so far. You've been as high as 4th position. You started 11th, and you've worked your way up and been quiet today. And that's the big thing. We've seen guys ahead of you who have led a lot of laps today be quiet and work their way up. You're starting to follow them. How do you feel about your chances?
I don't know, man. Some of these guys are super fast, and my car keeps feeling like worse and worse as we run. So I'm just trying not to wreck and hopefully be there and have something at the end.
And obviously, we've seen the handling issues all day long today. A lot of drivers getting loose on the south end of the speedway. We're looking at sometimes 15 to 17, almost 18-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Do you think that has anything to do with it?
It could be. I don't know. These tires are weird, too. They seem like really bad when they're fresh. And I know Revan, he spun on like that restart. And the car feels better as you go. But then people are also like just jacking up that weight jacker to try to help with the turn-in and traffic. And then suddenly you get some free air and the rear end comes around on you.
Well, we'll let you get set and get ready for this restart. But first, got to ask, who do you have to thank? Who do you want to shout out here?
Thanks, Revan, for hosting this, man. I love these special events that we do for NORC. Everybody watching and y'all for broadcasting, man. Y'all do an excellent job.
Certainly appreciate that one, Sean. Best of luck to you restarting 5th. Go get them.
Thank you, son. That's
Sean Williams restarting from that 5th position. I'll have to explain that one at the end there one day. But Sean Williams, let's ride on board with him for this green flag as we come back to you lap 124 once we take the green flag. And they're off and away. Spencer Ray takes the green. And out of turn number 2, you see the leader, Spencer Ray, take these guys down to the bottom of the backstretch. You got to follow that IndyCar snake, and you got to just try and chase the draft. They're just chasing the slipstream. You see Sean do it down the backstretch. Now, he has fallen quite a ways back of Scott Liz Rambler. He's still in that tow, but he's going to have to work pretty hard to work his way up there. Meanwhile, Wow, Spencer Ray's got a new driver to contend with, Elijah Gracia, fighting for the race lead, and across the stripe, Elijah leads.
Gracia with the advantage on the outside. Ray's going to beat him down in the corner, wash up a little bit on the exit. That's going to pull Aaron Smith and Scottless Rambler up into the mix as well, third and fourth. Remember, Elijah Gracia, not a name that we've talked about all too much here tonight. He was involved in the crash with Cole Freilich earlier on, but the pit strategy and the timing of that car being on pit lane at the same time as Ray has now put him up in a P2. What does he have for the leaders as he looks high, looks low, now ducks back in line?
Looks like Gracia is running a bit more aggressively than the drivers behind him. He definitely wants to lead some laps as he gets into the slipstream of Ray. He's going to be looking on the inside of turn 1. Can Ray hold him around the outside? Looks like he's just going to back off as these drivers head into less than 75 laps remaining. So these guys definitely want to keep it green and keep their car clean, as now Gracia leads half a lap at this moment in time. Hopefully he can lead the full lap, but as you mentioned, Eric, he's not a name that we talked a whole lot about, but look at him right now, leading off Ray and Smith in second place, as Rambler looks like he has to defend from Willens and Barry right behind them.
Elijah Drew Gracia, if you don't know him, he runs a league that we used to cover here on Pit Stop TV, SRCA, Sim Racers Club of America. And in that Thursday night league that I think runs year-long, what do they run? Well, they run Pro Mazdas. They run Indy cars. They have run Indy cars a lot. Now, I don't think their IndyCar series is currently active. Their Pro Mazdas definitely are. That's their signature series. But he's got tons and tons of experience racing around some of these drivers in these cars. Some of those drivers would be Spencer Ray, Aaron Smith, Scott Rambler, even guys like John Barry on occasion. I'd say you can put Daniel Falkingham certainly in that list. Sheldon Lockie, Cole Freilich, Tom Mercier, so many drivers that Elijah Gracia has tons of experience racing against in the IndyCar. It makes sense that he starts to work his way up. Now drag race to the line. Gracia gets that one, I think. It may have gone to Rain. It looks like it, well, I don't know.
That battle's going to continue on here with Ray now looking outside. Gracia down low. You went but never land. How did he keep it off the wall and still have enough momentum to follow Gracia down to the bottom of the racetrack? Boy, that would have been a huge crash if it wasn't for Spencer Ray and his amount of car control he had off the corner, and he's going to flirt with that third groove again out of 3.
That was extremely close, but that looks like cannot dent his confidence whatsoever, as he's still trying to find a way back into P1. So definitely Ray is more comfortable in that leading position as he now pulls into the inside and just across the line. Looks like he makes the move down into turn 1. Looks like Gracia will have to kind of feed up in the back of him. He's definitely close. Looks like Ray goes a bit defensive. That's going to allow Gracia to kind of get a run on the outside, but he kind of does get shuffled off. But look at him on the slipstream, just getting that tiny bit of clean air, essentially just punching a hole. He's going to be looking on the outside of turn 3. Looks like they're going to be going side by side, and that's going to continue into turn 4, and I'm pretty sure on the start finish straight, as looks like Gracia got the run on the outside and he might make it stick.
Down the front stretch, Indianapolis, Elijah Gracia sorts himself into the race lead. Look at that, Aaron Smith now into third, and he's right in behind that 6 car of Spencer Ray. What does he have to say about this battle up ahead? We've seen Aaron Smith has tagged that wall before. He's got to be careful as aero push gets worse and worse as these tires wear off. 70 laps will remain this time by the start-finish line, and I got to wonder as well, what about pit stops? I don't think we're good to the end as of our most recent caution flag. Certainly, Elijah Gracia, Spencer Ray, who pitted a little bit earlier, they're not good to the end. What do these guys do? When do they come in? That pit window is going to open up soon to make this a 2-stop race. I would say probably come in at about 10 laps.
Seems like a good idea there as John Barry had a look down low on Rambler with the top 3 still nose to tail on board with Barry here, and that's gonna play a huge role in this. And the one thing to consider, I'm surprised that Gracia is so set on trying to lead this field because he is in fact burning a lot more fuel. Ray, though, doesn't seem to mind. He continues to poke the nose up out high as the defensive driving starts to multiply. Now here comes Rambler using that top side of the racetrack, blows by Aaron Smith for third. That is someone who has perfected the second lane. It's the driver you're on board with, Scott List Rambler, with a power move on the outside of Smith, while Spencer Ray goes low for the top spot at the line.
Looks like double move for position as Ray goes down the inside and makes the move stick. Oh, Rambler got kind of loose on the mid corner, then exit, and look at him again getting also loose, but just those small corrections keep his car pointing in the right direction and away from the wall. But due to that, he's going to be under pressure as look at that McLaren livery just pulling down the inside and making a double move as Barry moves himself all the way from 5th to 3rd. But look at Rambler once again on the outside and just misses the wall, but he's on the outside again and he's probably going to be getting the run. Can Barry hold him off his drag race? But look at Smith behind him.
Boys, we've entered the point in time where these drivers want to go. We had a little while where things had calmed down. I think that's over. John Barry pulling some big-time moves. Now, he works on airplanes in real life now, but he was making some moves like he was in an airplane, in a fighter jet. He's darting all around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, left, right, up, down, hit right trigger, hit the right button, the joystick, whatever. He's working on some cheat codes back there in the 5th position now, but Justin Gable is all over the back end of that gearbox, and the 13 car is back in this conversation. Boys, we've got an epic ending to this NORC iRacing Series Indianapolis 500 on our hands, and it all begins now as Spencer Ray takes the lead back in turn 1.
Ray goes back to the point. We got 11 cars on the lead lap. Daniel Falkingham is praying for another couple of quick cautions to get him back on the lead lap. He's now 2 laps down, is that of Falkingham, but the battle at the front of the pack has been phenomenal. It's almost as if these drivers are acting as if there's only a few laps to go, let alone more than 60, to get us home to the checkered flag, while Gracia works the high side again. Liz Rambler does the same behind him in 3rd. Gracia about 2 lanes up off the bottom of the racetrack off 4. Lap car ahead, that's going to provide a bit of a drafting advantage. That's Emerson Arden up the road from the leaders, and he may play a bit of a role here on who gets the jump, with Gracia taking the lead in 1.
Gracia taking the lead, Ray settling into 2nd, Rambler getting also close to the 2 of them. As you can see, these view back from Emerson Arden. He's trying to run away from the top 3, but they're battling and they're getting the slipstream from one another. It's just a matter of time as Ray now looks down the inside of the back straight. He's going to be getting the position done from Gracia as he cannot hold it back around the outside at this moment in time, but I'm pretty sure he's just going to be backing it off essentially and just waiting for that slipstream into turn 1. Look at them, they're just going to drag race. Gracia is going to be looking on the inside and looks like he's going to be getting the move done before the checker flag, the start finish straight.
They're coming up quickly on a slow 57 car. Emerson Arden, the 1 lap car I'd expect these guys to encounter for the next 30 laps or so. And he is, well, I don't know where he's going to go. I don't know what choice he's got, but he's going to have to find some way to let these guys by. I'd imagine he stays high here in turn 3. He will. There go the race leaders, and Emerson in the wall just a little bit. Keeps the race car moving, but that could have been disastrous. Now, I do want to say, I am beyond surprised that this race car is still in the races. Oh, Justin Gable nearly runs smack at the back end of Emerson Arden. Thankfully, we all keep moving, and Spencer Ray fights back down to the inside, takes that lead back from Elijah Gracia.
It was a really sketchy moment there. Props for Emerson for sticking with it, though. 12 laps down, trying to learn everything he can on this racetrack because there are so many events happening at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway this week. But up front, it remains chaotic. Grazia down low, Ray up top, Grazia to the point. Rambler riding patiently in 3rd. Smith riding patiently in 4th. Berry patiently in 5th. As they come back up onto the main straightaway, and the shuffle for the top spot will continue. The rehearsals to the run to the checkered flag, just like we saw Grazia do about a lap or 2 ago. Spencer Ray times the move off 4 perfectly. He had the lead at the stripe. Now he goes back to the top spot while Liz Rambler rides in 3rd, wondering what he can do or if he even wants to get up there and mix it up with these 2 right now.
Looks like the top 2 have already practiced their runs trying to get the checker flag to finish off in P1. I'm pretty sure Rambler wants to do the same but cannot get it close as Gracia goes down the inside into turn 3, gets the move done. Ray's just gonna be waiting off in the wings once again as they exit turn 4. He's gonna be getting the slipstream, he's gonna be getting that toe, and he's gonna be shooting past Gracia. Looks like on the inside, will he? No, he kind of settles back. Will he try to make a move though? Looks like right now he's just gonna be settling back. Obviously, out of these 3, Rambler, Smith, and Barry, looks like all 3 of them are saving a bit of fuel, so look forward to them whenever the pit cycle comes to stay up few laps longer and maybe take last fuel till the end. But while that doesn't happen, the battle for the lead still is on as Ray goes down the inside as they head into 3.
Spencer Ray right back down to the bottom, takes that lead once more. We're working on that 77 lead changes. I don't know that we're going to hit 77. Let's check on it. We're at 35, where we're getting closer. You know, my expectation earlier of 50 might be a bit more realistic now. We're only 15 away as we complete lap 139, it looks like. We're coming around to 60 to go this next time by Eric. I got to reassess the situation, right? So Elijah Gracia still, well, no, I shouldn't say still, but leads this race after a quick move on Spencer Ray. They're going to keep going back and forth. We know Scottless Rambler is fast. When does he make his move? Does he keep sitting back? I think that might be the option for me. Draws closer into 3 that time. 4th place currently going to John Barry in that McLaren Chevrolet running, well, it looked like the outside actually in turn 4. Then you got Aaron Smith in 5th. The guys we were talking about earlier on in this race leading this one though. Justin Gable 6th, David Schutt 7th, Zach Lindgren in 9th. Where have they gone, and when do they come back up here? I think Zach is a little ways back at this point. He's starting to get racy with Cody Miller. He's got that position back for now, but how long does it take those guys to get back into this lead group?
Yeah, the tables have certainly turned here in the second half of this race with the cast of characters that now find themselves at the front of the field as you see another relatively late move there by Gracia to go back to the lead. But I'm not sure if some of these guys are just waiting for the pit strategy to reach a window that they're comfortable with to start duking it out like these guys have. I'm surprised that we've watched Gracia and Ray kind of do what we saw Cole Freilich as well as Justin Gable do at the start of this race. Just lap after lap after lap, kind of send it in on one another. And at some times or at some point, it got a little bit too rough and rowdy. So I hope we don't see that here with Ray and Gracia, but I think perhaps that maybe some of those heavy hitters that you mentioned, like a Gable, like a Schutt, like a Lindgren, or even Williams, who's in that mix as well, they may just be kind of pacing themselves and waiting until they get within a fuel window they're comfortable with, and maybe that's when they're going to go as we get closer to the final quarter of this race with the battle for the lead continuing to trade hands every lap.
Yeah, looks like the top 7 are all in this lead battle group. Essentially, everybody in a simple line, essentially. But as soon as we draw back to Williams, you can see that gap is well over a second, 1.3 exactly. So if Williams and Lindgren want to get back into this lead pack and probably be 5 for the lead, they'll have to start working together in order to catch them all. But while that doesn't happen, the battle still rages on as Gracia now once again looks down the inside into turn 3. Ray once again settles back. He trying to get a run between 3 and 4. Does not get quite there, but once again, he's just going to be lining himself up for that move in the start-finish straight. As you can see, goes down the inside, and while that happens, Rambler, Barry, Smith, Gable, and probably Schutt, all of them saving fuel as we do get a look back once again from that pack, that massive pack, as we do get the view from back of Falkingham's car.
Daniel Falkingham is 1 lap removed from a pit stop. He just came in under green flag conditions, had to, based on, well, the fact that he hadn't pitted on the last caution to try and get a lap back. This is going to hurt his race quite a bit. He did not catch a caution when he needed, and that is going to likely put him 1 lap down here in a little while. We'll see how it all shakes out. But, of course, these guys in the draft are moving quicker than Daniel Falkingham, so he's 2 laps down now. I'd expect that to go back up to 3 here soon. That's why I was showing that gap. But Spencer Ray right back down to the bottom side into turn number 1. We're nearing 50 laps to go, Eric. We haven't seen these guys pit yet to start to run this race in reverse. Do you think they expect another caution flag?
I mean, the trends would tell us yes, because there's been a bit of yellow fever, and there's been a lot of guys flirting with the outside retaining wall. You see it there, 9 cautions already for 23 laps. The lead changes continue to trend up towards your hot number of 50, Andrew, and I think you're going to hit the nail on the head by the time we come down for the checkered flag. But I would be, honestly, if I was in these guys' shoes, I would be a little bit timid, because it seems as though that every time someone comes down the pit lane, we see the yellow. Look at the run that Gracia gets here to go back to the lead in turn 1. Or you could also try to do what Spencer Ray did the last time, and that's maybe time the yellow, but it's not like this is a road course where you can get tipped off that a yellow flag may be coming because a car is beached or they're looking at something on the racetrack. Here, it's usually by sheer luck, and it's worked out for a couple of cars. We've had it twice in the middle of green flag pit stops, at least to my memory, that the yellow flag has come out, but I'd be a little bit worried about perhaps getting trapped a lap down or so if I'm towards the back of the field.
Here we go.
Just as I say that, here comes Ray. He's going to be the first one to lead the charge, as he was the last time. Pit stops underway here on lap 147.
So don't expect to see Gracia coming out much later, because these two were trading punches, essentially running that clean air. And just as we mentioned, the commentator's curse might happen, as we might see a yellow flag coming out at any moment in time. But it's going to be interesting to see where the rest of the grid fails out, because on the lead it was essentially Gracia and Ray, but Rambler, Barry, Smith, Shutt, and Gable were all in a simple line, essentially just saving fuel, saving tires. So it's going to be interesting to see how long they can go in. Well, if they have to do 1 or 2 more pit stops, that might help them out in the long run, taking less fuel. But look at Rambler. Right now, he's trying to get that lead. He's trying to follow Gracia as anywhere he goes, and, well, not close enough as they head into 1.
Well, these guys have the same situation as far as fuel ahead of them. They've got to pit the same amount of times unless a caution flag changes things up. I don't think anybody can save the 10 or so laps they'd need. But if you're Elijah Gracia, if you're Scottless Rambler, John Barry, and others right now, what you want to do is you want to keep running laps in the draft. I just talked about Daniel Falkingham and Emerson Arden being slower as a single car, even if they've got perfectly clean race cars. If they keep running like this up front, as Gracia blinks, if they keep running this as long as they can, oh no, Zach Lindgren has been in the fence. We'll check on that in one moment. If they keep running laps fast up front, they are going to gap Spencer Ray, and they're going to put that 85, dang it, the 6 car further and further back. So I think these leaders, they have got to keep running laps right now. They have got to put time between themselves and Spencer Ray, and that would, in fact, be a big brain play, as the kids say these days. This is what happens to Zach Lindgren. It's going to happen down in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, Lindgren was somebody who was up there in the lead pack. We penciled him in there as drivers who were in that second fold, who were perhaps waiting for their opportunity to strike. He's had a couple of close calls on the racetrack already tonight, and we'll see what happened to him here. Looks like he's running essentially by himself here, up behind either Cody Miller or Sean Williams, as those cars look pretty identical. Oh, he washed up wide. There's that aero wash we were talking about, guys. This time, though, he pounds the inside wall with the right side of that car. Fortunately, the car stopped spinning back up onto the banking to throw that caution flag in the midst of this pit cycle, but Lindgren limped it back to the pit area, and his chance perhaps at victory has come undone with 50 laps to go.
Elijah Gracia is leaving the pit lane, guys.
Oh, and that's going to shake things up. That's going to be interesting to see where he feeds off. If he feeds off close to Ray, that's going to definitely put the race in check. But if he comes out in clear air, maybe ahead or behind, as he takes an interesting line, as not on the escaper, essentially coming back between turns 1 and 2. I'm not pretty sure that's come out a challenge, but look, is that Ray coming right behind him?
It is.
It is. So they come out exactly where they were, but, well, the race is resumed. But look at that lead. Rambler, Barry, Smith, Shutt, Gable, Miller, and Williams. Everybody close together, and, well, we do have a race in our hands with less than 50 laps to go.
That's interesting strategy from those lead 2. I'm surprised that Gracia didn't try and run longer. I'm also surprised they're racing back there as one car comes in. That is Sean Williams, electing to come down the pit lane along with, it looks like, Justin Gable. So as Williams locks up a little bit on exit, here comes our pole sitter this afternoon. 32 laps led for Justin Gable. He wants to add to that number, but it's going to take some work as he pits on lap 152.
Let's talk about another thing that JP Costa was just alluding to. Pit entry here is a little bit difficult. You come off turn 4, you got to get it wound down to the pit speed limiter process, and then coming off of the pit lane, you have to use the access road in turns 1 and 2, and that's not a conventional spot where many of these drivers would practice. As now we see John Barry coming into the pit lane. Believe it or not, though, that's a place where you can make up or lose considerable time. When you think about those access roads, you think about the catastrophic mistakes, as Cody Miller is in, Scott Shire is in. You think about the mistakes that will allow you to spin up in front of traffic and create just a horrendous set of circumstances, but that's not the kind of mistakes we're necessarily talking about. Just having a little bit of a moment or being too patient or too cautious on that apron of the racetrack getting back up to speed could cost you not only spots, but seconds. It's something these drivers are going to have to keep in mind, as some of them are making green flag pit stops for only the second or third time here today, maybe even the first time, based on how the yellows have fallen and how they've elected to pan out their pit strategy.
And these 4 guys looks like they saved a huge amount of pit stops. I'm not pretty sure amount of time, sorry, because I'm not pretty sure when was the lap that they all came in, but they definitely used that slipstream to save up a lot of fuel, because they are staying out, and that might help them at the end, taking less fuel on probably 2 next stops as they might have. But Rambler still leads, as Smith still stays on that slipstream, saving even more fuel. So this is definitely going to be interesting to see where they all come out in relation to, obviously, Ray and Gracia, because they all feed looks like 36 seconds behind. I'm not pretty sure what the pit window is here, but these 3 guys essentially, it's going to be interesting to see.
It's 30 to 35 laps these guys are messing with, and they've now run 33 since their stop back on that most recent caution flag. Because that also tells you how long we've run under this green flag condition like this. Now, one car is mixed in here that is on the lead, that has pitted, and this is Sean Williams. It looks like he's had a problem with his pit stop because he has exited much further behind the rest of the field. That, or he was just further back to begin with, but he's mixed in with our race leaders. Scottless Rambler, Aaron Smith, expect them in by lap 160. I say that, here comes Rambler.
Rambler's going to come down. Also, here comes David Shutt just behind. That's going to move Aaron Smith to the lead. Here comes Rambler in for service after he's been high, wide, and handsome pretty much all night long, with the driver trying to go back-to-back and David Shutt following him through. So it's Smith now having the lead. Somebody else is really hoping this thing runs out is that of Daniel Falkingham. That would put him back, I think, 1 lap down perhaps, or at least 2 laps down, but he would be on the same pit cycle for the time being. But here is Smith, as we mentioned, with the red, white, and blue colors, with that familiar yellow trim.
Caution!
Rear wings, and a caution.
It's Elijah Gracia and Spencer Ray.
Oh, so the previous race leaders looks like they all came together on turn number 4, and that's huge damage to both cars. As you can see, their number 6 is completely destroyed on the right-hand side, and that might be race over. I'm not pretty sure if both of them took their fast repairs, but with less than 50 laps to go, that might be race over for both of them. We're just gonna have to wait and see what happened on the replay.
They were just in front of John Barry and Justin Gable, and Elijah Gracia loose out of 4. Oh my goodness! John Barry, Justin Gable missing the careening number 6. Oh boy.
Well, a couple things here. One of which, that's a heartbreaker for Spencer Ray because he did absolutely nothing wrong there from that first view. We'll take one more look at it here. But how about John Barry? How in the world did he get through this? You see Ray here. Grazi already lost the car coming up off the corner, but I do not know how John Barry got through without spearing the side of Spencer Ray's car, which also would have took Justin Gable with him. And, boy, Grazia just losing the handle. We talked about how finicky these Dallara IR18s have been here all night. But this is going to be one of the shots of the year. Wreck Avoidance 101. You want to learn how to miss a big one here on iRacing? This is going to be how, as we ride on board with Barry. Boy, these guys are mixing it up pretty aggressively here, JP. That's a vantage point that we didn't see earlier, as the race for the lead was hot and heavy, or what would have been the lead was hot and heavy, and it got ugly real quick.
Yeah, exactly. That's how quick things can change, and that's how quick you have to avoid a crash. John Barry, I just have to take my hat off because that one was just all so close. He had absolutely no time whatsoever to go anywhere, but I mean, he somehow found a clear spot and just by the tiniest of margins avoided a massive wreck. Could have been a 4 or 5 car wreck, and luckily it was only a 2, but unfortunately a heartbreak for the 2 previous race leaders. But well, that's definitely going to shake up the whole race right now, because with less than 40 laps to go, is it possible to go 40 laps with 1 pit stop with the full tank?
No, I don't think so. It's going to take a lot of stretching, and I don't think you'll be able to do that and still run 200 to 220 miles an hour in a group. You'd have to run a pretty high fuel map. You've only got about 5 to work with that save fuel. I believe 6, 7, 8 are different, maybe it's 7 and 8 that are different torque models, but regardless, I don't think you can go 40 laps. I think we're still looking at least 1 pit stop or 1 caution flag the way things have gone this evening. You see Zach Lindgren and Emerson Arden, they're right behind the pace car. They're trying to get back onto the lead lap if this pans out correctly for them. Zach Lindgren will still be 1 lap down, Emerson Arden 12 down, but we're looking at the new race leader, Eric. He just missed one heck of an accident out of turn number 4. We're going to hand him your way. John Barry, your new race leader in the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun interview. John, first off, wow, do you need a new fire suit after that one? That was close, buddy. How did you miss that wreck?
Well, the thing is, I do what most people do not, and when I see smoke, I actually get out of the gas and try to misdirect instead of plowing into it.
Well, it worked out in your favor there. I'll tell you, this has been a wild race. I mean, the battles for the lead have been relatively intense. It almost looked like that wreck started in 3, finally ended off turn 4, but it appears to be falling back into your favor. You've been very patient tonight. We've been calling your name as someone who's been in the top 5, but not necessarily throwing it down 3 wide for the lead. Has that been your strategy? Just kind of be there, be relevant, and be there at the end, which you very well may be 40 laps from now?
Yeah, this race has a history of being a kind of a carnage fest, just wrecks everywhere. So I'm just doing my best to put myself in a position to not be wrecked. So really, that's been my strategy for this race every year, and it's worked out majority of the time. I'm usually up there near the front towards the end, so that's what I've been doing this race. But I've actually been trying to kind of race here like the last 50 or so laps, but the dirty air makes it almost. Once you get like into the top 5 here, it's like virtually impossible to pass. You just can't go anywhere whatsoever. And the only way to make ground up like out in front of you is to run the high line. But the person in front of you runs the high line, and you're just stuck. You can't go anywhere.
Well, you're in a great spot right now. P1, half a lap from the restart. John, good luck, buddy. Hopefully we'll chat a little bit later.
All right, thank you.
And again, that is John Barry, the driver who's currently leading us back down to the restart. JP, real quick before we get going, you expect this carnage to continue?
It could happen. I mean, right now we're heading, I guess, into the unknown. We're probably going to see drivers being more aggressive than ever with 40 laps. You know, it's now or never. And, well, I cannot wait. I mean, this is going to be one exciting 40 laps. We had a massive green flag run. And, well, I'm ready to do it all over again.
Cody Miller stopped in the pit lane as we're getting ready to restart this race. He's had some kind of issue. It could be a real-life issue where he had to leave the PC for a moment, but regardless, we're going back green flag racing with 41 laps left in this contest. It's the NORC Indianapolis 500. John Barry leads to the line. Scott Liss Rambler second. Justin Gable third. 41 laps to go. Two quick moves on the inside of turn number 2. Rambler takes the race lead. Shutt vies for third. Spencer Ray is still in this race. He's in 5th. Well, no, he's 1 lap down. He's 5th in line. He needs another caution flag. Barry back down to the inside of Rambler. We've got a race for the lead. 6 cars in the lead lap. Boy, what happens from here?
Boy, David Shutt had a monster moment off of 3 that last time through. Here comes Liss Rambler back down to the inside at the line. It would have been Liss Rambler by inches over John Barry, who you just heard from. He said he's ready to start mixing it up with these guys. He took the lead away on the backstretch 1 lap ago. Couldn't hang on to the start-finish line. He's now behind Liss Rambler. He washes up the racetrack and almost catches the wall off 2.
Almost losing the car, almost, as you said, washing off wide, but smartly enough, just gets off the gas, regains the tire grip in the front end and keeps his race car going. But just like that, your race can change in a moment as he's still in P2. But right now, Rambler has a sizable gap as we do have a slow car that might be I'm not sure who that is. Oh, as he just slows down at the last minute, Rambler kind of gets an avoiding action, and that's going to slow him down. And Barry goes down the inside. Smith sets the fastest lap of the race, but Barry retakes the lead.
Out of turn number 2, new race leader, 74 car, caution flag. Oh boy. And Cody Miller's got problems. Now, it was Cody Miller who was slow in front of our race leaders down the front stretch, and he gave way to everybody. I wonder if in trying to give room, we've seen him have the same problem as Emerson Arden earlier on. We'll have to wait and see. This could also be a matter of the car getting loose again in turns 1 and 2. We've seen it happen so much. Now, I don't know why he's so far off pace. Something's gone wrong. Absolutely for Cody Miller. This is going to happen in turn number 2. And here comes Sean Williams. He just turns the car left and gets sideways. It's a miracle nobody hits him.
Very bizarre set of circumstances there. Was well off the pace on the main straightaway. Scottless Rambler almost wasn't anticipating the car to be that slow. I guess he wasn't prepared for the speed differential between both his vehicle and that of Cody Miller. And yeah, it's almost like Williams came up, filled the mirror, and I'm not sure if that was a panic move to the left to try to get out of the way of the 89 car as he started to draw up on him relatively quickly as well. But nevertheless, Miller went for that miracle spin there in front of the pack, and everybody was able to avoid, and that will slow the field down yet again and repack us up for yet another restart as we inch closer towards the final 35 laps of this race.
Yeah, that was an extremely odd, I guess that was completely the opposite spin out that we saw previously, because that was just straight up aggressive, and these cars are just packing so much downforce, even in a low drag setup, that, I mean, he just pointed it left, the front end just said yes, the rear end just said no, and unfortunately his car was out, but luckily didn't hit anyone or anything, so he can keep going. It's going to be interesting to see if anyone dives down the pit lane. Some drivers are thinking about it.
You have to.
And yeah, looks like everybody. Rambler changes his mind on the last possible moment, and looks like everybody but a few drivers are taken into the pit lane.
All of the lead lap contenders, as well as a couple of extras, come down the pit lane. This is lap 163, now 164 of 200. You've got to come in right here. You can go about 35 laps, if I recall correctly. This is perfectly within that pit window. John Barry through his box. No! Barely stops perfectly in that box. You see Justin Gable down. He's in the pit lane, and he is going to exit first. That was quick. I don't think he went up on the jacks. I believe Barry did. Something I was going to mention during that green flag run, if it had been a green flag run, was these drivers are running out of tires. Who has tires left? We don't quite know. But you've got to try and, I would imagine, get some at this stop right here. This is likely the money stop, and I think this is what you would want to be your final pit stop.
Yeah, these drivers started this race with 8 sets of tires available to them, so tire management on a race that has seen so many yellow flags remains pivotal. And at this point, you got to make sure that you have a set left for that last run that you want to have to the checkered flag, where grip matters. I mean, we've seen so many cars lose it on their own tonight. It's not all been the result of major contact, so ensuring that you've got fresh rubber to meet the road for the final stretch in this race is certainly going to matter. And as of right now, we do not believe that Justin Gable, at least at this moment, put tires on. So that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on here, especially if we do get another caution in the final 30 or so laps or in the final 20 or so laps, because, you know, that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on here. If somebody wants to try to risk with so many cars, so many little cars, so many less cars, I should say. I guess that's the Hooked on Phonics way that you say it. Being on the lead lap, you may want to take that chance and maybe come down and get fresh rubber, or if you get a yellow with 20 to go or so, if you save the set to the end. This pit strategy stuff's not over just yet. I think we're just getting started.
Oh, it looks like some drivers do dart back on the pit lane. Looks like the previous leaders dart back. But remember, we had a driver came in here. I don't recall who, but he said that the cars don't drive so well in newer tires. So some drivers may elect to stay on older tires just to keep that advantage from the time being, or I guess maybe just they run out of tires. But looks like we do have 3 cars. That's Miller, Rambler, and I forgot his name. But it looks like all 3 of them just came in and just topped out the fuel. So with 35 laps to go, they're just on that pit window, Andrew, as you mentioned, for a full tank in a green flag run.
These guys ensuring that they have enough fuel, or at least hoping that they'll have enough fuel to the end of this race. We're right on the cusp of that pit window. Now, I don't know what happened with Cody Miller, but it's setting up for one heck of a run to the finish. If you've missed the race to this point, this is the 2021 installment of the NORC iRacing Series Indianapolis 500. Glad you're joining us this evening. Eric Brennan, JP Costa alongside Trey Shuttlesworth on social media. We are, of course, at the virtual Indianapolis with the virtual Dallara IR18s. We've seen a fantastic race so far in which Justin Gable started on pole. He'll now lead us back to this green flag in front of last year's race winner David Schutt in that number 5 car. We've seen wreck after wreck take out contender after contender. We've learned a lot about what these cars will do the rest of the way this evening. We've learned a lot as well about what we can expect tomorrow night in the IORL Indianapolis 500. Who knows what we've got to come up now, though. We're inside of 40 to go. We'll have 35 this time by the flag stand as the pace car will leave us down to the safety of pit lane. 35 laps remain in this one. Justin Gable waits. He waits some more. He waits. He's still waiting. Now he launches and we're restarted to Indianapolis. Look at the field bunch up. Out of turn number 2, you see David Schutt gave a great restart, a great fight, and won a round in the back. That is going to be Cody Miller on the inside of turn number 2. That car hard in the inside wall. He's destroyed. He is likely done for this one, but side by side for the race lead. Schutt around the outside. He won this race last year, led 56 laps to do it. He's trying to do it again. Drag race down to the stripe. Aaron Smith sits third, and Schutt leads that time by.
Schutt's going to be able to propel further out forward while John Barry scoots up into 3rd position. Schutt still running the high lane. Scottless Rambler trapped 6th in line behind a sideways Sean Williams. Battle for the lead now off 2. Here comes Gable alongside. Down low on Schutt. The pink car is that of David Schutt, the previous winner. Big run by John Barry. Where's he going to go with it? He stays in 3rd while Gable's down low for the lead.
He stays in 3rd, but he's looking on the inside line. Unfortunately, Schutt closes that line. But look at the run down into turn 4. He's going to be looking down low. Can he get enough of a run? He's going to get the slipstream from Gable. Can he make it 3 wide? He just shoots back on the outside lane. Looks like he's going to be taking the lead as they drag race down the line. And he goes from 3rd to 1st in one straight line as Schutt drops back to 3rd and Gable to 2nd.
Power move from John Barry. We spoke with him a little while ago. Always likes to miss these wrecks, of course, everybody does, but he emphasized putting himself in positions to miss those wrecks. Keeping himself out of trouble all night long. It usually works out. Well, now he's got a race. Mano, mano, mano through the entire field. We've got 10 cars back on this lead lap. Several drivers who have kept themselves in this one despite, well, many setbacks. Zach Lindgren, he's had a problem earlier in this race. Scott Shire, he would be added onto that list. Even Spencer Ray riding in the 9th position. So many of these drivers are fighting back from adversity this evening. But up front, side by side, they tango into 2. Barry around the outside and blinking big time. Oh my! Problems for David Schutt. Problems for John Barry. Schutt's got no right front.
That's a bizarre set of circumstances. May have been caused there by a bit of netcode, perhaps, which shut down.
Oh, Shire!
Almost got.
Oh, no, Emerson! Oh, you're kidding me.
Things going from bad to worse for David Schutt, who got damaged in a unique set of circumstances off turn number 2. And while trying to limp that car back to the pit area, Emerson Arden, who has been working diligently to try to finish this race out, is swept up in another incident here on the night. And here is Schutt trying to limp back that car that is painted up similar to what you saw the Racing Point Formula One team have for the last couple of years. I am not sure if he has a fast repair available. I believe he might. We'll know soon, but That was a really unique situation over in turn 2.
Exactly, as we saw Barry kind of blinking hard. Pretty sure that's the exit turn 1 and turn 2, and that might have been the cause of that incident because there was absolutely no contact, at least on my end, that I spotted. And unfortunately for Shut, that was just enough. As you can see, Barry blinking really hard. That looks like he just just a massive neck code incident, and that was enough to destroy his right front tire, right front suspension completely. And unfortunately for him, at that moment in time, he just essentially loses all grip. As you can see, Miller just kind of avoids it, and as soon as he comes back to the race line, Emerson just comes and get absolutely collected. That was a massive hit for both drivers.
David Shutt, no right front down to turn number 3. It's so hard to say what you should or shouldn't do in this situation. You've got that blinking 74 on the outside, and Gable flinched away like he saw it coming. And right here, I mean, that is the net code to all. That is the net code to end all net codes. I've never seen anything quite like that. And then into turn 3, he almost takes out Scott Shire. He ends up taking out Emerson Arden. He just comes right back down to the racetrack, and there's nowhere for Emerson to go. Absolutely nothing he could do.
And I want to give Emerson a lot of credit because, you know, he was multiple laps down. But in a race like this, stay out there. If these guys are going to keep wrecking each other, you might as well give it a shot and learn everything you can. And he was doing just that, and honestly supporting this race as well along the process. So I give Emerson a lot of credit for sticking with it. But that is a monster hit. I mean, even though this is, of course, an esports world, you still wince a little bit when you see a car go into the wall at that angle and that hard. And, boy, that was a devastating blow to a driver who, since lap 1 up till now, has not had luck on his side.
Exactly. If Unlucky had a name, I'm pretty sure tonight would have been Emerson Arden, as that crash was well over 210 miles an hour, I'm guessing. And I'm pretty sure on his screen, it was definitely not pretty, even though it's, as you mentioned, virtual. I'm pretty sure he got the scare of his life, as his car essentially was pointing one point into turn 3 and 4, and another point just completely into the wall. So not a pretty sight at all, but unlucky for him, that might have been race over after he raged on after crash after crash. 8 laps down, he unfortunately raged on, but unfortunately his race comes in and end before the checker flag.
Boy, lots just gone on in the last, I'd say, 20 laps or so. Everything we thought we were shaping up to see has completely changed this evening, Eric. Let's talk to the driver who's the center of that incident, though, Emerson Arden, with nowhere to go. And actually, I don't think he wants to be talked to. It looks like he has checked out of our voice chat. Looks like he'd rather just not have that conversation. I can't blame him. That's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, especially when you've had the night that you have and you're out there and kind of thumbing your way through it. I mean, we've talked about it before, even on some NORC races where a driver who, you know, gets involved in one incident relatively early in the going and elects to, I'll use the term, you said this earlier, Andrew, so I'll steal it, that the kids are using these days, and rage quit and just say, you know what, that's it, I'm done. I don't want to do anything else anymore. If I can't win, I'm not having fun. And Emerson is somebody who went the old school way about it tonight and stayed with it. And unfortunately, he ended up paying the price in the worst of ways with about 35 laps to go, a little bit less. So it's very unfortunate, but we may not be done tearing him up yet. So we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. We do have to give him big props for keep on going, because at any moment in time he could have just parked that car and just said that's enough, but you know, he just kept his head down, kept racing, got excellent miles, didn't bother any of the leaders. He essentially got out of everybody's way. So he was absolutely a player in the game, but unfortunately for him, his night comes to a quick end. And, well, just shy of the finish after all those incidents coming up in less than 30 laps to go. That's got to hurt.
And we will have less than 30 laps to go with this restart. In fact, we'll come around and take lap 173, which will set us up with 28 laps to the end of this race. Again, if you're new to this one, if you're just joining us a little bit later on here on the tail end of this, this is a 2021 running of the NORC Indianapolis 500. A lot's gone on. I would recommend watching through to the finish here or going back and watching the entire race through. Either way, thank you so much for joining us. This has been a dandy, and it's going to be even dandier. Is that how that works? Regardless, 28 laps to go, this time by the start-finish line. The dwindling field takes the green flag, and Barry will lead down to 1. Rambler already a big run straight to the bottom side of John Barry. A fight for the race lead. Rambler takes it by force.
Now what could Barry do? Maybe not much. Here comes Smith down low to the inside of Barry, who drafts up to Rambler. He looks low as they approach turn 3 to try to get the race lead back in the corner. And it's Rambler who's pinned up top. Barry trying to slide up off 3. And this fight for the lead is going to continue up onto the home stretch while Barry goes back to the point.
Rambler got that slingshot run that he loves, and he's going to get that position back once again as they cross the start-finish line. He's going to be looking on the outside of turn 1. Is he going to stick the car in? Yes, he will. They are side by side, almost making contact. Rambler on the outside, Barry on the inside. Can he hold that position? Looks like he might be getting a better run as Smith kind of kisses the wall with his back tire, nearly crashing out, and that's going to allow Ray to get a run and go down the inside. We have first, second, third, and fourth going side by side into 3.
John Barry holds the lead, bottom side of the racetrack. Will come around and take 26 laps to go at Indianapolis, this time by. Laps running out, fuel not a concern, tires maybe, as Rambler leads across the stripe. Boy, that was a dead heat.
We're starting to get to that point in the race where these guys are going to have to start thinking about rehearsing their final move, and Rambler may have just worked that to perfection the last time through. But the side-by-side run is poking a big hole in the air that Aaron Smith is loving as he's starting to close up from third spot. Spencer Ray coming back from the big crash while battling for the lead with Elijah Gracia. He runs fourth with Zach Lindgren fifth, Gracia in sixth. We've got 8 cars on the lead lap, 2 very fast cars, 1 lap down as this battle for the lead continues on the home stretch with Rambler trying to make the outside lane work, with Smith now trying to push him clear to the lead.
Rambler working that outside lane a treat. Looks like Smith almost thought about going 3 wide, but was not close enough, as once again Rambler seems to love that outside line and is just comfortable hugging it, essentially just keep on going at it. He's going to be looking once again on the outside as they drag race around the back straight. Smith decides to go on the slipstream from Barry as he sticks on the inside. They once again are going to be trading position, drag racing across the back straight, and once again through turns 3 into the small straight, turn 4. All of them close together. Looks like Rambler right now just decides to back off, essentially getting that slingshot run, and once again looking on the outside as they drag racing to the start-finish line.
1/8 of the race remains, and now we're even taking away at that. Under 25 to go, that time by. Still a battle for the race lead between John Barry and Scott List Rambler. We've seen fantastic lead battles all night long. This just the latest installment here in the NORC iRacing Series Indianapolis 500. We're going to come around. We'll take 23 laps to go. Eric, I'm not sure how long these tires can last side by side, though. We haven't quite tested a side-by-side battle for 20, 30 laps. And we've got a few extra laps on this before the most recent restart. How long can they keep this up?
Oh, I don't know. I think this is about the longest I expected them to keep it up, the way they've been racing. But I'm very surprised that Scott List Rambler, boy, Barry came up off the bottom a little bit there. I'm surprised about Scott List Rambler's desire to remain outside of Barry. I thought on a couple of occasions he would elect to fall in line, try to use the draft, because eventually that hole is going to fill up on the inside lane if he's not able to make this pass stick, which he really hasn't been able to do just yet. And just as you started talking about tire wear, I feel like the longer we get into this run, we're starting to see John Barry's car slide up off the bottom, get a little bit closer to Rambler. That's going to increase the likelihood of contact, and that could bring us towards a little bit of a catastrophic ending to this battle for the lead if that keeps up.
I'm pretty sure Smith wants these two guys' tires to run as quickly as possible so he can take the lead, but looks like that might not be the case so soon, as Rambler still sticks on the outside, gets the slipstream, drag races Barry on the back straight. That's just copy and paste from last lap. That's just rinse and repeat, and they're gonna keep on going as Rambler again tries to get a run on the outside lane. They're just going side by side. They're not giving up, either of them. both of them want to lead the race. They want to have the track position as Rambler once again gets a good run, and once again Smith elects to take down the inside line and follow Barry.
Gable down the pit lane. It's going to take a miracle to get him back into this as we take 21 laps to go. The laps ticking away here at Indy. Quite honestly, I don't know who I put my money on. The 74, his tire's starting to go away, John Barry, but he's suddenly come on. He's kept his car clean all night long, and he's won a ton of NORC races in the past, but has he done it in an Indy car? We don't know. We'll find out here soon if he can do it. Scottless Rambler, he's an Indy car ace. He's starting on the pole for tomorrow night's IORL Indianapolis 500, the inside of his teammate, Rick Vaughn. We know how good he is in an Indy car. Can one of the best be mastered by the rest? We'll find out. 20 to go.
And we've all been mesmerized by Scottless Rambler's ability to run this high line. Almost contact behind them as we saw Spencer Ray and Zach Lindgren almost come together. But somehow it's as if Scottless Rambler was rehearsing this. A 20-lap shootout to the checkered flag, being married to that outside lane lap after lap after lap, trying to make it work, or at the very least making it work back to the start-finish line. So Rambler finds himself in familiar territory. High, way high. This time ducking back in line to get a toe on the back rear wing of Barry. He'll dart out wide here as they come back to the start-finish line, and the battle for the lead continues to intensify.
For the past 6-7 laps, I have just been noticing Rambler is pretty much perfecting that strategy of just getting the shootout essentially out of turn 4 to lead and cross the start finish line ahead of Barry. He's just holding the outside line, allowing Barry to kind of take the lead at the beginning of the start finish straight, but as they come through the start finish line, he's just ahead by the tiniest of margins, and he has been doing that for the past 6-7 laps. So he's definitely one to look out for. But look at this right now, he just settles back. That looks like Schutt trying to get his laps back as Rambler once again goes down the outside. Schutt looks like he just settles back, and that's just gonna keep on going as Barry seems to be struggling a bit with his connection.
What a defense tactic. This is working for the moment for John Barry to hold the race lead. Scott Rambler, he can't go up there and quite pass him. He can't get alongside, and he needs help if he's going to make that pass, complete that pass now. Barry's back solid. What a defense tactic. I don't know that he's got a lag switch. I certainly doubt it, but it worked. And like I said earlier with Emerson Arden, if it works, it ain't stupid.
I got to say, if you're David Schutt, this has got to be like deja vu all over again. Props to him for getting
Well, Schutt's one lap down.
Battle. Yeah, Schutt's trying to get his lap back the old-fashioned way. As here comes Rambler trying to make the move outside again. But for Schutt, this is how he lost the lead earlier with Barry's car kind of twitching in and out of contention and competition. And he's trying to get that lap back the conventional way by getting up and around the leaders. He's certainly not afraid to mix it up. He's driven from the back of the pack, third car in line, watching the two in front of him battle for the lead. Here's Aaron Smith. He actually runs in third, fourth in line on the racetrack, while the top two nearly touch tires again off turn 3.
I'm pretty sure Aaron Smith is not going to be too happy with Schutt because he's definitely getting in the way of him trying to get close to the top two at this moment in time as they once again drag race. Looks like Schutt is going to be going on the outside. He's going to be taking it 3 wide into turn 1, ladies and gentlemen, and he's going to make that move stick. Looks like it. He's going to be pinching down Rambler to the middle, and it looks like Rambler is having absolutely none of it. But all of them come unscathed as they ran 3 wide into turns 1 and 2. I don't think I've ever seen that before. As look at Smith trying to make it 4 wide.
John Barry backs out, almost tags the back end of Aaron Smith. This gives the race to Scottless Rambler. David Schutt trying to get a lap back may have just completely ruined this lead battle. Scottless Rambler is one of the best in an IndyCar on the iRacing.com sim. It's going to be tough to race him heads up. Schutt on the inside, Rambler on the outside. Schutt is 1 lap down. Rambler, the race leader in 1. And he holds it. Zach Lindgren, he's up to 4th. Rambler around the top side again. Smith can't get there.
Schutt may very well be trying to make a statement here as he erratically defends the bottom lane with Scottless Rambler working the top side. Again, this is not a battle for the lead. The pink car is actually one lap down. Scottless Rambler on the outside and the white and black car is the leader while Aaron Smith rides second. But Schutt is trying to battle back after a netcode issue cost him some damage on the right front of that machine, put him behind the 8-ball, put him one lap down, and he is aggressively trying to get that lap back and hope for a yellow without being the yellow.
As Barry goes down the inside into turn 1 to take that P2 away from Smith once again. But now the question is, if you're Rambler, what do you want? Do you want a yellow to essentially get rid of Smith for the time being, or you just keep on battling, going side by side and essentially destroying your tires as we now head into less than 13 laps to go? I'm not pretty sure what I would do in his position, but looks like for the time being, he's happy to stay in front and keep battling a car that is one lap down.
David Schutt. The one thing I know about him in an IndyCar, like I said earlier, is he's aggressive, and so is John Barry. Down to the inside of David Schutt. He takes the race lead. What a move!
Boy, John Barry said he was ready to race. He wasn't kidding. Look at that move to go back to the point. That was after he lost the lead and fell back to third. Had to pedal it and thought maybe he was out of it. He said not so fast. Only took him a couple of laps to regroup and get back up there. But here comes Schutt trying to get that lap back up top as they run side by side to 3.
David Schutt on the outside of race leader John Barry will take 12 laps to go. This time by the flag stand at Indianapolis. Scottless Rambler falls back for the moment. Ooh, almost contact between the leader and the lap down, David Schutt. This is interesting, and I can only imagine how aggravating this has got to be if you're racing for this race lead. If you're Aaron Smith, if you're Zach Lindgren, you've got to be licking your chops, waiting on this incident to happen. I think it's going to happen. It's impending.
And again, not quite sure. Look at this on the outside. Rambler 3 wide in the top, 3 wide in the corner. Rambler way up out of the groove and almost into the fence. They somehow keep it straight.
I cannot believe he's still making those tires work on the outside. That was so brave and so trustworthy on those tires. As now look at it, they're going 3 wide. That's 2 cars battling for the lead, 1 car battling to stay on the lead lap, to go back to the lead lap, and Rambler is still on the outside lane that we all know it. He knows and loves it, as right now it looks like Schutt feeds back in behind those two, as Rambler right now within 10 laps to go is going to be battling once again Barry as he takes on the slipstream. He's going to be pointing his car on the outside. He's going to be heading to the outside. Can he clear Barry before turn 3? No, he cannot, as they still go side by side, and he's going to stick on the outside lane, and once again he's going to have that run. This is all that happened before, and just going to keep on going for the final 10 laps.
I'm getting deja vu myself now, Eric. Didn't we see this episode about 10-15 laps ago? John Barry inside, Scottless Rambler outside, dueling heads up for the race lead. Add that 5 car regaining speed back up to these two. We're about to have a repeat of the last 10 laps. What's going to happen here? Tires are fading away. Again, they can't keep this up, can they?
I'll steal a line from the late Benny Parsons. There ain't no way they're going to be able to keep this up. This is madness. And Schutt continues to be a bit of a variable. Barry washes up, almost caught the side of Rambler through 3. While Aaron Smith, Zach Lindgren and company continue to ride back. I'm not sure if this is intentional or if they're just trying to play it smart here at the end, because they know that there's no way these guys can keep this up without having significant contact. They all come back together in 1. Barry holds the lead.
Rambler is just putting so much stress not only on his tires but also on Barry's tires, because if at one moment in time Barry just loses grip on that front end, he's just going to be completely washing off into Rambler, and that's going to be a huge crash. So much trust being put in these two drivers on each other, and well, they just keep on going. You can see Rambler going still on the outside, just keeping essentially his front wing in contention, not allowing Barry to take on full control of the outside lane of the racing line. And once again, they just drag race on the start finish line, and Schutt just keeps on that 3rd car battle. And Smith, unfortunately, looks like he cannot get too close to these two, but I'm pretty sure he might be lining a move within the final few laps.
We have hit and surpassed 55 lead changes, 12 cautions this evening. Whoa! You know what? I'm not going to say that line because Scottless Rambler tried to give a 13th, that time out of turn 2. Fights to the inside. He'll take it down to the bottom side of turn number 3. He wants that race lead back from John Barry, and he's got it. Into turn 4. We'll take 7 laps to go this time by.
Rambler electing to forego his outside lane. Now what could John Barry do with Rambler defending all the way down to the inside retaining wall with Barry not having an avenue to get by? Shut rip rides up the top.
Oh, John Barry!
That would have been catastrophic there for Barry as he almost bounced off the side of Shutt. And Barry's got to be furious with the fact that Shutt is still mixing it up with the leaders.
I'm sure Barry is absolutely losing his mind, but Rambler might be thinking, Shutt, as right now Shutt dives down the inside of Rambler as he sticks on the outside lane, but Barry just like that, just in a quick moment's time, finds himself just in contention once again for the race lead, but that was also close between those two as Rambler now scoots in the back of the slipstream from Shutt, and Barry's going to do the same, but looks like he's not going to get too close as Rambler goes around the outside of Shutt. Once again, this is a lapped car. They're not battling for position. Barry on that McLaren livery car is the second place, and right now Rambler has one car between them.
Down the back stretch, we'll have 5 laps to go this next time by. Aaron Smith, he continues to sit back of these guys. Once again, it looks like Rambler might have this one possibly wrapped up. We know it's pretty hard to actually pass and hold on to it. Usually get locked in a side-by-side battle. With tires fading away, Barry's got to go through a lap car to get up to that 18. What do they do down the front stretch? Oh, I thought David Shutt for some reason was no longer in the server. No, Barry to the inside, and oh, he fades up for a moment into David Shutt. 5 laps to go, and he no longer has that 5 car between he and Indianapolis 500 glory. Well, maybe he does. Shutt fights to the top side and maybe clears that 74 again.
As that continues on the back straightaway, at this point in the race with under 5 to go, I'm going to come out and call space.
Oh! Scottless Rambler!
That is unbelievable. He just lost it all by
Caution!
himself. Looks like those tires have had it, and that rear end was absolutely not sticking on turn 3, and all of a sudden, the leader of the race with 4 laps to go finds himself in the last position of the lead lap cars.
You're kidding me!
I don't even know what to say. I will say what I was about to say, and that was that I thought it was about time for Shutt to move aside and let these leaders battle it out, but it looks like he knew what he was doing because he's going to get his lap back the old-fashioned way due to the timing of the caution, unless John Barry was able to get by him after that car spun off the corner. I thought that if Shutt would have hung around there and not gotten his yellow with 5 to go, he should have conceded defeat and fallen to the back and let these guys settle it. But Scottless Rambler, we talk about cars getting loose all day. That's exactly what happened to him here. And what this does is this allows Shutt to get back on the lead lap the conventional way. So if he elects to stay out and drivers pit for whatever reason, if they have any tires left, if he would have took the free pass, he would have had to start tail end of the lead lap, I believe, or tail end of the longest line, I believe. So this allows him to now be in that lead lap running order and gain positions under the caution if pit strategy should erupt with so few cars on the lead lap. But how about this? We've seen a lot of different drivers lose it. I don't think we thought that Scottless Rambler would have been one of the guys to lose it on his own here tonight, let alone with it being about 4.5 laps away from the win.
Definitely not. Definitely, that's the huge surprise as we all went speechless as we saw that puff of smoke from Rambler's car. And unfortunately for him, within 4 or 5 laps to go, that's all it took for his car to be pointing at the wrong direction. And well, that allowed, looks like everybody went to pit road, but the top 3 looks like it. So we might have an all-out shootout. Looks like all these cars, they have fresh new tires. So it's going to be interesting to see how well these tires fed off in comparison to older tires. But the question is, if Rambler's tires did that as old as they are, is Barry concerned about his tires?
I would hope that he would be concerned, JP. We're going to go to extra distance, it looks like, in the NORC Indianapolis 500. Sean Williams, the first off a pit lane, the first on new tires. Suddenly, Sean Williams, who was a bit, I guess, unsure of his prospects in this race, just might be in the catbird seat. Scottless Rambler exits second out of the group who pitted. David Schutt third. So it ends up paying off for David Schutt. But if that had ended in an incident with he and one of those two leaders, I think you've got to look back at that as one of the silliest runs to a caution flag in iRacing history. I'm going to be honest, if it had ended in an incident. Thankfully, there was no incident. And David Schutt does get the payout of racing those guys. However, we're coming around to 2 laps to go. We aren't restarting this time. I'm going to be honest, I don't know that green-white checkers are built into this race. We're going to find out very quickly if we do get one this time down the front stretch. And we're going to find out pretty quickly if we've got 1 lap to end this race or 2.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. I mean, the Indianapolis 500 sticks to its traditions. I mean, they were talking about it on trackside this past couple of weeks about they used to have a red flag point in some cases. It came into play in the 2014 running of the 500. So this is going to be a big moment in this race perhaps here when the field gets to the line. And John Berry may
watch
be
the pace car
looking at
lights.
An opportunity. Let's take a look at how this pans out here, Andrew.
Pace car lights are out. And we are, okay, look at that. The ticker goes up to 201. We do have extra distance in this race. JP, everything has changed.
Exactly. Right now, unfortunately for Barry, I'm pretty sure he was hoping that that would not happen, but, well, we do have 2 extra laps. Everything can happen. Within 1 lap, we could have seen a lead change, but right now with 2, that's essentially double the distance that he had left on that race car, and, well, now I'm excited. I'm excited to see what these drivers can do. It's all open right now. Everybody's definitely holding on to their seats, and we could see a brand new leader of the race, a brand new winner. Only time will tell.
Eric, you're a betting man. Where do you put your chips?
I like David Schutt. I mean, I got to say, I admire his ability to drive up through the pack. I like the position he's in right now. We'll see if he's able to get up there and mix it up and take this lead and win away. Also, I'll tip off Emerson Arden. He passed along the message. Apparently, it's unlimited green-white checker, so this may not be the only one we get set to re-rack the field and do. Let's see what happens here as the field's in 3.
The top 3 old tires. Everybody else, they've got new Firestones. I have no clue what's about to happen. John Berry is your race leader. He'll come to the green flag on 28 lap old tires, all but maybe 3 or 4 of those under green flag conditions. He's got Aaron Smith in behind, then Zach Lindgren. That's the only cushion that he's got between he and everybody else on those new Firestone rubbers. Coming down to the green flag, potentially the final one of the day. We're going to extra distance in the NORC Indianapolis 500. 500 plus, I guess you can call it now. Green flag flies. They snake down the front stretch. Everybody else has their work cut out for them. Barry's got a challenge. Aaron Smith looks high. Meanwhile, Scott Rambler passes Sean Williams. David Schutt looks to follow side by side for the race lead. Do we go 3? Yes, maybe. Zach Lindgren looks middle. No, he will stay behind John Berry. Turn 3 with 1 lap to go the next time by.
Question is, do they make it to the white flag? Aaron Smith, who has been biding his time all race long, riding in the catbird seat as Berry defends down low. Smith up top, Rambler charging. 1 lap to go.
Look at Rambler on the outside lane. We saw what he can do, and I'm pretty sure, well, he's confident on that outside lane. He got an excellent run. He almost makes it 3 wide into turn 2. He does make it 3 wide, and he's going to be going side by side.
Oh, Aaron Smith!
Oh, as we do have a big crash, Smith goes off, and well, it's all back between Barry and Rambler once again. Rambler's going to have the advantage of the outside line, and well, will we see a photo finish?
I would imagine this is Rambler's race to lose at this point. New tires, he's second in line, he's got a draft, but don't forget David Schutt. It's the final run of the NORC Indy 500. Oh, John Berry! David Schutt's going to go back-to-back. David Schutt wins the 2021 NORC Indianapolis 500 in last lap calamity.
I will go cash my winning ticket because Schutt did exactly what I thought he would. However, I don't know if he would have had that chance if Berry and company did not have contact when Scottless Rambler tried to make the move off the final corner. Oh my, what a way to end this race. David Schutt may go back and listen to our call on this one. I perhaps thought that it was a little bit too much. I thought it was a little bit too much with him trying to get that lap back there towards the end of that one, but it turned out to be one of the two winning moves in this race. The other, of course, being his ability to dodge the carnage off the final corner. What a finish.
I am genuinely speechless. I was jumping off of my chair as that crash happened. I cannot believe what I just saw, and what a finish we had. I guess not the ideal finish from everybody, but I mean, I'm pretty sure David Schutt is not complaining at all. With 5 laps to go, this guy was a lap down fighting with the leaders, and just like that, his race turned on its head, and well, look at him, the race winner, Indianapolis 500 plus winner.
I'll eat those words. I said that if he had collected the race leaders in an incident, it would be the silliest run to a caution flag in iRacing history. I'll eat those words. That was the smartest run when it's all said and done for David Schutt in potentially iRacing Indianapolis 500 history. I can't believe it. He fought those race leaders, and you know what? He could have helped prompt that spin for Scottless Rambler. He wore those tires out by racing him, and we found out after the fact Scottless Rambler thought that was for position. He didn't know David Schutt was a lap down. He wore those tires out on the 18 car. I'm sure played a good part in spinning that 18 out just by tire wear, gets the lap back, gets back in this race. I've never seen anything like it. Never.
And again, like I almost feel like I owe David Schutt an apology because I was going to say that.
Absolutely. I do.
Yeah, I'll admit it. You know, I thought that him being up there with less than 5 to go was a silly move on his part, and it turns out this guy knew exactly what he was doing. And coming into tonight, I mean, this is a non-points paying race, but there's a lot of prestige to win this race, let alone back-to-back years like Schutt just did. But he's had a great NORC season, but yet to visit victory lane. Now, this win's not going to count in the championship standings, but it's certainly going to count as far as a badge of honor that he could put on him, especially with the way he got it. Let's watch this last lap, JP. This was madness.
This was absolutely crazy. Rambler forcing the move 3 wide. Smith loses it completely. It runs out of road. Old tires, absolutely nowhere to go. Slams into the outside and inside wall. And that's his race over in the last lap. And then Rambler gets a perfect run, lines himself up perfectly with Barry. That's what we saw in the 180 laps and 190. So it was just carbon copy. I'm pretty sure he already pasted that move perfectly, but as he moved on the outside to get that run, Barry just kind of closes the door a bit too aggressively, and well, I mean, what can I say? He just threaded the needle. Absolutely came perfectly in the middle of that crash, and that's all it took for him to come into victory lane from 3rd, and with 5 laps to go, he was a lap down. I mean, that's just textbook.
Let's watch that final restart back, shall we? I'm still just in complete awe as to what's just happened at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is John Barry off of the restart, and of course he's got old tires along with Aaron Smith and Zach Lindgren. Everything happens in behind, of course, with David Schutt and Sean Williams. They were battling back here with Scottless Rambler. Rambler got away for the moment. This is down the backstretch now, fresh off of the restart. John Barry, he's tangoing with Aaron Smith, and Zach thought about going 3 wide right there, and then we could just ride on board with Rambler as he takes it to the outside of Zach Lindgren. No contest here once he gets the run down the straightaway. Quickly works by this 85 car, and there it is, the move to the top, the line that he wants. You see side by side for the race lead. That was white flag. And into 1 and 2, Eric, I thought for sure he was going to take this 3 wide, and he does. I thought he had this move done in turn 2, but he pushed up right there. He couldn't quite stick it, and that sets up for the finish that we had.
Yeah, then here, I think he called it perfectly. I think that he was in the best position because he had timed this move every time that these two got together and were battling for the lead. He knew that this was the place to be because he could beat John Barry back to the line. He gets in line here, follows in the slipstream, gets a great run off the corner, and that fade boy, I don't know if he was expecting for Scottless Rambler to be closer to the outside retaining wall, but he tried to fade over and kind of hip check that momentum, and it ended up crashing a bolt. Spencer Ray comes right in your living room there at the tail end of that one. And of course, Scott Shire, you know, able to salvage what was left of his day. He gets caught up in that crash too, just shy of the finish line. But what a finish. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Exactly. I mean, literally unbelievable is the word to describe. As you can see, just, I mean, I'm not gonna call that he had it. I don't know. We may have seen a three-way photo finish. There's absolutely no way of knowing, but he definitely had the run. Now the question is, what if he had the momentum to keep that going? As you can see, just a massive crash. We're lucky that this is virtual racing, because I'm not pretty sure how hard someone can take a crash on like that. But I mean, that's gotta be one of the most incredible race finishes I've ever seen. I'm not pretty sure for the right reasons, but definitely one of the most spectacular finishes I've seen in a long time.
We'll ride on board with Sean Williams here as he comes through this. I don't even know what this crash was, but it just opens the gates, opens the Red Sea for David Schutt. You see him go through the middle, then I don't know how Sean Williams missed that. I don't know how he missed that, but David Schutt comes through clutch in that one, and we'll take everything back that we said earlier on. Incredible run for David. He takes race victory in the 2021 NORC Indianapolis 500. We'll head to our post-race break. Don't go anywhere. More coverage on the way from Indy.
Have you found yourself trying to hide your joy because you're unhappy with your teeth? Your smile is the first feature noticed in an interview, on a date, or in family photos. We want you to be able to shine bright as your best self, and our teeth whitening system is the perfect step toward restoring your confidence.
Sound Art introduces an entirely new way to listen to music in your home. By combining the best of two products, a revolutionary high-fidelity, low-profile Bluetooth wireless speaker with beautiful artwork. Select from a library of artwork or upload your own photos to personalize your experience. Sound Art ushers in an era of invisible, beautiful, and amazing sound throughout your home and redefines your entire entertainment system. The need to reclaim your floor space and rid your home of unsightly speaker boxes that need to be bolted to the wall is now a thing of the past. Our canvas is printed on high-quality permalite by Breathing Color. And select from our gallery or upload your own. Standard sizes include 16 by 20 and 18 by 24 canvas wrapped. Custom sizing is available, as well as surround sound options.
Sound Art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it Sound Art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound Art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day without the extra effort or time. When it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy.
Welcome back to the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll get a hold of David Schutt, your back-to-back NORC Indianapolis 500 race winner, towards the tail end of things. We will get him after we talk to these three guys. A little bit of difficulty. If you guys are in the NORC stream, you'll see that conversation going on. So we'll get a hold of race winner David Schutt. Stand by on that. But for now, we will turn our attention to second place finishing, and I don't know how this happened, considering he pounded the wall and crashed pretty hard earlier on in this race. But Zach Lindgren gets through the final couple of pieces of melee, and Zach, how did the seas part like that?
I wish I could tell you, buddy. I have absolutely no clue. I thought for sure I was going to be in it. I'm not going to lie, I was hoping Schutt was going to be in it. And then when Schutt got through, I was hoping I wasn't going to be in it, and it just seemed to happen. So I don't know.
Well, you end up making it through in that final incident. You led 14 laps earlier on. Let's go way back. I know it's been a few hours. But back earlier in this race, you sat around in the top 5 very quietly, very methodically. You got some laps led eventually, but then what happened as the race went on? We heard about the handling of the track, the car changing. You pound the wall on a long green run. How'd you get back in?
Yeah, the car was just stupid tight as the run went on. I could not figure out turn 2 to save my life. That was the one part of the track where I was losing all the time, and I'd have to use all other corners to try to gain up that time back. So, yeah, the car was just stupid tight as the run went on, and that's what bit me coming out of 3 right there. I thought I had a little bit more room than what I actually did, and I just went up and slapped the wall. Slid back, obviously went a lap down. I got lucky on the caution and with Aaron getting an EOL because he ran out of fuel, so I was able to jump in front of the leader on that and then get in a wave around, which brought me back to 1 lap down. And then I had a battle right there with Spencer there for just a little bit when that caution saved him came out, but everyone else pitted, so I was able to get a wave around. So at that point, I knew my race was probably salvaged. I just needed to keep it clean. I had already used my fast repair, so it just at that point is just keeping the car clean and trying to get up as quick as I could up to the front. I couldn't pass anyone all day, so it was just passing people on the stretches and as quick as I could.
Let's fast forward now to that final restart. Somehow you're back in things. You're on those old tires. You see John and Aaron in front of you. And then Scott, Sean, David on new tires behind. What was the game plan?
Honestly, I didn't think anyone was going to pit. I thought we'd all made our bed. Everyone was complaining about track position, so I honestly didn't think anyone was going to pit. I saw Sean and everyone else down there. I thought they were faking, so I stayed up. And then when they went in, I knew I was kind of kicking myself because I knew I was in a really tough pickle because both John and Aaron were quick, and everyone else behind me is going to be on new tires quick. So I knew I was stuck right in the middle. But no, man, we were lucky enough to get passed by both Scott and David and kind of keep our position right then and there. So I was kind of kicking myself as that strategy call was happening. I should have gone in, but at the same time, I wasn't good on new tires at all. So I think that was probably the best play for me personally.
Well, it ends up working out in those last couple of laps. I don't know how the Red Sea parted for you, but you came through, you finished second place, and that's pretty big here in the NORC Indianapolis 500. It's your first season running with these guys. You're turning heads on the NASCAR side, apparently now in an IndyCar. Sour earlier on, sweet now here at the end. Who do you have to thank? Who do you have to shout out?
Just give a huge shout out to everyone who put this on. This wouldn't be possible without everyone who works hard on it. You guys up here in the booth doing what you do, dedicating your time to the league, everyone that came out to run, everyone that came out to watch. Elite Motorsports for keeping me in the car on the NASCAR side, for putting me in a car, keeping me in it, and always being my biggest supporters. Don't really have a lot of sponsors for IndyCar, so I guess just Sour Patch Kids. That's really all I got.
Hey, fair enough. It works out for you this evening. Again, second place, incredible given what you were handed this evening. You started sixth and somehow you battled through. Congratulations on one heck of a podium finish and doing so in style. We'll see you next week at the iRacing Super Speedway. Until then, live this one up.
All right, buddy, I will. Thank you.
Zach Lindgren, second place in the NORC Indianapolis 500. I can't believe that. I don't know what to make of that, but we're going to hand things down to third place finisher. You see him there in the background, Sean Williams. He's standing by with Eric Brennan.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. And Sean Williams, I know we talked a little bit earlier tonight, and we weren't quite sure about the handle, the ability to pass with that car. We knew the last few laps were going to be crazy. Did you envision that it was going to be that crazy?
Oh, yeah, we went full NORC right there at the end.
I mean, these races tend to, suit your style for the most part. I mean, we mentioned that you kicked the season off with a pole at Daytona. Your NORC campaign has been going quite well. You're 10th in the championship standings, but this is a non-points race. Hopefully that nothing that happens here tonight carries consequence to when we get back to regular season competition next week. Does that allow you a chance to experiment a little bit or be a little bit more rough and rumble than you would be on a points-paying event?
I don't know. I just try to every week to show up, run my own race, see what I got at the end, and just go from there. You know what I mean?
Now, late in the going, we saw the pit strategy kind of get split. When that caution came out just a few laps to go after Scott List Rambler's spin, did you have any tires left? And was that the only option that people had? If you had tires left in, you had to come and take them? Or what was your thoughts there as far as if the yellow came out, which it eventually did, of what you were going to do?
Yeah, it came in. I had one set left. And the tires, I don't know. The fall-off didn't seem that bad. We were setting much faster laps after having some laps on the tires, but I figured I wasn't in the lead anyway. I hadn't really had anything for them, so I might as well just put some fuel in it, put some tires on, and see what I could do.
We had a quick glimpse here to take a look back at that last lap crash that's happened off turn 4, and it looked as though that John Berry's car was either in your lap and that you were either going to come home with a top 5 finish or you were going to come home out in the parking lot at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Did you even see that car flash before your eyes, or were you just kind of...
That thing
what was that
came
like?
Out of nowhere. I saw like pieces and stuff flying everywhere, and I was like, you know what? We're not lifting, so I just hammered down, tried to find a hole. And I think I went through him. I don't know. That scared me right there. I need some new underwear.
It is certainly fun to watch. Hopefully you have a chance to go back and look at it. Sean, you ran a very clean race tonight. I hope that you're very happy with the run that you were able to put together. A top 3 finish for you here tonight. Who do you have to thank for this incredible run by you and your team?
Yeah, again, just like earlier, thanks for Revan for putting this on and everything he does. All the league races. It takes a lot to run these things, so I appreciate all that and him letting me be a part of this. And then, again, everyone who's watching, we had a lot of wrecks. It was kind of a mess, but hopefully it was entertaining and everybody enjoyed it. And then, again, thank you all for broadcasting these things. I like watching them.
It was a long one, but it was a fun one. And thanks to guys like you for making it entertaining for us. Sean, great job tonight, man, with that 3rd place finish. Congrats.
Yep, thank you.
Again, that is Sean Williams, who came home our 3rd place finisher, I would say by less than virtual inches after John Berry's car came across the bow of his machine. And Andrew, I'll tell you what, that's not the last front runner that we're going to talk to tonight. We had a couple of other heavy hitters in the mix who we're going to have a chance to chat with before we go off air. Who's the next one we got in line?
we're going to hand things down to JP Costa with Scott List Rambler. I think one of the biggest storylines of the afternoon, especially with the IORL Indianapolis 500 tomorrow. JP, take it away.
So definitely Scott List. I mean, that was almost a race. It was essentially race gone and race back, and unfortunately at the last moment in time, you kind of lost. But before we talk about the big incident, talk us through essentially the first part of the race, the first 3/4 of a race. Talk us through how on earth were you handling that outside lane so well? I mean, you passed so many people out there. It was just unbelievable seeing you hook that outside lane.
Yeah, for the first part of the race, I decided I was gonna essentially just stick to the draft and just try to get a handle on the car, because I didn't get a chance to practice. The first laps that I put down were in qualifying, so I just wanted to get familiar with the car, figure out the limits that I could go to with it, and see how the setup was going to affect things, because there was a lot more downforce on this setup than I've run in some of the other setups over the course of the last few weeks. So I just started playing around. I knew the outside on the fixed setups tend to be a pretty good place to go as long as you can keep clean air on your nose. So I started playing around with that, and I figured out that I was carrying a crap ton more speed around the outside with a little bit of clean air than a lot of the guys were trying to follow in line. So I was just using that to keep inside the draft, save fuel, try to give myself as much of an advantage when it came to pit strategy as I could, and just waited for it to come down at the end.
Yeah, we saw you absolutely flying through people on the outside lane. We were in shock, we were in awe on those moves, and at one point in time, obviously, we came into a part of the race where everybody was kind of single filing. How difficult was it to try to get past, try and get close with all that air rush, with all that dirty air?
Honestly, it was kind of odd, because if you're like mired back in the pack and there's not a lot of clean air anywhere, you could run like about half a lane to 3/4 of a lane to the outside of the car in front of you, and you could gain quite a bit of ground doing that, and then use that advantage coming out of 2 and 4 to pass them down the straightaway. So it wasn't horrible. Where it really started getting odd, though, was back in like 4th or 5th. If the top 3 were packed up pretty well, the amount of air that was being moved was just set in such a way that you really couldn't do anything. You had to wait until somebody got slightly out of line in 3rd or 2nd position to even have a chance of coming back at the guys in front of you. But once you get up into 3rd and 2nd, you didn't really have any issue, because there was still a lot of clean air.
Well, that would explain why we saw so many battles for the lead. Now we're gonna get into the questions that I guess everybody that's watching the stream wants to know. We saw plenty of times during the beginning and the mid phase of the race, some drivers spinning out on their own, let it be on turn 1, 2, or in your case on turn 3. Now, what exactly happened that the car lost? It was older tires, was just, let's say, a gust of wind, too much input? What exactly happened that led your car to spinning out from the lead at that moment in time, and what was your reaction after that?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Once you get up into clean air, the car would loosen up quite a bit, and I had set my weight jacker back down into the negative. I think it was -5. I had 6 on my armbar in the front, so it should have been pushing slightly, and that was essentially what I had run during the pit cycles to kind of run in clean air once the other guys had peeled off toward pit road, so I didn't think it'd be much of an issue. And for a couple laps there leading up to the spin, it was perfectly fine. It's just I went to turn into turn 3, and the right rear felt like it just turned into a caster and pointed my nose straight at the inside wall. There was nothing I could do to control it.
Yeah, at that moment at over 210 miles an hour, I'm pretty sure there's absolutely nothing you can do to catch those cars. And finally, we come to that final lap. At the end of turn 2 and the entry of turn 2, you made it 3 wide. That was one of the bravest moves, one of the craziest moves I've seen all throughout the race, and you made it stick. That was amazing. Then at that moment I thought, okay, he won the race. But coming out of turn 4, what was your view on that instant?
Oh man. I can't be mad at John. John and I were having fun racing, and I expected a block. I didn't expect that big of a block. Yeah, coming through the short chute of 1 and 2, I just had a massive run on John and Aaron, and I didn't want to give it up, obviously, because I knew if I let out of the gas, I was going to have to build up that momentum again. So I went for the gap. John had dove down a bit further in turn 2 quite a few times on the restarts, so when he moved, I went ahead and filled the gap. Had to jump on the brakes a little bit to make sure I didn't get into Aaron, and unfortunately he just washed up into the wall because it's like you said, for some reason I was the only one that was really able to get that outside lane working. So once you get past that certain point, if you haven't been running up there, then it's just going to go into the wall. But coming down into 3 and 4, I decided to run the high lane to try and get a little bit of a gap to myself and John so I could draft down the front straightaway. Built up a pretty good gap in the short chute, started getting behind him, and had the run there coming down the final straightaway, and he just turned dead right, clipped my left front, and sent me straight into the wall.
Well, it's nice knowing that you took it so well. It's amazing to see. Obviously, this doesn't count for any points in the championship so far, but obviously we just keep on thinking what could have been if this had not happened. But since it happened, who do you have to thank for that also close win in this Indianapolis 500?
Okay. I want to thank you guys for broadcasting. I want to thank John for putting everything on with NORC. This is the first time I've been back in a NORC sanctioned race in a very long time, so it was good to come back and put on a good show and have some fun, fight down for the lead to the very end. And thanks to everybody that came out and watched. Hopefully it was entertaining for you guys, because it sure was fun behind the wheel.
And just before I let you go, obviously we're going to have you tomorrow as well for our race. How do you take this race as practice for tomorrow's race?
Well, about that. So I started a new job recently, and unless the race gets bumped back to around the same starting time as the race was tonight, then chances are I won't be making the grid. So I went through all the trouble of putting the car on pole for tomorrow's race, and chances are I won't be there.
Well, we definitely hope to catch you tomorrow, because you put on a show here tonight, and I'm pretty sure if you can make the race tomorrow, you're definitely gonna put on another show. So hopefully you can make it to tomorrow's race. And well, thank you for the amazing races you provided us here tonight, and best of luck for tomorrow.
All right, thank you guys.
Well, Andrew, that was Cutlass Rambler. Unfortunately, came just also close to winning tonight's race, but hopefully we can have him tomorrow for another great race, hopefully.
And with that, we got to talk to our race winner this evening. Now, he's been waiting so patiently over in Discord, and we're going to change things up. If you don't know, NORC exclusively uses TeamSpeak. But what we're going to do is we are going to bring David Shutt into our Discord real quick. So give me one moment. We're going to organize this. We're going to get David into Discord. Now, David, I'm going to be honest. I owe you an apology. Our guys over on TeamSpeak, I think Eric even mentioned we owe you an apology. We were pretty critical of that run for so many laps where you were running those guys like dogs, and you were battling tooth and nail with drivers on a different lap than you. But in the end, that made the difference.
Yeah, I know some people, I guess, are critical of the way I drive, but it's just the way that I've always done it. Gotta go hard, especially, kind of a weird server issue, I think, when my car randomly broke. It wasn't just me, so that was kind of unfortunate. Got us a lap down, but you just got to go for it, and hopefully there was a caution, and there was. So got pretty lucky with that one.
It worked out pretty nicely, and Now, I said towards the top of the show, certainly earlier on, probably 3 hours ago at this point, there's one thing I know about David Schutt in an IndyCar, and it's that you're very aggressive. And you're aggressive in the NASCAR series as well. It doesn't matter what you're driving. You are one of the more aggressive drivers, and that's not a bad thing. It simply means you're willing to hang it all out on the line, and this evening it works out for you. Could you potentially attribute Scottless Rambler's problems to your aggressiveness racing those guys, and could that be why we saw that spin?
It could have been. I mean, I was a little sketchy when you were out by yourself, especially when you're battling and all of a sudden you find yourself in clean air. You got to make sure you make the right adjustments, because the car will do something that you don't expect, and once it gets loose, it's really hard to save this car. It's not like a stock car where you can kind of wheel it around. It's a really fine line between loose enough where you're going fast and too loose that you're just wrecking. So yeah, that could have definitely played a factor.
So you win this evening, go back-to-back here in the NORC iRacing Series Indianapolis 500. But speaking of the iRacing Series with the normal stock cars on Tuesday nights, this is the first time we've gotten to talk to you all season. How do you feel over there? Now, you're winless. You're the only driver in the top four, though, yet to win. So clearly you've got something figured out, even if you can't get to first place quite yet. Do you see that win coming, and how do you feel for the championship overall?
I hope I can get a win. That's something I've always struggled with. My goal is every race is to finish top 5, no matter what. And for some reason, just not good out front by myself without anybody to kind of base myself off of. It's always something I've struggled with. So hopefully we'll find a track and combo that works for me. In terms of the championship, I don't believe it's final race takes all win kind of deal. So yeah, I think I just need to hopefully get some lucky wins and build a points gap, but we'll give it our best shot.
We'll see how you do next week at the iRacing Super Speedway, but for now, congratulations on going back-to-back in the NORC Indianapolis 500. Who do you have to thank? Who do you have to shout out?
Well, I'd like to first shout out John Barry for taking himself and the other car out. I think this was like the second time he's done that, and I've won both times, I think. And I'd like to thank you guys for broadcasting, all the drivers for showing up. It was kind of worrying because there wasn't a ton of drivers, but I think we put on a great race. And in the car, it was definitely a blast. So excited for next year. Hopefully we'll get a new track, updated version, and we'll get even more drivers.
It was certainly a wild one this evening. You come out on top, and I think that's fitting for your wild driving personality. Congratulations once more. We'll talk to you hopefully throughout the season some more. Hopefully that win is coming up for you. Best of luck. Have a good night.
Thank you.
David Schutt this evening after a fantastic, a big-time victory here, Eric. And I don't know what else to say about it other than a fantastic win. I think a big power move. Granted, out of turn 4, he's not looking at a checkered flag. He's looking at 2 cars in front of him. He was just in the right place at the right time when mistakes happened ahead. And I think that is about as impressive as being the driver to lead out of turn number 4. You've got to make sure you're in that right position when things go awry to take advantage of it. He did exactly that. You see Barney waving the checkered flag. And David Schutt is a back-to-back Indy 500 champion.
Now, I appreciate you offering our apologies because we owed it to him. And with that, though, once we came down with that green-white checker and you posed the question, who did I think would be the car to beat? Schutt was the first one that came to mind, and it was because of how well he was able to push and how aggressive he was able to be and essentially force the competition into mistakes. And that's what ended up being the race-winning move. And I also think that's a little bit of that racing karma coming back to him as well. And I'm happy that he was able to kind of laugh off the incident with he and John Berry off of 2. That was just a true server issue, netcode, whatever you want to call it. It was bad luck. That's spade to spade. It was bad luck for 2 very fast cars. Unfortunately, he got the worst of it. But as always in the racing world, it came back to him. He's a back-to-back NORC Indy 500 winner.
Absolutely. Incredible fashion this evening to drive out of turn 4. Now, JP, I got to ask you, we saw a lot go on this evening, and not all of this will be able to be translated into tomorrow's event, but the IRL Indianapolis 500, it's same cars, the same racetrack. Sure, we'll probably have some different weather. The setups will be a little bit different, but still, a lot of parallels can be drawn, even some of the drivers in this race. What do you take away from this evening to apply to tomorrow?
Well, I'm pretty sure the drivers that took these 200 laps, obviously some of them didn't even make it 200 laps, but the drivers that got the experience to run closely side by side, and the drivers who actually may have watched the race to learn, I'm pretty sure they learned one thing or another. I'm pretty sure some of these drivers are definitely going to be taking that outside lane that we saw working so well here tonight into tomorrow's race. So it could be a completely shift in strategy for tomorrow's race. I'm pretty sure some drivers might be thinking about putting in some laps here tonight in order to prepare. So a lot of things can be taken. Obviously, I guess the biggest one of them all is not giving up. You know, this guy, the winner, was 1 lap down with 5 laps to go, and he ended up winning the race. So the last thing that the drivers for tomorrow's race can do is giving up, and I guess that's just the biggest message that we can take away from tonight's race.
How about that for a JP Costa pep talk going into tomorrow's IRL Indianapolis 500? Let's check out the race results this evening from Indianapolis. Of course, David Schutt takes it by 0.222 over Zach Lindgren. Again, the seas parted for those guys up front. Sean Williams came on through, and those top 3 all within 0.427 of one another. But Scott Shire, 21 seconds back after he was collected in that last lap melee, along with guys like John Barry, Aaron Smith, and Scott List Rambler, who did not make it back to the checkered flag under power. You got Spencer Ray in 8th, 3 laps down. Elijah Gracia in 9th, 7 laps down. Justin Gable rounds out your top 10. The back 8 cars, you've got Cody Miller, Emerson Arden, Daniel Falkingham, Sheldon Lockey, Cole Freilich, Tom Mercier, Hayes Booth, and Terrell Baker with their respective amounts of laps down and all of their incidents throughout the race. But it was a wild one this evening. One more time here. Final thoughts, Eric, then JP from this one.
I mean, you know, I was a little bit timid when we saw the entry list coming into this race during practice, and we started out with about 12 cars in the session. It populated up to 18, thanks to the couple of those who jumped in late or last minute. Our own Emerson Arden's included on that list. But as always, with the NORC calendar or NORC slate, and I want to mention for the final time that this was not a points race, it was kind of an exhibition event. We always expect the racing to be phenomenal. We always expect to pluck storylines out of the night, and we always expect the finish to be rather thrilling. I think we checked all the boxes here tonight, and this 2020 running of this Indianapolis 500 under the NORC banner left us all walking away with the adrenaline pumping, the heart racing, and a lot of memories to take out of this event. And David Schutt, for the last 2 years, has been the one driver to put his name down as the winner for this event. Hats off to him, because he had to overcome, as JP mentioned his last time around the table, that he had to overcome adversity. A lap down with 5 to go, ends up the winner. I mean, that doesn't happen in any form of motorsports often, but David Schutt did it tonight.
And I'm going to share your feelings. You know, at the beginning, I was a little bit intimidated by the number of cars, but, you know, this just proves that numbers actually don't mean a lot. You know, we've had less than 20 cars, and we had fantastic racing. The first, I guess, 50 laps were just amazing battles for the lead. We had battles all the way in the back, which unfortunately we could not cover. But, you know, even with less cars, this was just an amazing race to watch, amazing experience. And the race winner literally came down to the last corner, at the exit of the last corner. So it was, you know, it was hair-raising. It was a spectacular event. It was the greatest spectacle in motor racing, in my opinion.
And how then do we add to it? Well, again, tomorrow night we've got the IORL Indianapolis 500 by Slothy Racing. Can't wait to get to it. But first, I do got to thank our partners here at Pit Stop TV. Of course, Tucson Sound Art, your picture, your music. You provide the image you want. They will custom create a beautiful framed, high-quality canvas for you. It looks fantastic, sounds great too. Make sure to use promo code PitStopTV on the way out to get 10% off of your order. Father's Day around the corner. This could be what you need to keep Dad happy, or, well, I suppose make Dad happy. Whatever works, and I think this would be one that Dad certainly appreciates. It can be a picture of one of his old classic cars or whatever makes him happy. By all means, even a picture of the family. I mean, it could be a picture of your face, whatever works. But again, Tucson Sound Art, could be what saves your Father's Day with it just around the corner. You gotta give a big shout out to Race Pace Setups. Now, these two races tonight and tomorrow night are fixed setup, but if they were open setup, you could help yourself gain some speed by checking out Race Pace Setups or grabbing their Indy 500 setup. Again, as we always say, if you want to pick up pace, we suggest you go to Race Pace. Fantastic speed. We've won races because of it, so we stand by it and will always stand by Race Pace setups. Of course, a big shout out, as always, to Permanent Makeup in Maine, Permanent Makeup in Cryle in Maine, rather, where you deserve the best care that money can buy. Whiplash Media, the official broadcast camera and graphic provider of Pit Stop TV and band racing videos by a race fan for the racing community. It was a dandy this evening in Indianapolis. I don't know many other ways to describe it. It was a fantastic race through and through. I share these guys' thoughts. We weren't sure what to expect when we saw the thinner entry list going into this one, but I think it certainly prevailed. Fantastic racing. There's no other way to put it, and a fantastic finish. We had storylines all the way through, strategies that changed every moment. It felt like that was the epitome of a great Indianapolis 500, and that will do it from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Happy to have had you all here, tuning in and joining us for tonight's action. And we hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast, certainly enough to do it all again tomorrow. Again, our next 3 upcoming broadcasts. Tomorrow night, the 12th annual IORL, International Online Racing League Indianapolis 500 by Slothy Racing. I can't wait to see what happens. Scott List Rambler, he says he's likely, almost 99% sure he's got a pole from the event. That promotes his teammate Rick Ray Vaughn to pole sitter, and it's going to change up the starting order quite a bit. Make sure to follow along to see how that changes. Then Monday, we take a whole break all the way until Monday so you can enjoy all the racing action this week. We'll have the BRBI Racing Series Dirt Late Model Tour from Weed Sport in New York. That'll be fun. Then Monday night, later on Monday night at 10:10 p.m. Eastern to wrap up the Pacific Challenge Cup Series from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Before we go, make sure to follow us on Facebook at www.facebook.com/pitstoptv. In fact, you see all of the handles right there. On Twitter, it's pitstoptv_. Instagram, it's pit_stop_TV. Same for Twitch, it's pit_stop_TV. And on YouTube, either search pitstoptv or go to www.youtube.com/c/pitstoptv1. For everybody here at Pit Stop TV, especially Eric Brennan, JP Costa, Trey Shuttlesworth, and myself this evening, thank you so much once again for watching. Thanks for being here. I can't wait to have y'all back tomorrow night. It's going to be a fun one. We will see you there. From the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this has been your coverage of the NORC Indianapolis 500. Come back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern.